Sọmọrí àdúgbò yìí ẹ jáde wá o.
Ẹ jáde wá o, kẹ́ wá gbọ́nà sí àwa o.
Sọmọrí àdúgbò yìí ẹ jáde wá o.
Ẹ jáde wá o, kẹ́ wá gbọ́nà sí àwa o.
Tẹ́ bá jí lówùúrọ̀, tẹ́ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ.
Tẹ́ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè.
Tẹ́ bá jí lówùúrọ̀, tẹ́ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ sẹ́.
Tẹ́ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè.
Elédùmarè kó fún wa lọ́mọ.
Kó fún wa lọ́mọ tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o.
Elédùmarè kó fún wa lọ́mọ yé.
Kó fún wa lọ́mọ tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o títí dọjọ́ alẹ́ o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o títí dọjọ́ alẹ́ o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o tí yóò wọlé dé wa o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o tí yóò wọlé dé wa o.
Sọmọrí àdúgbò yìí ẹ jáde wá o.
Ẹ jáde wá o, kẹ́ wá gbọ́nà sí àwa o.
Sọmọrí àdúgbò yìí ẹ jáde wá o.
Ẹ jáde wá o, kẹ́ wá gbọ́nà sí àwa o.
Tẹ́ bá jí lówùúrọ̀, tẹ́ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ.
Tẹ́ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè.
Tẹ́ bá jí lówùúrọ̀, tẹ́ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ sẹ́.
Tẹ́ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè.
Elédùmarè kó fún wa lọ́mọ.
Kó fún wa lọ́mọ tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o.
Elédùmarè kó fún wa lọ́mọ.
Kó fún wa lọ́mọ tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o títí dọjọ́ alẹ́ o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o títí dọjọ́ alẹ́ o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o tí yóò léde wa o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o tí yóò léde wa o.
Ó sì yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o. Sí yóò lélẹ̀. Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Ó sì yóò lélẹ̀.
Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o. Sí yóò lélẹ̀. Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Ó sì yóò lélẹ̀ lélẹ̀.
Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o. Sí yóò lélẹ̀. Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Ó sì yóò lélẹ̀ lélẹ̀.
Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o. Sí yóò lélẹ̀. Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ ò gbọ́ o.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ ò gbà o, afọ̀fọ̀fọ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ ò ní gbà.
Àwìwíwí ṣẹlẹ̀ ò gbọ́ o.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ ò gbà o, afọ̀fọ̀fọ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ ò ní gbà.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ ò ní gbà.
Ohun tó ṣe yìí wá jàre ẹ̀yìn. Kẹ́yìn tó padà sábìdì aláwòrán. Ohun tó ṣe yìí wá jàre ẹ̀yìn. Kẹ́yìn tó padà sábìdì aláwòrán. Bẹ̀rí wa kẹ́ júbà fún wa. Bẹ̀rí wa kẹ́ júbà fún wa. Láti tó gbé méjì sẹ́. Assistant lè gbé méjì sẹ́. Ọba ìgbé méjì láàfin. Ìjòyè lè gbé mẹ́fà láàfin.
Búra padà kàdé o.
Ẹ̀sìn ni àgbàjá.
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 Àwọn lóṣùpá o.
Àwọn ní bàbá ìràwọ̀.
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 Eléré ni wọ́n o.
Ilẹ̀ bá ń ṣùgbọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀.
Eléré ni wọ́n o.
Ilẹ̀ bá ń ṣùgbọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀.
Eléré ni wọ́n o.
Ilẹ̀ bá ń ṣùgbọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀.
Eléré ni wọ́n o.
Ilẹ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ bá ń ṣúná bẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀. Ayé mi retí ẹlẹ́yà níbo lẹ fi t'Olúwa sí. Ayé mi retí ẹlẹ́yà níbo lẹ fi t'Olúwa sí. Ọba tó dágun afúnláṣọró, aláwù tó dágun aṣerú ẹ̀ fún. Ọba tó dágun afúnláṣọró, aláwù tó dágun aṣerú ẹ̀ fún. Èṣù ṣe, óò èṣù ṣe, óò èṣù kọ́ṣà láǹtakùn kó wá ta síbi táwa gbé wá. Ewé ńlá o, omi padà kó wá rún wẹ́wẹ́. Èwọ̀, sábàrú mọ̀gà kéré. Ọba Olúwa ni ó tú, ọba Olúwa ni ó tú. Gbogbo rí bí mọ́tòdì, ṣẹ̀gbẹ́ wúrà fàdákà. Ọba Olúwa ni ó tú. Wọ́n kàn mí lérí o, àwa oníjáde, àwa jáde tán, ojú tẹ́ lẹ́gàn o. Wọ́n kàn mí lérí o, àwa oníjáde, àwa jáde tán, ojú tẹ́ lẹ́gàn o.
Wúrà fàdákà,
àwa là ń ṣeré 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 o.
kékeré ká ń pọ̀ sí,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ká ń pọ̀ sí,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
kékeré ká ń pọ̀ sí,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ká ń pọ̀ sí o,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
kékeré ọlọ́dọ̀wọ́,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
báńdó ṣe bàbá o,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
kékeré láti yájú,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ẹ̀yọ̀ bájú láyé o,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ẹ̀pẹ̀tẹ̀dó èrìyà,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
kápá lónìí gúnú o,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
òkè tòkó èrìyà,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ilé agodondo,
ọmọ wo rèé o.
désàlẹ̀ ọ̀fin.
Do you come with two teachers? You were not informed too? Continue. No problem. God will see us. There is God. There is God in everything we are doing. Those bloods that are sharing in Bronu will answer. What of two teachers, what of two teachers that can tell us that they conducted that exam? Do you come with any? Principal? No, too. You only you waka come. Okay. Now the first lady is calling you. Come, I want to help you. Come to find your child, your missing child. Will you keep quiet? No. Child. There is God, oh. There is God, oh. The blood we are sharing, there is God, oh. There is God, oh. There is.
And it is right there. Ipade Jojobo. Good day to you. Hopefully you can hear me. I didn't even mic test before I came on, but hopefully you can hear me. My voice is a bit. Yes. Oh yes, you can hear me because this thing bubbles up when the mic is working properly. So yeah. So that's fine. My voice is a bit dry today. I'm not quite sure why. My throat is a bit dry. But good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? We go again as we always go. So another weekend yet upon us. And of course, your friendly neighborhood or your Alafima woman went to Mo. Everything remains the same. Protocol especially. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. Click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. Like and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chats towards the stream. Say the same things every single day. I'm not sure if we're seeing marked enough. I'm not sure if it's even worth the effort of saying all these things. It's not as though we're seeing any marked improvement in anything, but this thing consistently stays consistent, and the consistency is always good. But what is better than consistency is growth. So we would like to say that as well, and all of that wrapped around the likes, the subscriptions, which then of course which then triggers the YouTube algorithm. So like and subscribe for those reasons. So like and subscribe for those reasons. And super chat, of course, towards the stream. I say that all the time. Nobody ever does that except, of course, maybe one or two people. So yes. So all those. Of course, there's only just one news today. It's the sad news of the parting from this mortal coil. Is it mortal coil or mortal soil? Anyways, the demise of Ayo Adebanjo, that's the big news of the day. So let's pick it up from here. Watch this.
Hello and welcome to TVC News this hour. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. Elder statesman and leader of the Pan-Yoruba social cultural group Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, is dead. According to a statement by his family, he died peacefully this morning at his Lekki home here in Lagos at the age of 96. Ayo Adebanjo was a foremost nationalist, distinguished lawyer, distinct politician, and proponent of true federalism. The former organizing secretary of the Action Group and national leader of Afenifere is survived by his 94-year-old wife, Christy Ayo Adebanjo, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. A condolence register has been opened at his residence in Lagos and his country home in Soyogbo near Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. The family is also consulting with his friends, associates, numerous interest groups across the country to fine-tune plans for a befitting funeral details, which they say will be communicated in due course.
So there it is right there. Erinwo, a big Iroko tree has fallen from the Nigerian firmament. So whatever you make of him, Ayo Adebanjo, certainly it was a colossal figure within the Nigerian paradigm. It has been actually all the way through. So a lot of people actually came into interactions with him in the course of 2 years ago now elections, the 2023 elections. But he has always been a stalwart and a frontline player within the Nigerian paradigm pretty much since independence and up to when he drew his last breath. So a real big one fell today. So a real big one fell today. But like I said, a lot of people, it came into a lot of people's consciousness in the course of that obedient whatnot. So let's pick it up from here. You already heard the news anyway, but no, let's not pick it up from there. Let's pick it up from here. Afenifere leader Ayo Adebanjo has passed on. So there it is. Pardon me. A prominent leader of Afenifere, the Pan-Yoruba Social Cultural Organization, PAR, Ayo Adebanjo, has died at the age of 96. So it's quite a thing, actually. That's a grand old age. Just 4 years, it would have made a century. So that's a grand old age. So, I always wonder about people who die, people who live that long. So do you mourn their loss, or do you celebrate their life? Because anybody that lives to 96, I don't think it's got children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, maybe even great-great-grandchildren. So is it really, the expectation should always be that God grant him more and more life, but really is closer to God than anything else. So what do you actually do with somebody of this level of seniority, 96? And by the way, the person is jousting with Power Fashionati. He's even older than him. Let me even find out how old is Power Fashionati. I hope I spelled that right. Let's see. He's 98. So Power Fashionati, the person that was tussling the Afenifere leadership with, is 98. But 96, a grand old age, though. So there it is. So how do you even react to that? Do you celebrate his life, or do you mourn his loss? Afenifere leader Ayo Adebanjo is dead. A prominent leader of Afenifere, the Pan-Yoruba Social Cultural Organization, PAR, Ayo Adebanjo, has died at the age of 96. Adebanjo passed away peacefully in the morning of Friday, February the 14th, 2025, at his residence in Lekki, Lagos State. The family confirmed his passing in a statement made available to newsmen on Friday. He died peacefully this morning, Friday, February the 14th, 2025, at his Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria home at the age of 96, the statement reads. Adebanjo, a distinguished lawyer, former organizing secretary of the Action Group. So the Action Group then was that political formation of Awolowo, Jakonde, etc., etc. So all the preeminent political names of the Yoruba paradigm, they came out of that particular cause, that Action Group cause, and he was the organizing secretary for it. Adebanjo, a distinguished lawyer, former organizing secretary of the Action Group, and the national leader of the Yoruba Social Cultural Group, Afenifere, is survived by his 94-year-old wife, Chief Christy Ayo Adebanjo, along with children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. We will forever cherish his commitment to fighting for truth, equity, and justice. His belief and struggle for a truly independent and progressive Nigeria was total, and this he fought for until he breathed his last breath, the statement added. The statement was signed on behalf of the family by Mrs. Oyetunde Ate Ni Ayo Adebanjo, Mrs. Adeola Aziz, and Mr. Obafemi Ayo Adebanjo. So those will be the children then. So of course, as you all know, then the parting then of Pa Ayo Adebanjo. So that's the number one news that broke through today, and of course the whole space reacting to it. Condolences from Aso Rock all the way through to probably its gate man. Condolences also coming from the southeast. Adebanjo Indigbo have lost a dear friend and brother. This is from the CCDI, whatever that is, we'll find out soon enough. Nigeria is mourning the passing of elder statesman and Afenifere leader Pa Ayo Adebanjo, who died at the age of 96. His death marks the end of an era for many who regarded him as a beacon of justice, fairness, and national unity. In a heartfelt tribute, the Cultural Credibility Development Initiative described Adebanjo as a dear friend and caring brother to Indigbo, emphasizing his lifelong commitment to fostering peace, equity, and political inclusiveness across Nigeria. The statement, signed by CCDI President Idegodi Awazurike and Secretary Stephen Nwabuko, highlighted Adebanjo's legacy as a detribalized Nigerian, an astute politician, and a fearless advocate for democracy. A staunch disciple of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Adebanjo remained a vocal critic of nepotism and tribalism, advocating for good governance, rule of law, and power sharing amongst Nigeria's diverse regions. As the leader of Afenifere, he championed electoral fairness, justice, and national unity. Adebanjo was instrumental in strengthening ties between the Yoruba and Igbo communities. He was a founding member of the Southern Nigeria and Middle Belt Coalition, which sought equitable power rotation across Nigeria's geopolitical zones. He was also one of the strongest voices calling for the unconditional release of IPOB leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Pa Adebanjo was the greatest bridge builder between the Southwest and the Southeast since the end of the Civil War, CCDI noted. His unwavering support for the Igbo people, his advocacy for justice, and his dream of seeing an Igbo president will forever be remembered. The group lamented that Adebanjo did not live to see some of his aspirations fulfilled, including Kanu's release and the election of an Igbo president. As tributes continue to pour in from across the country, CCDI extended condolences to Adebanjo's family, the Yoruba nation, and all Nigerians, describing his death as a loss to democracy and the struggle for national cohesion. May his soul rest in peace. So there it is right there. So I could give you a plethora. We could do a whole session of all of the messages coming in towards Pa Ayo Adebanjo, but of course, this one cites as an example of just how widely of just how widely touched people are by this law. So that's Ayo Adebanjo passing. So it has a rich and a very deep history within the Nigerian paradigm. And that rich and deep history comes out of the southwestern cusp. But in his latter years, his advocacy transcended that southwestern cusp. And it included then a reach out to the southeast to make good what he felt was anomalous within the Nigerian paradigm. So he was advocating, as we all famously know then, for an Igbo president. So that was his main thing in his latter years. So, of course, the Southeasterners then will acknowledge as that. I'm not even sure if Ohaneze has made a position, but I'm pretty certain that Peter Obi will be leveraging this news now for whatever political cachet he can get out of it. So that's the passing of Pa Adebanjo right there. So Pa Adebanjo, though, in the latter years, in the last phase of his life, was quite a controversial figure. He was quite a controversial figure because he straddles then what purports and portends to be a Yoruba social-cultural organization, which embedded in that name is the understanding that it should advocate then for what serves as the best interest of the Yorubas. And being the president of that sort of organization, you should be especially prejudiced towards those towards towards that organization and what it should stand for. So you should be especially prejudiced towards the Yorubas if you are the Afenifere leader, because it's embedded in that. So nobody is appointing an Afenifere leader to be a Nigerian. No, that's not the job. If you want to be a Nigerian, go and contest to be the president of the country. But the president of Afenifere, his primary focus, his number one goal, the one remit that the organization sets him, the task at hand, is to advocate especially and exclusively for the interest of the Yoruba people. So a lot of people felt he breached that understanding in his latter years, and which he did do actually, because it was advocating then for a southeastern person in opposition to a southwestern person. And that is the very antithesis of the position that he occupied. So he is gone now. So that now leaves that vacuum then. So, and by the way, Pa Adebanjo was an acting chairman of or acting president or whatever it is, acting leader of Afenifere, because of course the substantive leader still remains Pa Fashoranti, but Pa Fashoranti at the age of 98, it's of course too incapacitated, no longer has the physicality to carry out that role. So he deferred the activeness of that role to Pa Adebanjo. So now that role now needs to be filled. So how does the loss of Pa Adebanjo impact on the Afenifere space, the Yoruba nation narrative, and the realignment then of the Afenifere organization? Because there has to be a realignment, and of course, Dele Farutimi then comes into the Afenifere space because he has recently now been given a position within that Afenifere space. So a lot of moving parts, but the loss of Pa Adebanjo now opens up the opportunity for a root and branch recalibration of Afenifere. So what happens to Afenifere? Who takes his role? What is the relationship going forward of Afenifere with the Ohanese space and the Peter Obi narrative? Because of course, the stance that Pa Adebanjo took towards Peter Obi was not the universal stance of the Yoruba people, for reasons that a lot of people will sympathize with. I don't think anybody of any good reasoning will expect that a Yoruba person will back Peter Obi over Tinubu, because of course Tinubu is of their own stock. Just like you wouldn't expect a Southeastern person to back Tinubu or Atiku over Peter Obi, because he's of their own stock. So whoever comes in next has to be clear in its understanding of what the expectation of that role is. So the passing then of Pa Adebanjo, the biggest news of today. May so rest in peace, as that article we just read tailed off on. So there it is right there, the passing of Pa Adebanjo. So that's the number one preeminent news, but there's an abundance of news items. Right, let me send the... What do you mean from a conceptual level? This guy here, Traveling Man, says, one man, you should be looking at it from a conceptual level. You don't know, you don't know what that should say. You don't know what logic is behind Afenifere standing for Obi presidency. There is no logic to it, because it is not there. You know, I'm not even talking about it being fair or equitable, or whatever it is, or if Obi is the right or wrong person. It's not even, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about a socio-cultural organization that is there to champion the interest of Yoruba people, a Yoruba man in contention for that presidency, and the organization whose only remit is to promote Yoruba interest, then abandons and attacks that Yoruba person to then advantage somebody of another ethnic stock. So that is the misstep that Pa Adebanjo made. So there can be no logic to that, because it's not his role to be fair or balanced or even to be a Nigerian. His role is to be a Yoruba man. But there it is. May soul rest in peace still. Pardon me. May soul rest in peace still. Let me send the link. No one in the studio at the moment. Anybody that wants to come in. If you're especially new, come in. We could do with new voices. Let's go on from that to this. League of Imams in Yoruba land declare March the 1st to commence Ramadan, abandons practice of waiting for Sultan of Sokoto. So at last, the Yoruba space have decided to remove them the shackles of what am I call it? The shackles of the Fulani bondage that they surrendered themselves to for so long. League of Imams in Yoruba land declare March the 1st to commence Ramadan, abandons practice of waiting for Sultan of Sokoto. You know, Islam actually got to Yoruba land before it got to them, so I'm not quite sure why we have been subservient to them for this long. We live in fear of these people. We've lived in fear of them for too long, and for no reasons justified. The League of Imams and Afars in Yoruba land have announced that Ramadan 1446, whatever it is, the Ramadan of 2025 will begin on Saturday, March the 1st, 2025, departing from the traditional practice of waiting for the official declaration by the Sultan of Sokoto, who is regarded as the spiritual leader of Nigerian Muslims. In a communique issued by the Office of the Grand Mufti of the League of Imams and Alfas in Yoruba land, the body stated that its decision was based on precise astronomical calculations and international Islamic conferences on lunar sighting. The statement cited multiple resolutions from Islamic jurisprudential councils, astronomical experts, and international conferences held in Istanbul, Paris, and within the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. According to this, the crescent moon, marking the beginning of Ramadan, will be visible after sunset on Friday, February the 28th, 2025, making March the 1st, 2025, the first day of fasting. The communique referenced the hadith of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Fast when you see the crescent, and break your fast when you see it, agreed upon by scholars. The announcement marks a significant shift from the long-standing practice in Nigeria, where the Sultan of Sokoto typically announces the start and end of Ramadan for the country's Muslim community. The move also further fuels discussions about the religious autonomy amongst Yoruba Muslims, who have in the past expressed concerns about regional independence in religious affairs. For instance, the Yoruba Nation Self-Determination Movement described the Sultan of Sokoto, Sultan Mohammed Saud Abubakar III's recent call for the imposition of Sharia law in Yoruba land as disrespectful. The secessionist group stated this in a statement signed by its leader, Professor Banji Akintoye, arguing that no Islamic provisions mandate Yoruba Muslims to accept the Sultan of Sokoto as their leader. The statement also pointed out that the Sultan's message alleges that Yoruba people are denying Yoruba Muslims their religious rights, which is described as a describes as a falsehood. So on and on it goes. I'm not going to give you the fullness of it, but there it is right there. The Yoruba Muslims then unshackling themselves from the bondage that the Fulanis have held them in for so long. Obasa drags Mojisola Miranda, Lagos Assembly to court. So this guy should just move on before they send the EFCC to go and jail him. So that's Obasa right there, still crashing around like a fish out of water. Canada reacts to CDS Musa's visa denial. So So yes, this one, yes, a lot spoken about it yesterday. The Canada High Commission in Nigeria has responded to a statement by Chief of Defense Staff General Christopher Musa that the Canadian embassy denied him and other top military officers visa. Correspondents reported that General Musa and top military officers who were supposed to be in Canada on Wednesday were denied visa by the Canadian embassy on Tuesday. The Chief of Defense Staff narrated the disappointing ordeal on Thursday whilst giving a lecture at the Maiden National Association of the Institute for Security Studies in Abuja. So what do they have to say? Let's just go to the visa issue. The visa issue also generated condemnation from the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, who told the Canadians to go to hell. The Minister of Interior, Olabunmi Tunji-Ojo, also described the visa denial as a disrespect to Nigeria. However, in a brief statement on its X handle on Friday, the Canada High Commission said for privacy purposes, it would not provide any comment on visa issues of the persons involved. The High Commission of Canada in Nigeria is aware of media reports related to travel to Canada by senior officials. However, for privacy reasons, what do you mean for privacy reasons? They've already come out to call you out. So you have to step forward and tell us that it was Trudeau that made you do it. However, for privacy reasons, we are unable to provide any comment on the status of the visa applications of specific individuals. So they needn't have come out if they weren't really going to say anything. So that's the Canadians telling you to F off. Unizik expels student for biting lecturer in clash over TikTok video. So this is the culmination of that particular storyline that we were tracking. You know, I actually saw some commentary online that was actually saying that that lecturer was at fault because he need not have put his hand on that girl in the first instance, and that was what triggered everything. All they needed to have said was, excuse me, miss, or something, excuse me, or may I pass? He didn't really need to put his hand on her at all. But apparently, allegedly, and what seems to be the case is the upshot of it is that this girl now has been expelled. You know, I think she has a case in law. Actually, if she wants to take to law. The authorities of Nnamdi, I'm not going to give you all of it, or maybe 2-3 paragraphs. The authorities of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Anambra State, have expelled a student, Godi Mbakwe Chimamaka Precious, over her assault on a lecturer from the Department of Theatre and Film Studies. In an official expulsion letter dated February 13th, 2025, and signed by the how is the lecturer also consequenced? Or does he get away scot-free? That's the thing. In an official expulsion letter dated February 13th, 2025, and signed by the acting registrar, Mr. Victor Modubelu, the university stated that the decision followed the recommendation of the Student Disciplinary Committee, which found the students' action to be a gross violation of the institution's disciplinary regulations, specifically Regulation 4. The incident, which gained widespread attention after a video surfaced online, reported how Precious reportedly involved Precious attacking the lecturer identified as Dr. Okoye. The attack followed the interruption of a TikTok video she was recording on campus. The confrontation led to public outrage and calls for disciplinary action. According to the letter, the expulsion takes immediate effect, with the university directing Precious to vacate the premises and return any university property in her possession. The development marks a decisive move by the Unizik administration in maintaining discipline within the institution, and it's generated widespread reaction. So there it is. I'm not sure that I'm fully on board with that decision. The lecturer started it by putting his hands on her. That's just it. From that to this, Binance official names Nigerian lawmakers who allegedly demanded $150 million bribe. So I thought they'd let him go, but apparently he's still there. Let's just say, I think the lawmakers may well be okay. Let's take this one. Right, I'm not going to attempt his last name. That's why I'm pausing. I'm thinking, how do I attack the last name? But I'm only going to refer to him by the first name. Tigran, the head of financial crimes of cryptocurrency Binance, who was detained in Nigeria for several months, has named 3 Nigerian lawmakers who he claimed demanded $150 million bribe from him. Correspondents reported that Tigran and another Binance official was detained by the Nigerian government, which accused their firm of money laundering and encouraging criminality in Nigeria. He was released only after the government dropped the charges against him following the intervention of the U.S. government. The Binance official, during his detention, mentioned that some lawmakers demanded bribes from him to stave off his arrest and prosecution. On Friday, he named the lawmakers in a post on X. He named the suspects as Peter Apanke, Philip Agbese, and Ginger Obina Onwusibe, or on yes, we have, anyway, you know, so that's it. Paradoxically, Mr. Ginger Obina heads the House of Representatives Committee on Anti-Corruption, and the other one is his deputy. I think I read somewhere that they are Labour Party members. So there it is right there. So there it is. The Labour Party that are coming to clean up Nigeria. This is what people always say. You know, nobody is coming to clean up everything. People are just they are jostling for their own turn to loot. That's just all. Ribadu disgraced Nigeria in the US, stopped Biden from meeting Tinubu. So this is still the Binance guy. I'm not quite sure what he's talking about there. Ribadu is making too much. There's too much attention wrapping around him these days. Let's go on from that to this. Fitch withdraws all ratings for Dangote Industries. So why would they do that? Fitch Ratings has withdrawn Dangote Industry Limited's national long-term rating and senior unsecured rating of B2, whilst maintaining them on rating watch negative. I'm not quite sure what that means. The global rating agency said the rating watch negative of the group that it recently accorded the group was not resolved due to pending refinancing of the group's maturing debts. I'm not quite sure, but that sounds like a downgrade for Dangote of some sort. If anybody understands that, then hop on. Ohaneze False Coalition of Northern Groups comment on Nnamdi Kanu's release. So if the Northern Groups are asking that Nnamdi Kanu should not be released, then I'm fully on board with that. Apex Igbo Social Cultural Organization, Ohaneze Indigo, has faulted the recent comments of the coalition of Northern Groups CNG, saying that the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, does not deserve freedom. Ohaneze said if former President Muhammadu Buhari could release Boko Haram terrorists, why would the present administration led by Bola Tinubu not do the same by releasing Nnamdi Kanu? I'm not quite sure how Ohaneze is positioned. They have no business. This guy is a terrorist, so they have no business asking that a terrorist be released. A statement issued on Friday by a fractional deputy president general of Ohaneze, Okechukwu Izogozoro, described the comment as a calculated ploy and part of a sinister northern agenda aimed expressly at destabilizing the fragile harmony that continues to characterize our multicultural society. So Kanu has not even shown contrition, so why would they want to release him? Tinubu approves conversion of Yabate to university. Yaba Tech has been better than most universities anyway for a long time. So it's a long overdue, I would say. This one I approve of. President Bola Tinubu has approved the conversion of Yaba Tech, Yaba College of Technology, to a university, marking a significant milestone in Nigeria's educational advancement. So that will be the third university in Lagos, I suspect. They have Lagos State University, they have Unilag, so two federal universities that would then make it, would it? Minister of Education Tunji Alausa announced the development on Friday during a working visit to the institution. He disclosed that President Tinubu promptly approved the request after their decision. Alausa said, the rector said some minutes ago that the staff, students, and management of the college have been praying and fasting that it will be converted to a university. When I discussed the issue with President Bola Tinubu, he did not waste time in approving. I am just waiting for the memo and other necessary protocol from the appropriate quarters. So yes, I agree with that. There's nothing to disagree with it. So that's all we've got. I'll send the link again. Nobody in studio at the moment. Anybody wants to hop on. If nobody wants to hop on, then F off. All right, let me play you the clips I have, and then we'll see what happens next. All right, let's kick it off with this one. This is two Baba's mother coming into the complexity that is now his life, begging Natasha to let go of her son.
Good evening, Nigerians. My name is Mrs. Rose Idibia. This message is for Miss Natasha Osauru of Edo State. I'm calling on all mothers in Nigeria to help me beg her to release or to free my son. My son is going through a divorce process and he's clearly not in his right senses now. I know my son. This is not him. Please, Natasha, the bead you put on his hand and on his neck, remove them and free him.
So there it is right there. That's two Baba's mother then, hinting then that her son is being held with jars. So here is something coming out of the United States telling us then that it's actually the Americans sponsoring Boko Haram. Watch this.
Who gets some of that money? Does that name ring a bell to anybody in the room? Because your money, $697 million annually, plus the shipments of cash funds madrasas, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, ISIS Khorasan, terrorist training camps. That's what it's funding. If you think that the program under Operation Enduring Sentinel entitled Women's Scholarship Endowment, which receives $60 million annually, or the Young Women Lead, which gets about $5 million annually, is going to women who, by the way, if you read the Inspector General's report, is telling you that the Taliban does not allow women to speak in public. Yet somehow you're believing, and American people are supposed to believe, that this money is going for the betterment of the women in Afghanistan. It is not. You are funding terrorism, and it's coming through USAID. And it's not just Afghanistan, because Pakistan's right next door. USAID spent $840 million in the last 20 years on Pakistan's education-related program. It includes $136 million to build 120 schools, of which there is zero evidence that any of them were built. Why would there be any evidence? The Inspector General can't get in to see them. But you know what? We doubled down and spent $20 million from USAID to create educational television programs for children unable to attend the physical school. Yeah, they can't attend it because it doesn't exist. You paid for it. Somebody else got the money.
So that's the Americans admitting then that they are the sponsors of Boko Haram. So there's that. Let me play you this one. Still on the Boko Haram space. Here is a South African mercenary telling us then that Boko Haram, that Buhari told them explicitly not to go after Boko Haram.
Mop up one area in the south was the start, and after that was done, mop up in the north. The division would follow behind, occupy terrain. We would train the division in situ in defensive positions, etc. But we were never allowed to execute the entire operation. So in 1 month, we took back terrain larger than Belgium from Boko Haram. We were not allowed to finish because it came at a time when governments were in the process of changing. I think President Jonathan's government possibly saw the entire Boko Haram contract, if we call it that, almost as a last gasp in order to regain popularity. The incoming president, President Buhari, was heavily supported by a foreign government, and one of the first missions was to terminate our contract.
Could you name that foreign government?
Yes, we were told it was the United States, and they had actually funded President Buhari's campaign. The campaign manager for President Buhari came from the US, and I'm not saying that the United States is bad. I understand foreign interests, but I would have thought that a threat such as Boko Haram on the integrity of the state of Nigeria ought to be actually a priority. It wasn't.
Why do you think the US would intervene to abort such operation?
Again, I can't answer that. I think that the US can answer, but what I've come to realize, that is when a government's foreign interests clash with the state's own domestic interests, conflict is bound to ensue. And those conflicts usually just continue with no end. And we can look at all the conflicts in Africa where foreign forces have come in, they've prolonged those conflicts, they haven't ended those conflicts. And the amount of money and manpower and equipment thrown at those conflicts says to me that something is wrong if no end result is achieved. And surely that end result should be to end the conflict and establish a basis for negotiations, come to an agreement, and then re-establish governance. But that's not what's happening in Africa.
How much did you charge the Nigerian government?
Well, first of all, we didn't charge the Nigerian government. And I think here that is a question the Nigerian government can answer. We were one subcontractor to another.
So there it is right there. Buhari explicitly told them not to end the Boko Haram insurgency. We all know that he's a Boko Haram himself anyway. But this will be the last clip I'll play. There's still 2 more, but I'll just play this one as the last one, and then maybe in the course of the session we'll play a few more. But this last one that I'm about to play you now is probably one of the most truthful videos I've ever seen. It's coming out of Sierra Leone, and it's the first lady of that country speaking to us. Watch this.
The kind of mineral resources we have in our country is enough to take care of everybody in that country. We should not have a single poor person in Sierra Leone. But unfortunately, we are not given the free will to make decisions on our own mineral resources. There's always Big Brother who decides. And when you fight and say, no, we are not going to do this, they use the system to stop you. It's either they set you up with the opposition, and they'll be supporting the opposition against you from the back, or they cause unnecessary chaos in your country so that you are not able to even govern your own people. They will do things to make you not to be functionable. And of course, any country that don't have peace cannot develop. You have to have peace before you talk about development. I'll give you a simple example about Sierra Leone. Every mining company that is in Sierra Leone today is owned by a foreigner. Every mining company. If it's not the Chinese, it's the American, it's the British. Our electricity, Bumuda, is run by the British, and we still don't have light. We're looking for light, electricity. If you don't have electricity, how can you talk about education? How can you talk about health facility? How can you talk about improving the infrastructure of your country? We don't have electricity. Now, do we actually even have proper water, pipe-borne water, so that our kids will not be sick? We don't have those facilities. Why? With all the minerals we have, there is a cap you put. Before my husband became the president of Sierra Leone was benefiting, they said, what's the word? 0 0.000.1%. What is that? Basically, a company can take as much as $100 million out of the country in terms of minerals, and then they can just give the country $10,000. Now, what will $10,000 do for our health system? What is $10,000 do for our educational system? And these are the things I believe that are stopping Africa from progressing. We don't have a say. The sense about us celebrating independence, I don't know why we celebrate independence, because we are not free. That is my own take. I'm not speaking also on behalf of the government of Sierra Leone, nor am I speaking on behalf of His Excellency the President. I am speaking as Fatima, as a citizen of a country who believes that things need to change.
So there it is right there. I'm not sure that truer words have ever been spoken. I did say that was going to be the last one, but let me play you this one. So from the sublime, because that was sublime, to the ridiculous. In the United States, they are trying to pass a law against masturbation. So yeah, you heard that right. In the United States, they are trying to pass a law against masturbation with a $10,000 fine as punishment. I kid you not.
Sponsored by Democratic State Representatives Anita Somani, an OBGYN from Dublin, and Tristan Rader of Lakewood.
The whole entire point of this bill is to call out the hypocrisy of particularly the state legislature when they bring forward bills to regulate women's bodies.
Now, there are exceptions to the proposed law, which include sperm donation, contraception, and members of the LGBTQ community. Men face a maximum $10,000 fine after the third offense if they have sex with a woman without the intention of conceiving a child.
Men have the same rights no matter where they go in the country. Women have rights based on where they live.
It just misses the most basic biological facts and leans in towards middle school humor.
Austin Beigel with End Abortion Ohio calls the proposal disrespectful to the pro-life community and a waste of state resources.
They have to review it when they file it. They're going to have to stick a legal team on it, wasting time on that and delaying other bills that are trying to be reviewed as well.
ABC6 asking viewers about the proposal in an online poll. 26% said it's a good idea. 74% telling us it's a waste of time.
This may be considered a waste of money by some people, but we have had far bigger misuse of taxpayer money in bills that have been proposed and passed.
The final draft still being written. The proposed legislation will get...
Yes, I wanted to land it on what that woman said right there. It says, this may be considered a waste of money by some people, but we've wasted money in even more ludicrous ways. So that's how they run things in America, laws against masturbation and having sex with women. So there it is right there. Yeah, I don't know, man. What did Nnamdi Kanu say about a zoological republic? Let me play the Kegite music. If anybody wants to conversation, then you have to turn up. Nobody in the studio at the moment, so I'll send the link. But the link is there if you want to join.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuku Nuru Agweshime does have nothing to do with us. So joining us, Baba. So that's Baba right there. Always a delight when Baba is here. Tony Africa is in the lap of the gods when Tony is here. Kolata, the Aguado Einstein, according to Rational Mind, and Charlie Boy, who almost likely will interpret his words to people. So there it is. That's the assemble so far. Good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off. Start it off with Baba. Baba.
I'm sorry, woman. Can we give a 90 second, silence for our Papa Adebanjo, because he was 90
seconds.
Yes, 1.5 minutes, please, sir. Extraordinary.
We have
extraordinary,
dead air
extraordinary respect, please, sir.
we can't have dead air now for
No. He went to join our ancestors.
Please stay muted. So we kick it off with Baba. So I was going to start off with the Pa Adebanjo space, Baba, but at 96, that's a life lived in full, a life certainly well lived, an impactful life that leaves a legacy. So cause for celebration, but is it also celebration and mournings? Pa Adebanjo departs us, Baba, age 96.
Yes, a very fine evening to you, woman, and my co-panelists. How are you doing today? Hope your week is ending well. Folks of the comment section, I salute you, and our esteemed viewers, I hope you've clicked the like button and you are relishing the contest of ideas that's to take place today. Please do enjoy it, but don't forget to subscribe and also share. Yes, one man. I particularly actually wanted to continue from tomorrow until about the electricity subsidy and all the rest, to educate some folks about what is happening in that area, because it's a gray area. A lot of Nigerians don't have any understanding of how we got where we are and expecting 24 hours of electricity a day. But I'll come to that if time and space permits me. So let's talk on the issue of the day, the demise of Adebanjo. May his soul rest in peace, perfect peace. I must put my bias forward. If it's if I can refer to bias, but I'm always analytical. I don't like the politics of Papa Ayo Adebanjo. I do not subscribe to his politics. Admire him as Chief Awolowo's followers. He was there in the beginning of the Egbeomo Oduduwa. And to Action Group, to UPN, to AC, or AD rather. He was there, he's seen it all. He saw, he fought. Did he conquer? The jury is still out there. I repeat again, may he so rest in perfect peace. He has run his race. At 96, that is quite commendable. Who knows, in the age and time where we are, where even the death of a 60-year-old is considered, well, he has tried his best. It's gone. And they even threw parties, funeral parties for such. But there is a man who has lived to see his great-grandchildren. Well, what do I say? I pray I live that long. Like you rightfully said, because when elephants fall like this, you have different kinds of knife being brought to slice it up and share its meat. So that's what we are doing right now. I will pick it from the modern times, the Fourth Republic. You don't want to go back in time. And when they all came back, mostly from
sorry, Baba. Have you never liked his politics, or did you not like his politics latterly towards the tail end? How he phased out with what he did in the last couple of years, or have you never liked his politics?
I've never liked his politics because my suspicion of him actually dated back to 1963, when Chief Obafemi Awolowo and a host of his followers, Jakonde, Bola Ige, Olawoyin, Ajasin, and a host of many of them went to jail. I think I've asked this question when Ajan Lekoko was there about a year and a half ago. He was not even charged. If my memory serves me correct, he was not charged. He escaped that. Over 90% of core, including Ikoku. And I think Ajulu Shuku also, I'm not too sure about that. Anthony Nauru. They all went to jail. All formidable men. Not him. How did he escape that? I asked that question. It has stayed with me for decades. For decades. And I've not had anybody to answer correctly as to that. I never had the opportunity also to ask him. I wouldn't dare not. How could I stand before a geroncratic like him and start asking him questions? Who born me? So let's fast forward to the Fourth Republic, when all the exiles came back and they formed Action for Democracy, AD. And we all know what happened during that period, with Bola Ige and Bola Tinubu wanting to be Lagos State governor under the banner of AD, because that's Nadiko. Nadiko actually transformed into AD.
Sorry, Baba, your voice is a bit low.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, much better. Carry on.
Okay, maybe I'm using my Valentine voice. Just a joke. So when AD Nadiko transformed into Action for Democracy, Bola Tinubu was aspiring to be the governor, and there were a lot of intrigues, political intrigues at play, culminating to the death of Funshaw Williams and a host of other things. But at the end of the day, Bola Tinubu got a ticket and he went into the governor's house lodge in Lagos. And the tradition, coming from the tradition of Action Group into UPN, it's always controlled by the operatives, not the arrowheads. Even as powerful as Chief Awolowo, he was lucky to have such men, and he listens to them. The free education we talked about today of the Southwest then was actually the handiwork of, I think, Awoshika or so. That's the man in charge of education. The TV station we talk about today was also the handiwork of Anthony Enahoro, who was in charge of information or communication then. They suggested it. They show Awolowo the blueprint. He checked, and the rest is history. And that is the format of, it's more of a cultural thing. And Tinubu went against the grain after he got power. And of course, that was how the conflict started. Tinubu outsmarted them, the old foxes. Tinubu outsmarted them, and the anger never dissipated from that point on. From that point on, the anger never dissipated.
So was it more a case of stop Tinubu than support Obi? Which one was more preeminent in his thoughts, do you think? Stopping Tinubu
It is the Tinubu factor. Because he played
he
them
didn't really
hard.
care about Peter Obi, didn't he? But he just didn't want Tinubu in there.
Peter Obi was a convenience, whether anyone wants to believe it or not. Peter Obi was a convenience. People forget that even at the heat of that trouble during Tinubu's second term, or was it Fashola's first term, the house he died in Lekki was rumored to have been built for him by Tinubu, which he came out and vehemently denied. And that's added to the angst. And he never stopped referencing that accusation. But is dead. So I would not say yes, the Tinubu camp were correct. I will not say no. Though he alluded, I think he correctly alluded to the fact that I think it was only the land that Fashola gave him, and he built his house from his own efforts. So the quarrel goes on. So Obi, to me, and I'm entitled to my own political calculations, to an opinion as a human being. Obi was a convenience for them. Obi was a convenience, but I'm glad Tinubu whipped them again and became the president, to their chagrin. Now that camp, but the only thing I do not like here is they factionalized Afenifere and even called it a political party. The other man the other day, what's his name now? The OB campaign chief, who came and said Chief Awolowo in 1963 or thereabouts proclaimed Afenifere as a political party. That was not true. I researched it. It was not true. It was a vehicle. It was a vehicle, actually, to propagate and advance the Yoruba cause. Nothing to do with politics. When they want politics, they formed Action Group. When they wanted politics, they formed UPN.
That was Akin
exactly.
Oshitokun Baba.
Exactly, Akin Oshitokun. They formed UPN. So if Afenifere is a political party, they wouldn't have need to form Action Group or UPN, would they? So that was not correct. Because Adebanjo told us that it's a political party, or Oshitoku propagated it. I've had it from Ebisheni and several others. I speak what I know as the truth. And these all are verifiable. And they, of course, diminish the Yorubas by dividing Afenifere. I'm sure the day that happened, Chief Obafemi Awolowo would have been turning in his grave. Chief Fasuranti was the one Ajashin handed over to. It's almost a process of selection, not that of election, the leader of Afenifere. The core group that breathed the air with Chief Obafemi Awolowo were always made to be leaders. Shifaro Siroti, I think that Shifaro Siroti will be 97 now, because only 1 year actually separated him from Chief.
It's 98.
Adebanjo.
I just checked. I checked.
Okay,
It's 98.
good. Good. Only just 1 year plus separated the two of them. He was incapacitated by illness, and then he handed over to him. Full party, full cultural organization, 100% of it he handed over to you. What did you do with it? You divided it. You divided it. And then you took some factions with you. I'm only just curious at times. I wonder if Yinka Odoma King were to be alive today or during this period, would he have gone with Ayo Adebanjo's faction or stayed with Chief Fasuranti's?
Baba.
Yes, sir.
You know where that guy will have gone. He will have gone with Ayo Adebanjo.
I didn't want you took it out of my mouth. I didn't want to conclude that. So I'm happy you came in.
I'm of that thought too. But carry on.
I'm glad you came up with that too. I wanted to throw it out to the jury out there. So very good. So if you look at the people that went with him, there are very few. Very, very few. And I don't like their politics. I don't like their politics because Afenifere is a cultural group. You can say political cultural group of the Yorubas to advance the Yoruba cause, nothing less, nothing more. And the core of their mandate in today's Nigeria is restructure. And he, with his small units, went against that grain. They went outside of it. And because of Tinubu's hate, they deemed it fit in their own calculation and moral justification to claim that since power has evolved to the south, it is the turn of the Igbos, because Tinubu already declared for presidency. Well, at that point, what they would have done intelligently was to form their own group and not use the platform of Afenifere to go in that direction. I would have treated that with an understanding, and they would have been right in doing so. They shouldn't have done that in the name of the Yorubas. It was wrong then, it was wrong now, and it will be wrong tomorrow.
But Baba, my opinion, I think Afenifere was a true Nigerian. He was the first Nigerian in history. He was a true Nigerian. Gandanada, he was a true Nigerian in my book. He was not tribal. Like most
Woman,
Nigerians
can you help me? Woman.
He said
Hello.
Pa Adebanjo is a true Nigerian in his opinion. Is the first true Nigerian, and that's undeniable.
Yeah, why wouldn't he be true? Why wouldn't he be true Nigerian? Why wouldn't he be true Nigerian when he supported Obi? I'm being very plain here. I don't serve bullshit sandwich. They wouldn't have done that under the banner of Afenifere. They should have formed a separate organization.
Sorry, Baba. What alarmed me even more was that having then done that, there was no mechanism to step him down. He should have been stepped down immediately and let him pursue that particular position as a private individual. He used the banner of Afenifere to pursue that interest. It was quite. We fought so hard. Ajaneko was there then. We fought so hard on this matter. I mean, it's unbelievable that the leader of Afenifere, a Yoruba man, is in play, and then you say that no, you are against him, you want somebody else. Then leave. You know.
Look, one man. It is not even. Let's flip it a little bit. It is not. Assuming they even want to use a platform, the Awolowo, how do I say it? The principle upon which Chief Awolowo operates, so he will carry the whole organization along, and that will not be based on unilateral decision. It will be a handshake across the Niger. Ohaneze will come to negotiate. You don't just cede power. You don't cede power. Because power is very important. If I may use tautology here, power is powerful. You just throw it. It is the Igbos. On whose behalf? On whose behalf? Who gave you that mandate? 7 of you or 5 of you just sat down, did 1 or 2 things. I don't want to accuse anybody of anything, but we all know in the realm of politics what changes hands. And you went ahead and said, no, I'm the leader, so whatever I say is final. I'm quoting him. He said that on several platforms. I am the leader. I'm the one heading Afenifere right now. So whatever I say is the final. We are supporting Peter Obi. No, he shouldn't have done it in the name of Afenifere leadership. He should have been man enough to form it. Now let's do a post-mortem. Now that he's gone, God rest his soul. What happened of his Hallelujah chorus boys? The Ebishenis. And I saw the old one KBC the other time, which I've never heard of that one before, in part of their faction, who was saying that, who referred to Tinubu as Machiavelli. And what's the bulwark of Machiavelli's principle? Winners take all. And I asked myself when I listened to that Oba, who was interviewing him? I think it was Obilo. Was it Obilo? Or was it on Arise? I can't remember who was interviewing that Oba. So if he referred to him as Machiavelli, does that mean they want to use political blackmail to force his hand to allow them have their own bite of the cake, which they are not having? And if I'm correct in my own thinking, well, even with Pa Adebanjo, he couldn't achieve that. So with his demise, do they stand any chance? No.
Just looking to the future, it'll be interesting to see how Afenifere evolves going forward. One, we want a generation. We don't want anybody older than 60 in that post as a replacement for Adebanjo, because enough of all these generians, So we don't want anybody, cap it at 70 at the most, but really somebody late 50s, early 60s. That would do fine. And then we want to be clear on what the purpose of that organization exactly is. So we know if we're signing up for it or we're not. If it's a political party, then there's no obligation of ethnicity to, just because it carries a Yoruba name, there's no obligation of ethnicity to be part of it. Then you can go with whatever your political picadillos are. But if it's an ethnic-based cultural organization for the advancement of a specificity of ethnic bias, then of course your bias is to your ethnic, so automatically every Yoruba person on board with that. But every Yoruba person not on board with politics that would jettison Yoruba to advantage another. So they need to clear that space up, Baba.
Yeah, we are living in interesting time. Because I asked myself when I had the news early today that, okay, fine, now, this here is where we play politics. Now, to whom has power returned? Apparently, I answered that at the First Justice courts. And they asked another question. Did he cede, that is Ayo Adebanjo, in his last, breathing his last, did he cede power to any of his subordinates, his own followers, his own clique? We don't know yet what rabbits they will bring from their Houdini art. And I want to look also at the Tunumbu's camp, how they will seize the moment and unify the group again, so that Afenifere would be just one entity, one indivisible entity, as it used to be, as we know it to be. Because they've done great damage to the cause of the Yorubas. And those that have been living on that even went as far as bringing in Delefaro Timi to the factions of Adebanjo. I want to see how they will rally, because they are all lightweights as far as I'm concerned, against the forces that will be arrayed against them. They are lightweights. They don't have the numbers, because I count them. There are no more than 7 of them. So my own wish is that the majority should take the organization back and let the Yoruba cause be served. I yield meanwhile.
All right, brilliant, Baba. So Baba, because this is such a big news item, and I know Tony has a particular position which he tried to push even when we started. So I'll move it around a little bit, and then we come back to you to carry on the conversation. So Tony, you were saying we should apologies, but we couldn't have a minute and a half of dead air on a broadcast. It's just it's just not the done thing. But Tony, there it is, though, the passing of a very big name within the Yoruba space. Well, what are you making then of this news at the age of 96, Tony?
Yes, sir. May his soul rest in peace, as he joins our ancestors, Yeah, but I'm just, you see that I'm so weak right now. I'm just breathing profusely right now because the way Baba spoke, I mean, I never see where dead people are that so wrong. Man, I'm so scared of some Nigerians, I'm so scared. That is
Mind
why.
your language, please, in
No,
advance.
not you now.
Don't
No,
attack me.
I know. Maybe no, sure.
No, I'm just giving you. You've not done
I'm
that. So
just
I'm just
breathing.
giving you
I'm
an
just trying to
insight.
recover. I'm trying to recover myself after listening to you, because I never see
Oh,
we're dead
okay,
people.
Tony, since you are recovering, should I speak so you have time to recover and
Where you
then
can
you
just
recover?
condemn our man, that somebody that is already on his way out, but is trying to fight for our future, and we can just come out like this, and you know, woman, I will speak after Kulata, please. Okay.
All right, brilliant. Let's
Yeah.
hear from Kulata. I just wanted you to be the comic relief before we go to Kulata. You're up next. So, I mean, it's a very complex thing, isn't it? You don't speak ill of the dead, and this man, if you cannot tell the Yoruba story and exclude him in terms of the journey from how we got to where we are now, right from Action Group, being an Awolowo acolyte, the fight for true federalism, all of those things. But he blotted his copybook at the tail end of his life. Pa Adebanjo, age 96, Kulata.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna speak ill of the dead. Well, when people die, I don't know, rest in peace. I always find it redundant nowadays. But I'll say, may his family have the gratitude to bear the loss. I mean, to some areas, it's a monumental loss, but um, it was an important man. It was a pillar. He was with Awolowo from the start, and he has a mixed legacy because, I mean, I don't think anybody is shocked that the reaction, especially from his own people, are a bit muted. Maybe it has to do with his politics towards the end. I don't know. I don't know the man that well, but the part I knew of him, I have my opinion, and I'm not necessarily going to share it because while he was alive, I shared it. But I'm more concerned about Afenifere going forward. Fashion Roti is still alive. Is 97. Is the leader of Afenifere. Pa Adebanjo was the acting leader of Afenifere. While Fashion Roti, I mean, these men are in their 90s, man. It's even amazing that we're talking about them. I mean, God has blessed them with longevity. So while Fashion Roti is still alive, will he take back his office, or no, he owns the office? Will he play a little active role in as much as health and old age will allow him to unite the factions? Because it was disappointing seeing that professor's kid, what's his name again? That Obasanjo guy, go on TV and call Afenifere a political platform. I mean, what the hell? What's that guy's name? Oshitokun. Like, that was that was uncalled for. Why would you
That in
call
itself
Afenifere?
is a political statement now. All because we want to, I mean, my God.
I mean, the main leadership of Afenifere lately, even since Yinka Odumaki, has really gone to the toilet. Nobody respects it in Yoruba land. They don't really speak for the interest of Yorubas. And the division was just too much. So rather than uh mope over those things, I would rather have Fashion Roti step in briefly, put a leader in place, and let the leader clean house. So what I mean,
is that how you want to sequence it? Would you
yeah,
not rather that they clean house and then they define exactly what the vehicle is and what the destination is, and then we get a new leader, and then Fashion Not just steps back completely, so we're clear that we're all lined up behind this guy or this woman.
yeah, Fashion Roti should take back his office, nominate the leadership, and retire. He's in his twilight, but he should do that clean house. So people that don't have an interest of the Yoruba people, clean them out. We don't want them in Afenifere. What's the point? Go and join some other social political group. Don't, like Papa said, you don't have to use the Afenifere vehicle to do things against the interest of the Southwest. And if you don't really care about the candidate, keep neutral, right? So I think while the Giant is gone, I won't speak ill of him. I already shared my opinion freely when he was alive. I think it brings about a good opportunity to clean house. I don't know all the characters involved, but I do not want to see someone like Dere Parotimi be a Afenifere secretary. I don't.
Is already been offered the position, has it not?
That's why I said they should take all of them out. How can someone that's uncouth and rude be a Afenifere secretary? Doesn't make any sense.
It's the very antithesis of what it's all about respect and culture, isn't it? They are very.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, I mean, how can you have an Afenifere going all over social media, yelling to Enikure up and down, Enikure up and down? What the hell is that?
Crying
And then
crocodile tears.
crying crocodile tears and queuing up against someone that worked for Abacha. We all know what Abacha did to your group. So it doesn't make any sense. So it's time we build a conscious Yoruba generation. And this crop of Afenifere leadership, whether faction A or faction B, will simply not cut it. We need to pray that faction just steps in to announce change and then they clean house. So if you want to go do your own Yoruba supporting Obidient for life, your freedom of association, go and do whatever you want. But don't use this same Afenifere vehicle with the history since Egbe Omodudoa to be doing nonsense. For the past 10 years, it's been nonsense upon nonsense. So that's my take on that. I'm not going to speak ill of him.
Power reverts back to Adebanjo because I'm not sure that there was any deputy. So power reverts back to him. So essentially, because the faction that Adebanjo is trying to create is still under the Afenifere banner. So if it's not there anymore, they don't have the powers to appoint anybody else to replace him. So the power reverts back to Power Fashionati, who then has to then chart a direction for the future for that space. And like you said, bring them all back in, kick out all this. Even Oshitokun, we don't
kick him
want
out. All these of us on just stooges, kick them out. Look, I don't want the only thing
we want Afenifere to be overtly biased towards, just like Ohaneze is overtly biased towards the Southeast. That's the whole point now.
What's the point if you're not going to do that? Look, we still need to do the Yoruba thing of opposing sides, right? Because we can't face one direction. Like, we can't face whatever direction you face as Afenifere, it must still be within that same Yoruba political spectrum. Do not veer outside. The only time you veer outside, if you don't have any chance, you don't have any shot at the ticket, then you can now say, okay, these are my principles between, if it's ticket between South and North, whatever, you can say I support South. You can say whatever you want. But we shouldn't be going through this kind of embarrassment anymore. It's pretty much disgusting. So I do pray for
Kulata, do you think his funeral should be handled as a private family affair, as a Yoruba matter, or as a national thing? Because Tinubu has sent condolences, of course, as he probably obliged to. All the Obi, of course, he would leap into that space and try and milk the last residues of whatever cachet he can milk out of the man. Obi, we've said he will use anything, he will use anybody, so he'll still use him even on his deathbed. But should we just ease him out quietly or make a big splash to send him off, or what's the final
Well,
stanza for? Yeah.
is well, how do you put him as a national icon? He's not. It's not. It's not like he didn't play any prominent role in the government. Um, it didn't like win maybe merit award, merit prize in Nigeria or represent Nigeria in something. There was nothing he stood for per se that was overtly Nigeria. So it's kind of like tricky because okay, if you give him state burial, then what happens if let me look for a politician, some politician, some Arewa politician that just stands for Arewa and nothing but else for Arewa. Are you now going to give that person a state burial? I mean, a state burial? You shouldn't, because it will be unfair. But his own people can give him whatever befitting burial that he deserves because he was an icon. Let's not deny that he was an icon, and God blessed him with extremely long age. Like he fought the man, whatever principle he stands for, which is not my own principle.
Yeah, at 96, the fight that was still in him, you have to.
It's amazing. Like
he's amazing. He has
I'm
the
like, if
articulation,
I'm alive
the
at that
weight.
time, if I can be alive at 96,
one man, you don't know the drive hate could put in you when you have it.
We got that money on television. Look. My God.
the man has fight. You should admire him for that. Like he left fighting for whatever he believed in, which is his own principles. I have nothing against his principles. That's his principle. Like I said, I made my stance clear when he was alive, so I don't have to revisit that. He's dead now. But going forward is what I care for. I don't want all this fractured Afenifere. You will have some, you go to Akure, is Afenifere you go and meet. You go to Lekki, is Afenifere. I mean, who is Afenifere? What do they stand for? It needs renewal, especially with where Nigeria is today. So I pray for his family, but I personally don't think you can give him state burial because it will be unfair to Ohaneze or Arewa, something to give. I mean, if you don't give those ones to state burial. So I really don't think he deserves a state burial.
All the big names are passing. Umayan passed, what? It's about 4 or 5 months ago.
Oh, yeah. One year on that passed. Is anybody giving state burial? No.
Ezefe also. Have you forgotten Ezefe?
Oh, Ezefe
white-bearded man. He died. He was the first. Before Nwabueze.
Oh, yeah, that man.
Nwabueze also.
We're seeing a real transition in, aren't we?
Yeah, sure.
So, I mean, they should celebrate his life. Like I said, he's an icon, but not state burial worthy, in my opinion.
Not even a national GCFR or something. They usually give them GCFR or something, don't they?
Like I said, okay, did you give him one year on GFR or GCFR?
They can give both of them now because it's not too late. They
Posthumous.
can give.
My own is if they're gonna give 1 year or 2, they can give him, and if they should also give another Arewa person or middle belt person or something. I'm just like, I mean, it didn't serve the country in any capacity, but it's part of the fabric of the country. I'm on a stationary bike, so if you hear me breathing, sorry. It was part of the fabric of the country. So
which part of the world are you in, or is that not meant for public?
No, I'm back home.
All right.
So it was part of the fabric of the country. So I really do find it difficult to say you give him national honors because that would be extremely biased, unless you share the same courtesy to other people. But should the Yoruba people give him honors? Yes, because they stood for something. And it's also good to also have opposition. In Yoruba land, everybody shouldn't face the same direction. That's what makes us who we are. We need to think with our brains. Think to the right, think to the left, think to the middle. Don't just do one direction. So he represented that very well.
In terms of legacy, is there anything that he stood for that we can pick and take forward? Because it stood for true federalism. It stood for devolution of powers. it stood for sectionalization. It stood for restructuring, especially. So there were some solid things that it lent its weight to.
Yeah, it stood for the ethos of Omo, of Afenifere, all those things you listed. Yes. The only thing is recent politics was just divergent to the popular Yoruba politics. Not that divergent, because when you even look at the voting patterns across the land, Tinubu probably got, I don't know, I've not done the math, but couldn't have got more than 55 to 60% of the Southwest votes. It didn't get like extreme majority like that. So it means people have they lean to the other side, which should be normal. We shouldn't, like I said, I don't like when people all face the same direction. So, Adebanjo, rest in peace, but Afenifere needs to move on from his legacy.
All right, that sounds like a condemnation right there. If Afenifere needs to move from his legacy, so thank you, Kulata. Hold steady. Stay with us. Let's hear from Tony, who I think has a completely different perspective on all this. Tony.
Yeah, thank you very much. The way you even just rated his submission just now, because it was just parabolating, just parabolating around. Oh, he's a good man. It's this. Oh, but I didn't like this. What the hell? Yeah, that guy was a great man. You know what I'm saying? We don't even care about this state barrier because this guy believes in the Yoruba nation, Oduduwa Republic. You know what I'm saying? And then by extension, Biafra Republic and then the Edo nation. You know what I'm saying? So, but it was just try to be, he was so sophisticated that he was supporting Tinubu somehow, but he didn't want to show it. So it's, that Obi could, will not win that election because it's not easy for him to come in. That's why he was just doing his job. But behind the scene, they were all working towards whoever can grab it. But meanwhile, this is not love self. This is not love for Tinubu self. Me, I not just understand at all. Like me, I used to love him, and then I hated him. After then I begin to love him again because of his actions, because what he's doing right now. So I don't know why you guys should be stuck, in one position like, oh, yeah, what is Tinubu doing? Has Tinubu declared, a state of emergency on electricity power? Generation and making Nigeria is the only country that has no electricity in the whole wide world. All those even quick countries like Burma, all those kind of all those Cambodia, they are all light up. Go to Thailand, go to all those poor countries where they just grow rice and that's all they have, But look what is wrong. Because of Tinubu now, so you now hate, I will now hate my own father. Am I crazy? What is Tinubu doing? I said that if Tinubu know that he's very serious for business, apart from a restructuring or AKA dissolution of that country, let me see anybody that is coming up, not just Tinubu. Jonathan Fade, Obasanjo Fade, they should declare state of emergency on power. And let us be doing it, just like what happened some few days back now in Germany, where one Boko Haram guy, from Arab, they went to strike some place. I think I don't hear the news, So now you see, just imagine, only one small child died, then some are injured. Just go to across the whole states, all the ministers, the minister president, they call them governors, they are all glued to their microphone, addressing the people. You know what I'm saying? Is even changing the political, all those opinion polls right now because election is coming in about 1 week time. You know what I'm saying? But in the case of Nigeria, you hear that they say, okay, we mistakenly drop bomb on people, 300 by. Then you don't see anybody come to talk. What did they worry our people say? Then you consider that country is running. Like I keep saying, we're not expecting Tinubu to come and do anything, but at least don't say because of the love for Tinubu. Why do you love Tinubu self? Even Adebanjo, as old as it was, he's still in Nigeria there, holding the ground for us. Instead of you guys that run away, that hunger people, you are hungry people, you are in abroad, and then you'll be saying that the guy that is studying taking the heat for us, then you want to be talking down. Such, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is madness. You guys should run away because you are hungry. And then some of the people who say that, oh, Tony, which school did you go to? You know, and then all of a sudden, many Nigerian women are now doctors in America. Who's going to check all those things? I will come to go to go to clarify all those places, whether all those women they are nurses. They will say, oh, I'm a doctor, I'm just in an operation room. Fully yourselves. You know what I'm saying? Actually, Patrick, I had some discussion with Patrick. He knows my profession. I went to the Baran Polytechnic.
I hope it's not at that man that you are digging us there.
I don't care. No. I'm coming for the weekend. I'm coming for the weekend. The reason why I came, around today because I heard that you say, oh, nobody yet on this, in the studio. I said, okay, let me just go there to hold the platform. So, I want this show to be on daily basis, so that we know they get wahala. So all these Nigeria people, there's woman, you know me now. You hear about me now from other platform. When they fired this woman when they for Canada, the same thing. I'm a nurse. CNA at the end 10 million. How much are the host countries citizens earning? Stupid people. Like in Germany here, how much do they pay per hour? How much do they pay per hour in America? That's the owners of the country. You that come from Nigeria in Hungary, and then you pass through the desert or you fly as a student, and all of a sudden, so maybe we say that no, if you want to come to America, go through the right way. You do the who dash monkey banana? Anybody that dash on a chance to come to America, to Germany? After committing offense, hypocrites, not be the black people. No, make una stay there. Make una stay there. They go to protest. You don't feel protest. You run away. You advise other people to protest, or you try to tell them, no, don't come here because you pass through the normal. Did you pass normal way to get to Europe and America? Now, question they ask now. So I enjoy the pepper me here, Oga woman. You see that many. So look at the cold weather right now.
What is your abiding memory of Pa Adebanjo? Do you have any thoughts on him?
Everything. He was a perfect human being. You know that all those groups now. Say me, I know they joke with them. I'm very happy that Baba made mention of them adjusting just now. Them only that he forgot to make mention of this guy, Abdul Salih, who died. Who died in the cell of this Northerners. Then Nahuru died. They didn't give a national burial because they threatened Jonathan not to do it. It was Fashola and the Tinubu and all this Uduagan that buried Chief Nahuru. So these people, Nigerian people, are so brutal in this kind of cold weather. You heard that they are deporting your fellow human beings, your fellow countrymen and women. You see how stupid black people are? Like, hey, cold weather, so it's chilling. And then you can just put yourself in those bushes like, oh, assuming I'm the one. I'm going to the African shop to go and buy ogbono or some fish. Now, police accosted you, on the way and pick you. And you, Nigerian woman, old woman, you therefore abroad, idiot. Then you say, many people, they will be saying that, no, that this will, when they come to here, they have to be disciplined. Were you disciplined? I was not disciplined.
Tony, you have to moderate the language a little bit. We don't
because of YouTube. Yeah. My brother,
Hold on. Not because of YouTube. We don't want to go through what we went through a few sessions ago.
Don't worry. No, that's why. No, I see the playback now. I see the playback of those past years. So now next week, now we'll come as I do say this thing. Meanwhile, I'm balanced. Already. One man, I need to come out maybe 4 times in a month, then my bills are settled, okay? I covered. Not be all those kind of when they are abroad. They call, they ask me, say, which school you go to? Do you know what's called? The Polytechnic with the motto, hammer and spanner. Hi! Hammer and spanner. One man went to Mo. I maybe say you change your name to one man went to the moon. So that, but meanwhile, please, I they beg everybody to enjoy the list to us, man. They enjoy the push like button because I've noticed that anytime I'm in the house, the like button they hit rockets, they go on where then they shoot up for me. But when I shoot the like button up for me for Tony Africa DPT, aka 419 is for payback.
All right. You see, I was going to ask you one question. Now you've turned it into two.
Uh-huh.
What's the DPT? What I've never really asked you. What's the DPT? Tony Africa. What's the DPT?
Dutch, Portuguese, and Turkish.
Why?
Because my daughter is born by a German woman, and then a Turkish, Portuguese was my, I have two girlfriends from Portugal, and then you see the way the family they respect me, and also Poland also, inclusive Poland woman, Poland girl. When I go to their house, the papa they will come put towel for my laps, make food not stain me. They will make what's called this shaki. They will make shaki from Poland. They will bring it from me here. You see, all those kinds of pork meat. Say, and they blow all those.
You have 3 baby mamas. Is that what you're saying?
No, I have many girlfriends who me I know they lie.
Yeah, I'm not saying girlfriends. I said
no,
baby
not two baby mamas, two. Little boy.
Dutch and German and Portuguese.
No. That one another one again. That one now for another. One of the Arabs. One of the Arabs.
All right. The other thing you said, 419
Turkish also Turkish and DPT Dutch, Portuguese, Turkish. Turkish is also, I was the only black man that started to friend Turkish girls. While other black men they fear to near Turkish places. Now me be the man. So and then they call me in-law. They will bring me bread to my office. They will come to my office. They go, hey, I they how to when okay, now.
All right. Yeah, I'll ask you one more question, but give a short answer to it, and then we hear from World Peace on Ayo Adebanjo, and then we'll change the topic round. You said 419 is payback time. What does that mean?
Yeah, because that now, for example, now I'll just let me just okay. Do you know that? Okay, let me just make it short. For short. Look, are you guys not wondering why is it that black people, white men, will come to Africa? They will see they call them Oga. You go to that country, you see they call them Oga. They don't need paper to come to our place. They can just come in, at will. But we now, they will be giving us conditions to enter that place. You see, so if anybody that can be able to do something, out of Nigeria or out of Kenya, out of whatever India, and then they're able to, you know what I'm saying? So 90-20 there. So it's a big problem. Like that woman was speaking today also, that Sierra Leone woman you presented, that vice, is it the first lady? You know what I'm saying? Like, you see, is that not what I'll be asking you guys here? Why can't we have a Nigeria CIA version that main intention is to go and change government in Germany? That's my own, from my standpoint. And in England, why we are waiting, we want to be president, you go to Chatham House. What are you going to do there? If we will be or 4 people, yeah, that is it.
All right.
Don't take easy,
No, you know what I thought you were going to say, because some people actually see 419 as a form of reparation. So I thought maybe that was
that's exactly what I meant. That was exactly what I meant.
That wasn't what you said, though. That you were saying
no, but you remember that I said that 419 is for payback. It's payback time. I didn't want to be direct now. Now that's why I tell you that. Okay, let me just answer in that form. Like if people can come to your country at will without any condition or conditional love, like our man Tupac will say, Ashako. Then you are going to England. They are telling you to how many people not be all of now. Most of people because they want to go and study. What do you want to go study now? You don't finish school for Nigeria now. 20 years you don't finish. But now when you go to America, but when they are coming to you, you are happy to see them. You see white people go to market and they buy bread and they carry small children for all they take pictures. Oh man, the country, black people don't get sense. So,
all right, thank you. So, all right, stay with us, Tony. We'll move it around and loop it around quickly. Go to another topic fairly shortly. But let's hear from World Peace. World Peace, we're talking about the passing of Ayo Adebanjo. I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on him. World Peace.
Yeah, I actually had a segment on him earlier on, but I wasn't the stress sleeper. Anyway, good morning to everybody. Kulata, are you there? Good morning to everybody from Japan. It's a pity.
Hey, World Peace, how are you? How is your house?
I did fine, I agree. Yeah, first of all, he lived a good life. 96 is not a joke.
Sorry, oh yeah, call.
Pardon, Guato.
Oh yeah.
Domo. So he lived a good life. 96 is not a joke. I don't think this our new generation will be able to live to 96. I think the other man is still alive. Sorry, not the other guy. The supposed head of Afenifere, the one that lost his daughter there. He's still alive, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. In that group, I think they have this portion that allowed them to eat very long. It's very good on them.
Is the Amala, isn't it?
I said that. A lot of people that really eat complete diet, not we, not that is eating chemical. Because you can see these people are living to 96, and these are libraries, archives. They have passed knowledge to the next generation. Anyway, Adebanjo, well, he lived a good life. Yes, there were controversy, politics. We understand, but nevertheless, we have lost a library. So it's one of those fundamentalists that are shaping the country, or they wanted to change the country to the way we benefit the common man. Let's say the fact, those people contribute a lot. They put their time, sweat to make sure the country stay in the right direction. Let's move the politics aside. He tried. He lived a good life. Whatever you have with Tinubu is politics. It's not personal. He felt Tinubu wasn't the right person. Of course, everybody has their opinion, and he went for he went a different route, and nobody should judge him for that. So now he's dead. We all should first respect the dead. Respect the dead. There's something we say in Benin. I will get you more. I will get you. It means you don't do enmity when your neighbor has a child, even when you are a newborn baby, even though you are the neighbor is not the agreement. You at least extend greeting of appreciation. And when your neighbor loses somebody too, regardless if you guys have dispute, you still send condolence. So no matter what, we should treat our sword and more. It's a celebration. It's called for celebration. He lived a good life. We should celebrate him because we have lost an icon. That's how I see it.
All right, brilliant. I think we've overlabeled that. So let's move on. Move to other topics. Let me rattle through what we have, and then maybe Baba or Kulata will take the lead, and we'll move it around again. R.I.P. Adebanjo. But this one here, League of Imams in Yoruba land declare March the 1st to commence Ramadan. Abandons practice of waiting for Sultan of Sokoto. So I for one, have been waiting for that particular sort of move, moving away from under the agbada of the caliphate. So I wonder if that will hold through, or if they'll be able to hold firm to it, or how the caliphate will respond to that. Obasa drags Mojisola Miranda Lagos Assembly to court. So the guy should be careful, because if he rattles too much, they probably just send AFCC after him. The Canadian embassy responds to the disrespect to the chief of defense staff, but they've not actually even said anything to say that they cannot speak on personal matters. The TikTok girl from Unizig, she's been expelled for biting the lecturer, but some people actually argued that the lecturer put his hands on her first. The Binance guy, he comes out to name the lawmakers who asked him for bribe. A lot of them are wrapped around that obedient space. Fitch downgrading Dangote, reasons not fully described. Ohaneze win against the Northerners for reasons that they don't want Nnamdi Kanu released. And this one really delights me. Tinubu approves conversion of Yaba Tech to university. So those, or anything else that interests you? Kolata.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You can go because I thought about pick it up, but I'm not sure it's ready. But so you go first.
Okay.
Yeah.
The one that interests me, of course, is the south. Is it Southwest or Southern Muslims? Because I think it consists of Muslims in Edo State and Delta State, right? So they are taking their position. Well, I mean, I'm not a Muslim, so I don't really know much of the history. But they said
Now be the Southwest now.
but they said that something like this existed before. That Southwest Muslims had
It
their
says
own.
Yoruba land, so I don't think it's Edo, and I think it's
No,
it
it
says
does include. If you read the article, it does
oh,
say
all right, okay.
Delta
One man,
and Edo.
stop this war. Stop this hijab. Edo
So,
and Yoruba, they are the
Tony,
same
you are not
people.
the one speaking. Can you
It's
please keep
Southwest,
quiet?
Southwest State, Western Nigeria.
Tony, I beg. So it's interesting because of the obvious politics going on. There was the Sharia thing. There was the Alafin of Oyo thing. There was the Iwo thing, the Ekiti thing. So definitely there's a thing trying to implement Sharia panels, not courts, Sharia panels in the Southwest. And I spoke about the soft power that the Sultan has in Nigeria. I spoke about it maybe years ago over here. That I question that because the NSCIA, National Supreme something something Islamic something something in Nigeria, that body is not a constitutional body, number one. It's just a body. But created by the military and made Sultan of Sokoto the permanent president of National Supreme Islamic something something. Forgive me if you're Muslim. The military made him the president for life. The military made Shehu Obono the vice president for life. And then secretary and all that stuff, rotational. So in the Islamic world, I heard everybody is supposed to be equal. So why do we have an animal farm where some are more equal than the others? The president and the vice president, undisputed. Okay, so let's even go there and say, okay, who first got Islam in the geographical space of Nigeria? Who was the first person that even got that religion? It's the Bono people. They got it as early as 11th century. They've had it a long time. The Southwest too, we've had it maybe 14th century through trade with Mali. Same thing with Hausa people too. So on what basis does the military government now give the leadership of National Supreme whatever on a permanent basis to Sultan of Sokoto? So that happened maybe in the 70s. In 100 years in Nigeria, nobody will remember that it was the military that created a council and made some guy the permanent president. In 100 years, there will be 100% fealty to the Sultan of Sokoto. So that is ruling the country indirectly. Because in 100 years, the demography of Nigeria will be, it will be something like 60, 40, 70, 30 Muslim Christian. So you are handing over the country indirectly to one guy. Based on what? Based on the military in I can't remember. I need to check whether it's 1973 or maybe it was in the 80s. If Baba is listening, if you can step in and correct me. So do you see that kind of indirect rule, that soft power? Because automatically, if you sleep in Sharia in mixed places with Christian and Muslim, then the locals will now say their own leader is some guy in Sokoto, not their own title chiefs. Because you can even see any religion, whether it's born again Christian or fundamental Islamic, is a problem. You can see some fundamental Islamic saying no, and they need to bring fundamental stuff. into their practice. So if this is going to be the pushback that is required, that hey, this guy, first of all, we can create any council and call it National Association of Sai Baba, or National Association of Zoroaster, or National Association of whatever, and pick whatever you like. You, sir, are not my leader. You, sir, cannot tell me when the moon is coming. This is 2025. There's science. There's a thing called science. You can predict when you're going to see that moon for the next 10, 15 years. It's science. So we're no longer in 600 AD.
Do you think the Yoruba Muslims will follow suit in this stance, or with this stance?
Well, if it's consistent, they will follow suit. But you'll still see some people that are going to be dogmatic about something they don't even know the history. Because if anybody knew the history I just said, they won't be stupid to just keep following, especially given a peculiar history from the 19th century. Anybody that knows history and follows organized religion probably needs your head examined. But that's a different topic. But it's a good break. And this is where I'm going to now call out MKO Abiola. That man is no hero of mine. This is the first time I'm going to say it. He's no hero of mine. The fact that he ran for election, he won, and they cheated him, that's why I kind of like became a hero. It was no good before. Because he's been trying to bring Sharia to Yoruba land since the 70s.
Really? I thought he was a moderate Muslim.
Oh, I mean, he was trying to use it to gain power and gain favors. I mean, Abiola, I just don't want to open dating linen. Didn't he do all his best to push against Awolowo?
I beg, open the dating in there, maybe we learn. I beg.
Didn't he use his money? Didn't he use the money in 1979 election against Awolowo? Did he stand for Awolowo then? He did not. It was the one.
You're not being fair.
Hold on. It was the one and that Adebanjo guy that allowed this NCCIA thing to happen and to allow them to perpetuate the warped permanent president and vice president. Abiola was involved. Let's call him out. And some Adebanjo guy. Lying down because of what? He wants to gain contract. He wants to gain this. That was what the guy was doing. He was a no good guy. Not until he ran for election. And of course, everybody kind of followed him based on tribal sympathies, and they cheated him. I think it was after they cheated him that people just kind of like changed tunes. That's why we are where we are. And I'm repeating, in 100 years, nobody will know this history. It will just be automatic bound down for someone nobody nominated for a title. Will it be okay to say the president of Khan is going to be someone from Asaba for the rest of eternity? That doesn't even make any sense.
Do you see the hands of Tinubu in this headline?
Well, I don't know if it's the hands of Tinubu or the hands of other people, but people are not stupid, especially knowing our history. If you know our history up to late 18th century, you will come on now. We all read books. We know what happened, and we know intentions. So why will anybody not know? And I don't know. There's some other guy that came from Iraq, some moderate Islamic leader that was meeting with Sanwo-Olu. I don't know if it has anything that's connected or not. But if they want to make a stance to stand for themselves, I'm all happy for it, because I don't think anybody elected Sultan of Sokoto as the chief Muslim of the country. Nobody did. It was imposed on everybody. And people just accepted it like any dogmatic religious person would. When people question it, I'm all for that. Same thing, Kantu shouldn't come up with some bullshit arrangement like that. I don't care for any of these organized religion. None of them. So that's my take on that. What's it called?
Do we even have a southwestern? Because I don't think they have much of Islam in the southeast. Do we have a southwestern umbrella body for Islam?
We used to have, then they killed. Well, it looks like now they're coming back. We used to have before because a long time ago they didn't even listen to the Sultan. But like I said, you see, as the time went by, people just kind of like started bowing down to this guy. And then they're acting like it's something written in the Quran that the Sultan of Sokoto will be your leader. Where is that in the Quran? Where is that in any hadith? Show me. Show me. That they made some people the guardians of a religion in Nigeria. They weren't even the first to practice the religion. It should be the Bono people. So what are we talking about? This is insane. The earlier people push back, the better. Because think about it, 50 years time, 100 years time, you will not recognize all these things.
Why do they even? I've never really paid. It's not my religion, and doesn't. I have no interest in it really. It doesn't even hold my attention really much. But why do they? Why? I thought something like that would be called from Mecca, and then everybody globally follows suit. So why do they have to wait for the Sultan? Why can't they just listen to when it's called in Mecca and then yeah.
Oh man, it is. They wait for Mecca, and let me join Kulata there. That we should not forget that the Uthman Danfodio, I think in 1800 something 7 or so,
1804, 1805, something like that,
was the one who brought it to the Sokoto Caliphate, and this is the clincher. He was a Sunni Muslim. And coming from the Sahel himself, the implication of joining forces with Saudi Arabia, the root of Islam. So that is why they gain preeminence by making the throne of the Sultanate the head of the Muslim, and the Yorubas conceded, even though they welcome Islam ahead. They rather made Folawiyo the Baba Adini of Nigeria, and Arishe Kola as the Arab Muslimi, or Adini of
Abdullah Adilabu.
You understand, and and Dr. Latif Adegbite as the general secretary to placate them. They just put them there, but the ultimate, the Sunni Muslim, you understand, they too have their own factions, and because we say we don't recognize it, I mean, we have the Shiites. Apart from the Shiites, we have the Ahmadiyya, the Ansaruddin, Nawaruddin, and all the rest. They at times it's a subtle thing, but if you are practiced in that religion, you will notice, because the way they even posture to start their prayer, to carry the kamats. Is it kamats? I can't remember my own this thing now. They are different. So that is the reason more so why you find out that some people will rather not even follow or pray behind an imam of a certain religion group, or what do they call them? Denomination. You understand? So this is the core of it all. But I'm glad the Yorubas are finding their feet, because if you are the first ahead, apart from the Kanem Borno Empire with people like Idris, Aluma, and all the rest, far, dozens of years, tens of years before the Usman Dafodio even gained an incursion into the Sultanate there and formed his own Islamic empire. The Yorubas, through Iwo and all the rest, even the most Alaafins hundreds of years ago were Muslim. Most Alaafins. The throne of Iwo, for instance, it was started on the basis of Islam and things like that. So if they are going to do this now, rightfully they are taking their place of eminence in that religion I welcome it for them. We are just waking up, and it's good. Anytime you wake up, it's your morning. Sorry about that, Kulata. Carry on, please.
No, I needed someone
Kulata,
to.
please let me say something. It's only in Nigeria we have emirate and sultanate. Please, can somebody tell me which other Arab country they have both in one nation or in one country?
Only
These people
Nigeria.
have it. No, UAE has Emirates.
United Arab Emirates does not have an emir. They have a sultan.
No, they do have Emirates. I just don't know whether they have a sultan.
They do have. Wait, hold on. They do have emir. They don't have a sultan.
I don't know if they have a sultan, but they have Emirates. I think it was people that had a sultanate before were maybe Ottoman Empire or something. But that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but there's no Arab country that have two in the same country at the same time.
I'll have to check on that. I don't know. I have to check on that. But I suspect United Arab Emirates.
No, United Arab Emirates don't have it. They don't have it.
That's why they're trying to come and read the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean, so that they want to make all one.
There is that, but you also have to remember that all these spaces existed as their own entity before they were put together to form Nigeria. So they've always.
I think it's only Yemen, one man, that has a sultanate. I think.
UAE has seven. UAE has seven. They have 7 families that are emirs.
Okay, now in Malaysia they have 20 Datu in equivalent of.
They have sultanate in Brunei as well, do they not?
They have sultanate in Brunei. Yeah, they have sultanate of Brunei, but in that same Brunei, you don't have emirate. Like you have emir, you have sultanate or you have emir. In some countries they have emir or emirate, but you cannot have two of them same power in one place. It's like you're having 2 presidents in one boat. It's impossible. But Nigeria,
even while the sultanate doesn't fit a country like Nigeria. If you're a sultan, right, you should be a sultan over your own little space.
That's why I'm going to Kulata. Please don't take it from my mouth. Go and look at the history of sultanate. They brought it in 1920 or 1922, if I'm not mistaken. If you listen to that, the sultan that was assassinated, what's his name? What's his name? He said it there too now, that when they came, what was in the region, in that region that we know before time, 200, 300, 4 years before now, was Emirates. Emirates was existing in Nigeria, Kano, and all that. That was their system. That what when Masfado came, Usman Danfodio came. That's one of the things he was kicking against, that the way they are practicing Muslim in that region is not really the right way. That was the this thing he was selling. He didn't say they were not Muslim, but he was saying they were not Muslim enough, that they were being fetish. Now, why would you have an emirate and sultanate like oil and water? It doesn't make sense that you choose which will be. The sultanate in Nigeria is political. They brought it for the British interest. That's it. Because they know if they leave the emirate, they cannot control the emirate. So they needed the sultanate to control Nigeria via.
But does the sultanate not predate the British?
No. In Nigeria, I'm talking about other people. In Nigeria, as well, this.
No, I'm talking about in Nigeria. I'm talking about in Sokoto. Does the
No.
Before the jihad, one man, they were called Saki. Those were
the sultanate. Go and check it. Read it up. It's 1920.
Hold on. But the Saki is not a religious title now. But
no, it's a traditional title. So they ambushed it and turned it to emirate. And then they were creating an emirate all over the place.
Yeah. Emirate funded from Saudi Arabia. Now, why would you have 2 styles of Islamic system in a country? That means you don't want that country to be. You want that country to be in a chaos, then you benefit from that chaos. Don't forget, chaos is a ladder. One is political, one is traditional, and they don't need the one of traditional. They need the political one to subjugate the traditional one. That's why the North have never been having peace.
Even Saudi Arabia doesn't have emir. I mean, I don't know.
They don't have. I've checked some countries. Why I said it, because I schooled in Southeast Asia now. If some countries you will go to, some small countries you go to, either they have sultanate or they have emirate. Not the two at the same time. Some don't even have. Some don't even have. They just have their own Muslim whatever structure government.
But you see, in Saudi Arabia, it's kind of like they have provinces and it's governed by like a governor. That governor is what they call an emir. So they're practicing a system that is quasi-religious, quasi-political, that has no place in modern Nigeria, especially now that we have governors. So it's either you're a cultural, traditional stool, and we take you for who you are, which they're trying to morph them into, or you're a religious person. And my question is, who died and made the Sultan the head Muslim in Nigeria? Who did?
See what happened, Kulata. First of all, when they make a Sultan of Sokoto the head of religion, they add tradition to it. First of all, if you really look at it, narrow it down, Sultan of Sokoto has nothing to do with tradition. It's purely religion. Now, if you want to give that title out, it's supposed to be the emir, because emir are more traditional. So there's a politics playing in Nigeria. The man there, they are calling number one man in the lead, the number one religious and traditional ruler. That title is wrong. The person that bestowed it is wrong. The Sultan is not supposed to be the person. Sultan is pure religion. Though in Nigeria they added to it. It's supposed to be
we don't want it warping. We have our Oba, we have our ballet, we have our.
I know I'm coming now. Wait, please now.
Don't hold on. Don't give a damn about what is happening in the north. If they choose to take the Arab culture, let them slug it up by themselves.
Wait. Even
Emir and Sultan, they are all from Arab world.
Oh, hold on. Even the Sheikh of Bruno is even more traditional than the Sultanate.
Why can't you just talk about Wujale, the Oni, the Obas in our place? They are laughing.
Tony, let him talk about what interests him now.
Hold on.
To talk about what interests you. Let him talk about what interests him.
So even the Sheikh is more traditional, grounded, connected to the people, to the land, than Sultan. The Sultanate in Nigeria is purely political, and they are strange. They are the least to arrive, and they give them the biggest and the biggest and the fattest portion of Nigeria. Who told you? Who said that Sultanate is tied to Fulani only?
Going back to the headline, Kulata, are we to expect a response to this from the Sultan? Because of course it's whittling down his power, it's diminishing his weight.
Look, the Sultan has, he has diminished himself by trying to weigh in, acting like, Yoruba Muslims are being subjugated. If Yoruba Muslims are being subjugated, how come the top politician in the entire Yoruba land is a Muslim? So people just they dragged him anyhow on Twitter. They abused him. Many imams came out and basically told him indirectly that just, Oga, shut the hell up. Like, we don't want your Sharia. Keep it to yourself. So he's kind of like, he's put himself out there, and people are really showing him his father's house. That, look, your jurisdiction. I think the biggest one is to call his bluff. Like, dude, your jurisdiction doesn't get to this place, and nobody died and made you God, because really nobody did. It's just the military. How can the military just kind of like say, okay, we create Islamic Council and you become the permanent president of it? How does that make any sense? How?
Was that what they pronounced, or because my understanding was that it was meant to be temporary and then to revolve round, but
I know I read about it before. National something, NSCIA, Islamic Council. Anybody that knows it, please, you can Google it. But it's just, it's indirect rule, is some soft power. And by the time the demography of the country changes, when most of you people in the South have jackpot, and of course, the high birthing population takes over, What do you think will happen in the country? We will have another Lebanon.
Yeah, Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs, NSCIA.
NSCIA, yeah, I know the acronym. I just don't know the full, what's it called? Do you know when it started?
1973.
Okay, I was right. And who was the president then? I mean, who was
Yakubu Gowon.
Yakubu Gowon. So
But
you
Gowon
see,
is a Christian now.
is Donbass. But you see, you create something. It's not rotational. If you say all Muslims are, what do they say again? All Muslims are the same or something, or are equal. If all Muslims are equal, why are some more equal than others? Why do some feel entitled to think they will boss over you? Why do you have to be doing rotational election for secretary of this, for this or that, or taking some bullshit Babadini of Yoruba land or nonsense title? Like, so if I was a Muslim and I was trained imam and I've memorized Quran, I've reached all the heights of where I'm supposed to reach. So I will always perpetually I will have no right to become the head Muslim of Nigeria because some Yakubu Gowon in 1973 said it's supposed to be just Sokoto. It doesn't make any sense. Anybody that is Muslim that has a thinking brain, you should know it doesn't make any sense. Especially it's not something that's in any religious text that some guy from Sokoto will be your leader. If anybody has it in the Quran, $10,000 to your charity. Everybody on this platform will donate 10,000 to your charity. If you can show me in the Quran that some guy in Sokoto is supposed to be the head Muslim in charge in Nigeria. We need to start questioning these things. You just essentially gave the soft power, indirect rule to this guy. It should be the Sultan of Northwest Nigeria. That is more apt than Sultan of Sokoto, whatever. I mean, come on. It's annoying. And if the Yoruba Muslims want to take charge, they should take charge. Frankly, I think everybody should move away from organized religion, whether Christian or Muslim or whatever. I think it's time. It's past.
If there are no permanent changes made under this Tinubu administration, the Yorubas will suffer heavily after it. Because these people they know that they are gunning for them. If it doesn't, they will savage you after this. If you don't,
But one man, one man, we don't have to blame you. Why are you saying Yoruba will suffer for it? Everything that has come into the Yoruba land was accepted by a few Yorubas, the greedy Yorubas, against the rest, the wish of the rest. When we were measuring people that allowed Sharia to come to Nigeria, Yoruba land, it was few greedy politicians then.
Wasn't Abiola one of the people pushing for Sharia?
I listened to him this morning.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Abiola was advocating for Sharia.
I listened to the guy this morning on a channel television. Or is it Arise? So the guy said that the peace that we are claiming to be having in our spaces, Yoruba land and all this, that other people are suffering in silence for that peace. That's what he said this morning. Go and listen to the, this guy his name is Ishak. He's also the director general of JAMB.
The guy that is running JAMB. It too.
Yes.
He should just stick to that as JAMB. He should stick to that as JAMB and not.
If you listen to it this morning, if you listen to it this morning, you will be so. The guy was so annoying. My stomach was just aching me. He said that all this one that they are saying that our place that we know they get problem. Christian and Muslim did the same how they said that, but the other partner is suffering in silence. That means he's trying to instigate war. That's why we don't even want to have it to do with
his
them.
title. Is the secretary of NSCIA? Is the secretary.
But this is the thing I keep saying. This is what I keep saying. Not until the people start speaking up for what they want, we will not move past this problem. Waiting for government to come and rescue us or to do wave the magic wand, this problem will go. Then you know that you will not go anywhere because the government is the part and parcel of this problem that creates this problem. Look at people that came out that want to pronounce Sharia law in Ekiti. These are your citizens, indigents. This is supposed to be the first hardliner that will kick against
Yeah,
it.
what piece? Because the interview Tony watched, I also saw another interview from a Yoruba Muslim, and he was explaining then that look, that the Muslims do things in a particular sort of way, and he was citing the example of marriage, that a Muslim gets married under Muslim rules, but then if they want to divorce, they go to some customary court that doesn't understand their culture. I think it was with Laulu Akonde that guy was and that they don't understand their customary, they don't know Islamic specific whatever it is. I think there's an appetite amongst the Yoruba Muslims for a bit more inclusion of
That's not a
Islamic
problem.
doctrines.
Mama, that's not a problem. Yes, by saying that is right. Like now, you marry traditionally, you want to dissolve it, you dissolve it traditionally. If you marry a Christian way, church way, if you want to dissolve it, you go to, you start from the church. If you marry in court, if you want to dissolve it, you go to court. I'm not against that. Now, look at.
But the law doesn't facilitate for, because the system, because that Sharia word, it sounds so harsh, but it's actually a legal construct, isn't it? It's a legal structure within that Islamic faith. So when people
we're a secular, we are a secular country.
We're a Christian country.
We're not a Christian country, and we're not a Muslim country.
Our laws and administration is based on
we are a secular country. That's the result of British people, nothing more.
Barrister, one man. Where did you get this thing? You said it before. Where did you get this thing that Nigerian law is after Christianity? Where? Which part of the Bible?
Because it's based on English law, which is based on
English law is not based on Christianity. Where? Which law? Which part of the Bible?
What do you mean?
What part of the Bible? Bible is closer to Sharia.
How is that even a question?
It's a question. It's a valid question. One man, don't run away from it. It's a valid question because Muslims can say Sharia is in the Quran, right? Or the Hadith.
Yes.
What part of English law is in the Bible?
No, doctrinally, it's based on.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing because
based on faith now. The British legal structure is based on faith.
It's not based on any faith.
Is it not? All right.
It's not.
No. Because if you are saying it, if you go to Old Testament very well, which the Bible Christian carry, you can even bring out Sharia from the Old Testament of the Bible. So,
but the Quran too is a copy of the Old Testament too, plus additional books.
You understand? So if you don't find Sharia in United States, if you don't find it in Great Britain, where did you get your own point that our law is factual after Christianity? That's not true.
If we call ourselves a secular country, it better be secular. If you take your Sharia to do some civil stuff, a Yoruba person that wants to go and do that, go to Niger State is not that far. That's the closest place I will advise you go to. Go do your civil stuff over there. But that area that I come from, we're going to remain secular. A family is going to have Onisheshi, Muslim and Christian. We'll all live in peace, the way we've been living in peace, and we see each other as brothers and sisters. Nobody should bring some bullshit indirect rule that some military person anointed. I don't know why Muslims run away from that thing. We need to face that thing head on. Look at me with H factor. Head on. It is not fair. You can't have some Sokoto guy be the perpetual ruler, not contested. Bono has been practicing Muslim since 11 something. Shehu is a permanent vice president. You Yoruba people, you are kind of like the what's the word concept?
Court jesters.
And it's because of the likes of MKO, Abiola, Adegbite, and some other people. They settle for less. And now you're seeing this happen. It's not been 50 years. You're seeing everybody. Some people are even saying their own kings are inferior to the Sultan of Sokoto because he's my religious leader. Who made him your freaking religious leader? Let me not talk again. I don't vex. Let Baba also. Let someone
Carter,
else
why are
talk.
you angry? Carter, why are you angry?
It- it-
75% of Western kings are Muslims. And I have said this
I
for 2 years
don't
ago.
look. I don't
Why must you
care
be Muslim?
what religion they practice, right?
No,
As
you must.
long as
No.
no, I
Mama,
don't care. But I
no,
don't
no,
care about
Kulata.
that. As long as
Kulata,
they maintain their traditional stools,
no, Kulata, if you
you
want to,
can practice whatever you want in your
no,
personal life.
Kulata, if
It's none
we
of my
want to be,
business.
no, if we want to be sincere, we start sanitizing our traditional rulers. They must be neutral. They are the
If I have
head of.
my way, well, please. If I have my way, every single traditional ruler in Yoruba land must practice the must worship our deities. If I have my way.
But they do now. What do you mean if you have your way? Do they
No,
not?
no, 1 man, 100%. Not Fegbe was style like I go to Baptist church, but I'll still go and do Shango. No, you have to dump all those things. They are foreign to us. It does not belong to us. Christianity doesn't belong to us. Islam doesn't belong to us. Islam started 600 AD. My people have been walking the earth before Islam. Christianity started like 32 AD after when Paul started it. Otherwise, it would have been Judaism. It would have been Reformed Judaism. But that's a different story. Around 32 AD or so, when Paul, shortly after that, when Paul started writing his letters, that was when Christianity started. They are not. They don't belong to us. If we didn't get exposed to these people,
The Bible should be taken as a single,
we
as
will
a
not. We will
simple
not be. We will not be exposed to this
literature
thing.
book. Yeah, literature.
How can
Not,
you
not,
tell
not,
me? How can you
not
tell me
where.
the world started
Yeah.
7,000 years ago when I'm not stupid? The dinosaurs. I've seen live dinosaur print before myself in Colorado and also in Texas. That was millions of years ago. Your Bible tells me the world started like 10,000 years ago. How is that ever possible? Anyway, I'll just shut up now. Yeah.
Colonization in progress.
All right. Let's move the conversation around. We were talking about Yaba Tech getting university status, but I think Baba wanted to talk about electricity that we missed something in a previous conversation. Baba, are you still there?
That Yaba university status is even very important too, honestly.
Yeah, 1 man. Well, I think electricity, because Yaba Tech, it's a foregone conclusion that at a point it has to transform into a university. No doubt about that. It's overdue. It's the foremost technical college. Most prominent ancestors of ours went to that. It's the electricity thing, because every time I hear people talk about electricity. Let's get it in the right perspective. Because this electricity thing, it's at the heart of Nigeria's problem. Yes, no doubt about that. Without getting it right, we can't make progress. Because Nigerians are hardworking. If they have constant electricity, everybody will roll up their sleeve and do one or two things. But unfortunately, it's not a cheap element. It's not cheap. Anywhere in the world, it is not cheap. And with the format we are operating at the moment, it's not even helping matters. We've always had 3 layers of subsidies. Nobody is talking about. We talk about.
I'm always having a problem when I want to interject, Baba. 1 man, such a rich country with resources, manpower. What the hell? What the hell is going on? We are not. It's cheap. Why is it that once upon a time there was light in Nigeria? Go and take a look at those 50 pictures of 50s, 40s. I'm going crazy. We are a rich country. We're a rich country.
Okay. My take, 1 man. I've lost my thought. Let me gather my thoughts again. Look, the problem
you were talking about the 3 tiers of tariffs.
Yes. No, not the tariff. How?
The subsidy.
No, we have GENCOs and we have DISCOs. In between, there is TCN. This is what we are working on. We have oil subsidy. Thankfully, mercifully, we've gone past that, and it's helping our economy. Forex subsidy. We are battling with it. We are conquering. The Naira is finding its value. Then there is the electricity subsidy nobody's talking about. And people are making a kill. It is as worse as the fuel subsidy. Buhari, if he didn't do anything at all, he did well by removing electricity generation, as with transport also, from the exclusive list. So if it's been devolved to the states, have we asked ourselves why the states are not using it? I mean, are not creating their own generation, their Gencos, and their own discos? I'll come back to that. Let me also now look at the human angle, the citizenry. I have traversed some countries in Africa, Asia, Caribbean. First thing I do, I observe the people. I observe their lifestyle, their basic needs, even up to their food. I ask questions. I've never been anywhere that it's like Nigeria. Never. I've never seen a people like Nigeria. So the peculiarities of Nigeria is affecting the progress of Nigeria, particularly in the electricity sector. Stand in a street. I don't know the north. That is the terrain I'm talking about. I don't know the terrain of the north. I've been only in few states and maybe journey past some. But I know the south. I know the south. So stand in any street in the south. Just raise up your head. Look at the electricity pole. What do you find? Jumbo mumbo of wires. And I asked one of the technicians one day, many years back, that how do you determine the wires here? That's for this house and for that house. He said they have a way to determine it. That is one. Nowhere in the world I've seen that. Nowhere. Two, each house, residential area in Nigeria, most residential areas carry the 3 phases, which is against the law. Residential houses are meant to carry only 1 phase. But even in face me and face you house, they have 3 phases. As soon as one line goes off, they just remove the switch and switch over to the next one. That is wrong, against the law. Because it's for a reason the distributing company put off that line at the moment, maybe for maintenance. 3, most houses, particularly for retirees, they've turned their houses into cottage industries. Some even heavy or medium heavy cottage industries. In residential areas, they manufacture things, even up to plastics, chair and all the rest. 4, we don't pay electricity bill. We would rather bribe the officials. So if we have to catch up with this century, we have to live like the way others live. Electricity anywhere in the world, and I challenge anybody to interject me, is not cheap. That's why government don't get involved. They would rather subsidize, not for the generality of the citizenry, but for those who are incapacitated, who cannot afford it. And even in the West, those who can afford it are controlled, limited to basic needs. And they pay for it. because they interrogate your use of that electricity. It is not a problem to bring in Western countries to do it, because in the first place, why should you envelope a country in one basket to supply electricity? In security-wise, it's even foolish. Why not local government? Local government can be their own Gencos. State can be their own Gencos. It's happening in Lagos, and I think in some other states, in Ogun, for instance, it is happening. But then it's only those who can afford it that are having, 18 hours, 20 hours light every day. Thomas has talked about it, Patuski has talked about it, and I think Kulata also. You get my point. It's about, because it is measured like oil. It is standard international per kilowatts. What is generated, what is supplied. There is so much distance the hydro can carry us. It is subjected to the vagaries of the weather, the elementals. But what is popular now is a thermal. If today a state wants a thermal, this thing, particularly the coastal states, it is very easy. In the Middle East, for instance, there are standard power stations on pontoons, built on pontoons that are self-propelled or can be powered or pushed across the ocean by super tugs. All you need to do is connect it to a gas pipeline. And of course, depending on the capacity of that power station, it will supply. All this can happen even in 3 months from concept to actualization. So it is a price. It is world. The same thing. You go check Western Europe, check Eastern Europe, check Americas. Those who can afford it, then they have to subject themselves to the welfare of the states. And they tell you, okay, you can use one iron, you can use fan, you can light up the electricity bulb, and you can use a certain level of fridge that uses a certain capacity and gas. So this is how it works. I don't get it when people come here and say it must be cheap. It can be cheap for everybody. You have to pay the going rates, particularly when you don't even have the capacity to do it. You have to bring in investors to do it. Nobody invests money to lose. They invest money to make profit. And that's why everybody is lukewarm about it. And the whole
Can we respond now? Can we respond a bit? Please, sir.
Okay,
thank you very much. I want to tell you something.
Sorry, Tony.
Not you. Everybody.
Hold on. Just give me 1 second. You can respond, but gentlemen, let me bail our hand over to Ola. Yes, I've had a bit of a day, so let me bail our hand over to Ola. Show me the super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, thank you, sir. So, which I want to tell everybody be say, the common Nigerian man, the common Nigerian woman, the common Nigerian child, the common Nigerian boy, the common Nigerian girl, the common child don't know anything about subsidy. Okay? They don't know anything about disco or grammar, Zasco or Dramasco. They don't care. What they want to see is that a country that is working, that you can go to some office and pay for your light bill, and then the light will be there. Not be this current situation, the status quo, what would they pay for darkness? And then, okay, then to people like us that are educated now, that knows our right from wrong, we already know that country is loaded with natural resources, it's loaded with human resources. Look at us, you guys are talking about, transforming or whether anyhow from Yaba Tech to university. And you guys are, so you are gladdened by that. That is act of stupidity. What they need to do is to make sure that our universities are performing their researches and government is funding them, not waiting for Bill Gates foundation, not waiting for any foundation. You know, there's something wrong with the black people. You know, when are we going to get it? You know, other University of Benin, other University of Ibadan, UI, you know, the Ife, you know, Nusuka. Let the government, let's look for a way for the private organization, whatever, to fund their research, you know, exercises. Let them continue to make experiments and fail, and they repeated their experiments. You know, instead of going to set up another university where there'll be no light. Go and look at UN, you know, UCH now. No light. The whole place is smelling. I used to go to my uncle there when I was at the police. Then I go there go to see the doctor or go and see anybody there. Look at that place now. No light.
But Tony,
yes,
Baba is talking of the way forward and he's talking of the reality.
There's something like way forward. Hold on, my brother. Let me sort of, you know, let me speak. When I land, I will land now. I know I be the moderator right now. Thank you, sir. So now, listen to me. No, hold on, sir. This is a rich country. We have got the oil and gas. We got gas. We should not even just let any European man talk to us about climate change. We must develop our economy before we start to embrace those useless climate change. There's a party now that is very popular in Germany, and they even said that they're going to bring back coal and then atomic energy so that the prices of electricity can go down. Nobody say no, they're there. That's how human beings should behave. You don't let this white people tell that, okay, let us make an environment. They are the number one and number two contributor of this, you know, climate damage. They damage the climate for themselves. You know what I'm saying? And they're the ones suffering it. Right now, as I'm talking to you right now, I'm having triple over because I can't stand the heat of the heater. You know, I will be, you know, it's too cold. No snow. You know what I'm saying? So that's not their problem. But Africa weather is good. We have no earthquake. When are we going to start doing this right then? We are using too much grammar. You want to build, you have to go and then say you go to pass it. You want to build one bridge. Oh, I want to bring one bridge from Onitsha to Asaba. Will they go to this parliament? What the hell? Yeah, you know, in a society.
Don't let us move away. Don't let us move away.
We're not okay now.
Wait, Tony. Wait, hold on.
Okay, okay.
Let Baba finish with
then okay.
Analysis of the
okay.
So
thank you, Ola. Baba. So this is the thing. This blanket subsidy thing, I don't get it. Because if you have a commodity, you cannot produce yourself, or the extent of your technological know-how is below par, and you needed investors to come help you, they are not going to come sell. In this case, we're talking about power. They're not going to sell power at a cheap rate. They are not charity organizations. Just like we did for fuel subsidy. People that were enjoying the subsidies were car owners. Some people even have 20 cars in their garage. Some have 15 cars in their garage. The thinking was that, okay, if they even remove the fuel subsidy, those people would not be able to power their car anymore. But lo and behold, they are still enjoying life. They made the necessary adjustment. They still maintain their 50 cars garage. They still maintain their 15-car garage. So the thing has gone now to train, metro, cheap buses for everybody using CNG, which is not expensive. The same thing with electricity. So we know those who can afford it, because in the system where it is so expensive and government is subsidizing it, and there is a lot of fraud. There is a lot of fraud going on. They've left the terrain of the fuel subsidy And they've gone, look at the owners of the discos. Look at the owners of the discos. It speaks volume of what is going on there. Just look at the owners. I'm not going to mention names. Do your research. Check all the discos. They are making a kill. And they are sabotaging the system at the same time. And we also, because it is cheap, you have somebody, you even using their fridge, their freezer to do block, to do pure water, and they are selling, making profit, and not paying anything. Peanuts. They are not being taxed even for it. That's not how to live. Because if you demand something from your government, then you also must live responsibly. If we have to restructure our country, we have to restructure our brains as citizens. Also,
no, but
because it's only
the people will not go and steal the cables. No. They know that there will be current because they know that there's no current in that line. Okay.
Tony, wait till the time I call you, please. Baba, please continue.
It's only in Nigeria you will see. That's why I say we are peculiar people. So we should look at our neighbors, how they live, because they are the immediate measure. Only in Nigeria you will find me. I will go to a transformer and start tweaking with it. Only in Nigeria I've seen it. Only in Nigeria the authority will come and disconnect me. As soon as they left, I will reconnect myself. Only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria I will go and rent a ladder and ask somebody, a local electrician, to climb the pole, and make necessary adjustment. That is not is not in the purview of the company that is in charge. Only in Nigeria. In all other countries, even our immediate neighbors, nobody have their meter in their compound. Everything is outside, just like here. My meter is outside, like every other person. Your meter, the man who is going to read it doesn't even need to contact you or knock on your door. But in Nigeria, we even hide it in our houses so that they cannot reach to read it. When they give us what do they call it, temporary bill, we kick.
And they call it estimated bill.
Estimated bill. And we will cry because we know how to make noise. We know how to make noise. It is only those who require help that has to be helped. It's like a country making JSS and SSS free. That country has almost gone bankrupt. Because what we are saying then is that, look, you cannot do it. Look, there are people who can even sponsor the poor students, and you are saying they should not even pay. That country is bankrupt today. Communism is gone. It's welfareism, and it is those who need it in health sector, in energy sector, in transport sector, that has to be catered for. That has to be the help has to be channeled through them. The rich cannot enjoy it because they can afford it. Like they are still driving their cars. They fill their tanks every day. They fill their tanks every day. I'm glad subsidy on the fuel is gone, but the fuel subsidy on this power has to be addressed. Because this everyday collapse of grid is very tiring, frustrating. Everybody blames the center. But the center has said, states, take it up. Even local government, take it up. But how did they do it? How will they do it? They need outsiders to come in with their money, their equipment, their technology, their know-how to install these things. But then it's not cheap. So something has to give somehow. So I yield. Ola, I yield, please. Let someone carry on.
Thank you, Baba. But I think I agree mostly with your points because if we really must get electricity to work in Nigeria, we have to take it like a serious business because of the level of investment that they need to put in that. It is not what we can rely on government to do. Have we seen what subsidy has done for that country? Subsidy has never helped that country for once in most cases. At least we can say like in more than 90% of the time, subsidy has never helped because subsidy is just a way for making some people get rich. Like, I know that people will say, oh, telecommunication will have come to Nigeria. And I keep saying that it was easier said than done that it will have come. But let me tell you one thing. If we have left that our mobile GSM in the hands of Nitel, probably many people will still not be on internet today. So normally, I think is what government should be doing. Because when people are saying they should subsidize, no, we should learn that subsidy breeds corruption. Subsidy has never helped that.
All of that technology was not a home base. You know what I'm saying? We have got oil. Look at they use small grammar here. You know, we get natural resources, but in the case of a GSM, it has to be imported from Germany, or the D1, you know, Telecom, and all this USA, you know, General Electronic. But we are talking about you are having some oil and gas in Benin City, in Wari, in Ondo. We can be able to produce it. Yeah,
Tony,
yes, sir.
You know, when you are on the platform, you are not a radio that does not need a response. You understand? By the time you are talking, if people want to interject you, let them interject you. You understand? So that the conversation can flow. Okay,
Yes,
let
sir.
me interject you now. Let me interject you because every time it is same message that you come to preach every day.
You mean the same message of Satan?
Wait, just wait. But everything that, if you want to say anything on an international platform like this, it has to be something. So just don't mind my apology. You have to say something that makes sense.
Okay,
Do you
sir.
understand what
Okay,
I'm saying?
sir.
It's okay.
I get you, sir. Then hold on. Saudi Arabia, all these countries that they have also oil resources like us. Why are they not that so backward? Tell me.
Do you let me tell you.
No, Simba,
you cannot.
Simba, just hold on. You will continue. See, Tony, we are talking of electricity. Let's just place it on electricity for now. Don't let us generalize. So, Simba, you can continue.
Okay, so you are saying telecommunication is important, so you agree that one cannot be subsidized because the technology is imported. The technology you started by saying Nigeria have a lot of
Sorry, sir. I didn't say subsidized. I said that we couldn't make that because it is like imported product. But I said that in the case of gas and oil, and the means of producing our electricity is local. We have everything there. Thank you, sir.
You know, it's just like let me use this analogy. If you're a farmer and you have the land and you cannot till your land to plant, but you are saying, I'm a very rich man. If I farm these vast hectares of land that I have, this is the kind of money that I can have. But you have not farmed the land now. You have not tilled the land to make the land productive for you. That is the problem that we have in Nigeria.
Yes, sir. We are enjoying our conversation. Hold on, sir. It's not about tilling the land.
Let me finish now.
Hold on. It is about harvesting. Tony, and refining that your yam.
Tony, let him present his own position before you counter. So Simba, continue.
You have not even planted anything. You have your natural gas locked down under the ground. You have your oil locked down under the ground. You don't even have the technology to process this thing, to bring it out of the ground. But you are saying, hey, if I
We
bring this
can
thing out,
contract them. We
I'm
can
rich.
contract them out. People will come, and then what are our universities
So the
doing?
people, just hold on. The people that will come, they will come and do it free. Is it not business? Is it not business? That is it now. The people that will bring the technology, that will bring the resources to come and to come and bring this thing out, is they are going to make money. It's business. It can't be free. That's what we are telling you. So this assumption that say, hey, Nigeria is rich and Nigeria is rich. Where is that richness when you have not even been able to make use of your natural resources? And if you want to make use of these natural resources, you need a lot of money. It can't be free. But in a situation whereby you want everything to be free, meanwhile you don't even have the money to make it free. Let me tell you, subsidy stagnates development. Even all these countries that you are mentioning, in Saudi Arabia, they don't subsidize anything here. If I tell you how much I pay for electricity, if I tell you how much I pay for petrol, you will not believe that this is Saudi Arabia. They were doing it before, but they have abandoned all those things because it's actually hindering their development. So why are we still looking at what people have abandoned 50 years, 40 years ago and say we want to continue that route? With that, nobody will come when you don't even have. Let me tell you, that electricity in Nigeria, a lot of the electricity being produced have been stolen.
Why are we living, my brother, because, sorry, I'm saying because, Ejoma Binu, why are we living then as black people? You have resources like other countries have their resources, and then our currency is weaker than Saudi Arabia that doesn't have any like educational institutions. I mean, like, I don't know what.
Let me tell you this.
Yes.
And I think you talk sometimes, maybe because you don't know what is going on. You understand? Have you ever been to Saudi Arabia? You have never been there, and you just talk and talk blah 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 blah. They don't have.
Look, I don't want to go there in my dream. That's satanic place.
Hold on. You don't know why do you talk like this? Why could you call a country a satanic place? These are you are
where
an
they
elderly
beheaded
person. You are not a
three
small boy.
Nigerians
Wait.
last year.
You are not a small boy. You should moderate your language. That is why people are fighting you and you are moving from one platform to the other. They are banning you. Why can't you moderate your language? If you want to pass a
they
message,
don't ban me now. They will ban me for time out. Then I come back the next
If you
day.
want to talk, wait. If you want, so why did they ban you one day? You have to moderate your language. You don't need to curse people. You don't need to use bad language before you pass your message across.
Yes.
Learn that.
I
You
wish that
understand? You
black people can
cannot
be able to
even.
understand
Let me
without
tell
a
you.
beaver.
You cannot even. Don't let me go. This thing. The way you
No,
talk, I
Simba,
don't think that.
just land that point. Then we just bring Zita into just land your point.
You cannot. Let me tell you, the way you talk, I don't think there's any human being that can live with you. You talk and you label people with a wrong language it's not. It's a bad manner. You
My
have to learn
brother,
that you
the
are not a
wahala went
small
for
boy.
Nigeria too much.
It's not. Are you the only one? Learn to moderate your language. You are not the only one. You are not a small boy.
But people should stop pretending as if things are okay, that we are in the right direction.
Why do you need?
Okay, Tony, Simba, Tony, what Baba and Simba they've been recommending since is a solution. You think we have the solution locally, but I tell you, we don't manufacture turbine in Nigeria. We don't manufacture gang isolators. We don't manufacture transformers. Even you'll be shocked that even transformer oil we don't. You understand? So many input into electricity. Even if you are doing, let's say, hydro, the pen that we are going to use to even channel water from the top of the cliff. You don't manufacture in Nigeria. So all those stuff, it requires money and government.
Yes, sir.
I can tell
Yes, sir.
you, The
Yes, sir.
entire budget of Nigeria for 1 year, if you put it in on electricity, we might.
I get you,
Let's
sir.
assume
I
they
get
do
you,
not.
sir. But those legislators, those
Tony,
so-called criminals, they can get
Tony,
Toyota
wait.
that's already manufactured that is working for them.
Oh my goodness, Tony, wait. Now, even if you lose all entire Nigeria budget, you don't do anything for 10 years, you are probably not still going to get this electricity we are talking about. That is when you need investors to come in. That is why you need to remove incentives that is not allowing that sector, like subsidy, to take it away. Because planning to take subsidy away is the reason that you see Dangote refinery working now. If the subsidy will still continue, probably that refinery will not come up. And before you know, give Nigeria 10 years down the line, you may be having like 5, 6, 7 refineries in Nigeria. That is what the type of solution they be suggesting. So I would just say listen to people and let them give. Then you have your own floor to give your own. So Simba, I don't know whether you still want to continue or whether Madam AI want to come in at this point too.
If Zita is around, let her talk. If it's not around, then I'll continue.
Madam Zita. Okay, we can come back to Madam Zita later. So continue, Simba. Tony, you can interject, but just make sure you don't deviate from the topic. And
Okay.
just let
That's it's about light, about electricity power and energy in general. Okay. Thank you, sir. So I can interject now very quickly.
No, Simba, carry on. You can come in later, please.
Okay.
So if you have seen examples of sectors whereby those the subsidy regime has been abolished, and we can see growth and development in those sectors. So why is it so difficult for us to know that, oh, this is the only way we can solve all these problems that we have? We did it in telecommunication, it worked for us. We did it now, we have done it in oil, in petroleum industry, and it's working for us. But now we don't have queues in our filling stations. Even the price of the fuel is coming down. So why do we now need to wait? And then we now shifted from that one subsidy from that one. We have to now make it be doing it in the electricity sector. It's not something that we have to even think about any longer. If we need investors to come into that sector, then you have to make sure that it is the electricity is sold to people at the normal present day price, so that anybody that can afford it will be able to buy it and use. But if you now say the government should continue the subsidy, the question I want to ask is that where are they going to get the money? Because the problem that we have is that we overestimated the capacity of that country. A country like Nigeria that is making a budget of $30 billion. Even if you invested all that $30 billion in electricity today, it's still not enough to even power only one state.
Let me give you an idea. Given that everything is normal, no inflation, just to get a turbine, one turbine only, is an average of $100 million. And meanwhile, you should not forget that we are not the one manufacturing. So if you are seeing a quoted amount for a turbine of 100 megawatt turbine, you understand, you are not adding other factors. So maybe at the end of the day, the landing cost in a country like Nigeria might be going to, let's say, $120 to $130. Then you start talking of the civil works. You start talking about all that.
If you say 100 million, if you say 100 million, people will not understand it. They will think that it's small money. 100 million is almost 160 billion naira.
No, I'm coming somewhere. That means that you need 10 of it to even generate 1,000 megawatt. That's already is $1 billion.
That's
you understand?
So if you are talking $1 billion, you're talking about trillion.
You understand? So it means that you have to get those people that have the business model just for you to generate that. So when we talk of subsidizing things, sometimes I think we don't, we underestimate. Nigeria is not a rich country. Let's forget about this false assumption. Because when you look at our population and you look at our productivity, you understand, we are not a rich country.
More population, more chance you have to develop because I mean, number of Nigerians abroad is, that is, we need, that is what we call brain drain. I mean, you guys, hey, you want white man to come and build this for you? You want them to borrow you money?
Okay,
you want them to come and take, hold on, sir. Extract your natural resources from the ground. If you cannot extract your oil, you can extract your gas.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Ask me.
No, when we say we have many Nigerians overseas, I know. If I may ask you a question now, which part of this project do you want to take on as a Nigerian that you've even?
I remember. Hold on.
Let me finish my question. Let me finish my question.
Okay.
Which of them have you built up or you've made proposal to execute in Nigeria, at least to help Nigeria develop? That
you cannot make any proposal because hold on, sir. Let me tell you guys. Once you have a government, you have the various ministries, and then those people, the team. Hey, let me just tell you one thing. Look, let me just tell you one thing. When I don't see the country on a day, president or prime minister would talk, would they sit down? They're always standing up. I don't know what's wrong with us. Do they look like people that mean business? They don't mean no business.
Do you have attention deficit? You have attention deficit.
Hold on. A president have to have a little bit.
Hold on. You are not the only one talking. Don't say hold on. He asked you a question.
Hold on. A leader has to have a little bit knowledge of this, little bit of that, little bit of this. They know how to sample the team. You guys here, Nigeria is the richest country in the world.
Okay. Tony, this is the question again. Now, we have Nollywood artists in Nigeria. We have Kunle Afolayan. Now, let's assume we have problem of entertainment in Nigeria. And we'll be watching Oyibo, Bruce Lee, Jet Li, and all those 007. You understand? And someone is saying, oh, we should be producing this movie locally. You understand? And we rant online. We are not doing anything. But you see people like Kunle Afolayan now went to school and returned back to Nigeria and he uplifted the standard of movie production. And you will see Nigerians today, even Netflix, they are running after. That's an example of people really solving problem, not just talking about the problem. So
when the white men did laugh for, they said that we're entertainers.
Okay, wait. Now, I don't know your profession. Let's assume that you are a builder. You understand? Have you made some kind of certain building model that, okay, you want to go to Nigeria and get a model that you will build houses to help solve housing problem in Nigeria, that you took the proposal to someone.
Which Nigeria? There's nothing like Nigeria now. A country where you come down from airport, they don't catch you, and then taxi driver will carry you.
Tony, are you incapable of processing people's questions?
No.
Why can't you just answer the question they ask you rather than just saying nonsense?
No, the question asking me is like a true self effort. What do you?
Which effort?
We have,
hold on. Are you listening?
Hold on. You don't hold on.
Don't tell me hold on. You're not listening. You just say John.
He has ADHD. He has attention deficit.
Why vying to be? Hold on. Why vying to be a leader?
Simba is very likely because he can't process the question.
To be a leader when you know that you have got nothing in your coconut head, So once you get in there, you have to start doing things, putting things in place. Using your like freehand sketching. Freehand sketch everything.
Hold it there, Tony. The question is this: you have your own profession. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I
sir.
asked
I'm an
you
engineer.
again.
I'm an engineer. Yeah,
Okay,
a
what do you
mechanical
do?
engineer.
Type of engineering.
Okay, a mechanic.
Mechanical.
Okay.
I have my project.
Okay.
My
Oh,
project.
Which engine have you manufactured?
We
No,
asked.
I don't have to manufacture an engine. I have to manufacture. I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm not an automobile, engineer. So I can manufacture the, specified. You can give me some diagram of what you want to produce. Then I'll have to develop, and then
Why
produce
should
it.
somebody give you the diagram? There are some engineers
No
like you
diagram. No
that
diagram. No diagram. I mean, you have
wait,
to give me specification. Hold on. You give me specification. Then I have to develop it, and then
give
produce it.
yourself specification. Give yourself
How
specification.
do you give me?
Produce something.
Look. You guys, look. I've got a project. My project is right there at the Polytechnic. Stamped with my name.
Tony, I get
Yeah.
you. Correct.
Continue now.
In Nigeria today, we have shortfall of technical art.
When today Polytechnic never even get workshop.
Wait. Have you ever thought of solving some kind of industrial machine problem in Nigeria? That okay, you took a proposal to Nigeria. You understand? You build it. You took the proposal to Nigeria, or you ask those people that need all those your services. That okay, give me your specification, and you made your proposal, and they are unable to fund it. And who are those organizations that you approach that said, okay, they are unable to fund it, and why is it that they are not funding it?
Yeah, but black people don't fund nothing. If you look at the German history, diesel engine was invented by one Mr. Diesel. And then when the German could not help him, he had to cross the water into England and look for somebody to help him. Then he came back, but the German government have to embrace it now, and then they develop it.
Tony, ṣé nǹkan tó béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ṣé nǹkan tó béèrè lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ni.
I don't know which they ask now.
ó kàn sí àlànà ó kàn sọ̀rọ̀ gbàgbàgbà German government this.
Madam Zita, are you here? Are you with us?
Okay, so me myself, I just deliver my final note. Make I go. No, not me
It's
say
Simba that is talking. You
I
can't
just
deliver a
cigar.
final note.
I just smoke cigarette now because the
Simba,
weather
take
is
your
cold.
floor back, please.
Okay.
Okay, Tony, thank you for your contribution. Simba.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I said, I think they have to, because I don't even know why. Once they said they have removed it from the exclusive list, now is anybody, but this division that they are still doing, and generation, transmission, and distribution, that this is one of the problems that we actually prevent, because I cannot be producing my electricity that I cannot sell. That I have to transmit it and then sell it to somebody that will not even pay me, and then at the end of the day, I will not get my money back. Why can't they just unbundle it completely so that you can produce, transmit, and distribute? So
The problem there is you cannot yank off or press the stop button for the generating company. So there is a kind of stopgap measure, expecting the states or the local government to start, and then you start unplugging them from the national grid one by one as you unbundle them. But nothing is happening, unfortunately. In the last about 3 years now, it's about 3 years before the election, the Buhari's last year, he removed it, including railway transport, from exclusive lists. Railway, we know, is the states are embracing it right now because of course that's not too difficult an area. But then the electricity one is quite challenging because Nigerians are not ready to pay the price per kilowatt.
Baba, another problem I noticed there is even the one that they are selling now, a lot of it is being stolen. And the way they are looking at it is, oh, okay, we produce this. This is what you supply to the people, and we can't still get our money back. The only way out is for us to increase the tariff. I bet you if they can monitor and make people pay for what they consume, even at this present price, they can still make their profit. But in a situation whereby, let's say, about 40% of what you are supplying to people are being stolen and they are not paying for it. So that means you have to now extrapolate the remaining that 40% on the 60% that are paying, and you have to increase the price for them. Because I think we need law in that country that we make sure that anybody that steal electricity or you do anything that you are not supposed to do about the electricity, to have some punishment. As you said, in Benin Republic there, even in Ghana, you dare touch electricity pole, you cannot even tamper with it. You know the consequence. But in Nigeria,
The
it's free for
companies, they have
all.
their own cells, so I have their police station in their premises.
Uh,
When they get you, they take you to their compound straight.
Simba, like I have privilege of working with that organization. The question is this: bí àwọn àgbà ṣe máa pòwe, bàbá ẹ má dì mo pò wájú yín o pé tí ò bá
Wàá mi pa ò ní pààyàn.
ẹ ṣeun sà, tí ò bá sí olè ilé olè tán kì í jáàyàn. The NEPA then that I work for, they were even the major culprit, the NEPA officials. So we used to have some people too, they call NEPA 2. Those NEPA 2 are the electricians on the street they use. So when they use them finish during the day, and those people too, they can operate their own during the night. So I think if we start arresting and jailing those people that are stealing electricity in Nigeria, honestly, it's better we go and build like about 100 stadium in terms of capacity. Stadium that can take 100,000 capacity, just build like 100 of them. Because I can tell you, more than 50% of Nigerians will go to that jail. More than 50%. And NEPA officials were the one aiding them during that time. So this is why I believe that it's systemic and that system need to be addressed. Like I'm here now, despite my knowledge of electricity, I can tell you that I don't even know where the electricity to my house is terminated. I don't know. I just know that, okay, I'm in my house now, I have electricity. That's one thing. I don't know where they are bringing that. I think it is high time.
Can you owe for 1 month and not pay, or 2 months?
Honestly, I think if I owe for 1 more month here, I think they will cut my lights and not even during this winter. I won't even try to. I will not even try. They will cut that light. They won't even. And when they cut that light, I have no means of going to reconnect it. If I reconnect it, it is so simple. L1 year. Because of where it is. The first thing is that we have to get the right instrument to even do that. Now, if I'm able to do it with the right instrument, immediately they will know that something has changed. And all evidence against me already. So what it did so it's easier because the people here, the officials here, they are not going to aid. Because if they aid too, they will suffer the consequences because the monitoring and the control is very strong. But in Nigeria, the way we arrange our things, that is why we need to take this thing away from the government. Because if individuals are running this electricity business in Nigeria, they will put the right infrastructure in place. Even if you want to put that in on the pole, there's a way you can put it on the pole that nobody can just go there and be accessing it. So that's where the problem is in Nigeria. Is that thing doable? Oh my goodness. 1,000% very doable. But are we doing it? Because the system, the bureaucracy is so weak.
Ola, as you said, let me corroborate what you just said. The officials, even the prepaid meter that they are issuing now, they are the one that will be approaching the customer and say, okay, we can do this, we can help you, we can tamper with this prepaid meter so that you will not be able to. Yes. So that it will not consume as much as you needed. Just give us this certain amount of money. We are saboteurs. You understand? Because if I think the people that are still working for our what do they call this
Disco.
the schools, yes, they are still not tied to maybe whatever they generate. That's how they don't see, they are still having that feeling that as if they are still in the old NEPA, that anything goes, this thing is for government and whatever happens doesn't concern them. Whether they supply electricity or not, they will still get their salary because they are still getting that free money. Okay, government is subsidizing, and the kind of bill they are going to present to government, electricity that they don't supply, that's what they are going to claim that they have supplied it, and then they have to pay the government has to subsidize this amount of money. And we all know all these politicians that are the owners of these discos, former president and all of them, they are there. They are the one that are in charge of all these discos.
Top
And they are
ranker.
not investing, they are not even investing anything in that discourse. Up till now, if you have problem with your transformer in your community, you have to contribute money to buy the transformer for something that you have to pay for. The electricity is not free.
It's a commodity. Even Dangote refinery, they have surplus. I think over 1,000 kilowatts available. But then it has to be at the right price. So
Baba,
no off-takers.
you know what people are doing now? People are now organizing themselves into estates. And they are now, and yes, that's what they are doing now.
Yeah, it makes sense.
They are organizing themselves into estates because and people are paying. Because let me tell you, there is no amount of money that you need to, if you want to buy fuel. Well, let's say you are buying 1 liters of fuel for 1,000. How many minutes is that one going to work for you?
I think I have a friend that we work together in Nepal then, and it's one of the major supplier now. And some of us we have one principle that time. I won't lie to you. Many of us ate that organization, and we didn't want to really grow up. So we just find our way to live. Some of us we did IT there before. Some of us we did youth service. Some of us worked there. You were for people to be working with body with sadness. It happened that way because it used to be an organization that you were not going to make it if you are not corrupt, and if you have conscience, you don't want to continue such organization. So what I'm saying now is this: if we really want to move forward and if the electricity suppliers are very serious, there are smart meter. A smart meter simply means that if you take meters to individual household, it send data real time online to really know what is happening within those households. So it's just like if you tamper, you find out maybe in some of these advanced countries, if you tamper with your electricity already, they will get the data. Maybe suddenly the house, maybe you are using like maybe 100 kilowatt hour daily, and suddenly they now see you that you are using like 5. By the time they analyze the data, 2 things can happen. They know that it's either you bypass or maybe you travel. Maybe initially they may think you travel, right? But even you bypass, they will know that okay, despite you having that lower consumption, but the amount of electricity going to this particular region is still the same. They want to investigate. I believe that's how those people that used to grow wheat in their house, we call them up house there. Some people they use their houses to grow wheat, and they will bypass some of them. Maybe they are clever to bypass the electricity, and some of them will still connect to the electricity. Because once some electricity company discover that this guy is using more than necessary, you are an object. You are an object to be investigated. Suddenly you are using 100, and suddenly you are using 2,000. They want to know exactly what you are doing there. So I think that is all those things that we need in that country. If and only if we can look and reform. I think that onboarding of that our electricity system, I think it was unfair and not properly done, because even Fashola even lamented because it was difficult for him to handle. But then, I don't know if anybody has this information. Odebanjo gave a very good solution. In fact, not it was an excellent solution. I don't know why we are not following this particular solution. Let me just paraphrase. He said, we're going to be supplying electricity off the grid. Someone can take Ikeja now to get license there. All your focus is to supply Ikeja. Maybe all those suburban area, go to Akmen and all those industrial area. Someone may take Apapa. Maybe within Lagos alone, you can have like about 100 electricity company that you will generate and supply. At the end of the day, maybe it's going to be a long-term thing. You now start channeling the things to the central grid. I don't know. Why are we not doing that?
Is there any need for us to even be channeling anything to the national grid?
Probably.
You cannot have a national control center for electricity.
No, it is very wrong. It's even a security problem.
Exactly. And even the way, Baba, the way we behave, you can even have a Nigerian that is working there just because maybe is not politically aligned with the government of the day.
I think Tajero and the other guy did it in their last strike, and the NSC wanted to arrest them.
Yes. That is it will not think about what will be the consequence or the implication of whatever they do. They can serve. It's just, I don't understand. This sense of saying we should have national control center, I don't think we need it, because if there's any problem, then the whole place will jam.
The way we practice our own is the problem. National grid doesn't mean that you will send the entire electricity to Jeba and Jeba with the Shiko. That's not what's up. It's only Nigeria that we are using that thing wrongly. The essence of the national grid is this. Let's say Lagos have electricity, you generate, maybe your need is 50,000 megawatts, and you generate you have a stock capacity of 80,000 megawatts. So that means that you are underutilizing your capacity. So national grid is there for you to say, okay, the excess I have, I latch onto that grid to supply to some other areas. Not for me to evacuate all my power to somewhere in Niger State or in Kwara State and start redistributing. No, that's not what national grid is saying. It's only Nigeria that abuse it. So now the city I had in Calgary, you understand, they have the electricity. BC Hydro, Manitoba Hydro. Now, if there's a problem in Calgary, they can lash for where they are supplied.
I think Canada is generating over 600,000 megawatts of electricity.
Wow.
Which time we go reach my turn?
Oh yeah, we don't call you.
We don't call you tired. Not to harass us here. Not harass us. We called you and called you and called you.
Carry on, take the floor again, because we don't call you. You did the other room. I mean, where you go?
I take the other room.
Okay, Madam AI, please carry on. You're welcome.
Thank you. So, which one is what's the topic?
Okay, the topic we have for grant, we have
Adebanjo issue.
Adebanjo.
Okay. What happened to him?
Dead.
He's late.
They are very, very factionally died. 24 hours ago.
Who is the Adebanjo self? Which one?
That man, the Afenifere man that was supporting Obina.
Oh, that big black dark elderly man.
Yeah,
yes.
96.
There was a one that gave him the power, right? Is that one still alive?
Yeah, he's still alive. Going 98.
Adesanya.
Baba, can you see live?
Fashion Roti, sorry, Fashion Roti, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see
I
live?
thought of
This is
that
somebody that
irony
was
long
sick.
ago. Yeah,
That was
hours
sick.
ago.
That they were thinking that he's going to
He
die.
will die first.
Okay, they asked this one to be acting. You see.
Yeah, no pay ni pé làwọn àgbà máa ń pè ní pé
So he's dead, eh?
Yeah. He's dying, not dead.
He's dead.
If he says somebody is late, he says he's dead.
No, who is dead? Adebanjo or whatever.
Adebanjo is Adebanjo, yeah.
At least you people will have a peaceful 2027 now. Because that guy confused the hell out of Yoruba people. So at least he's an old man, he's dead. So it's no biggie. At least Yoruba will not listen with different voices will be sounding in their ear that they so much they got so confused in 2023.
No, Madam Z, sorry. Let me just give you a Yoruba idiom or proverb. Z, wait. They said, based on what you said, there is a Yoruba proverb. The witch died yesterday, and we are rejoicing. Are we forgetting that witch left some children?
Well, the children might not be as powerful as the witch. The children might not be as powerful as the witch. Because see, that man was the body he was carrying, the Afenifere, whatever, is seemingly like the voice of the Yorubas, seemingly. So in 2023, that guy confused the Yorubas with, he was just appearing everywhere on the television doing, damn, he's gone, man. He's so rest in peace. So
amen.
Amen, amen, and amen.
So now they will be looking for another Adebanjo that will cost.
No, the other Baba is still there. So
he will hand over again now because that one could be
why do you think that is possible? Fire will not burn you twice if you are wise.
Oh, that incident was really terrific. I never knew the guy before. I used to hear about this.
Baba, is it not part of the people that made the Zita's friend? What is his name? This obedient guy.
Farotimi,
the secretary.
Yeah, it's his faction that made him organizing
maybe that's
secretary.
why they were even bringing him in. Maybe they are doing the hierarchy already.
Oh, okay. So they will hand over to the other guy too.
No, that's a stalemate. We are trying to do a post-mortem, actually. What happens to Afenifere? Does it still soak themselves in the light of Ohanifere? Because that's what we refer to as to them as Ohanifere, actually. So we don't know.
Okay. Which social cultural group will speak the way they spoke in 2023 that will still be relevant? You don't know, there are certain things you do, you kill an organization. There are certain things you don't do in an organization. If you try it, it loses its value, its structure, and everything. And that was what happened in 2023. Maybe, I like speaking the way other people don't speak. So that your Afenifere, whatever, is gone. As long as it's concerned, it's just a name. So it is what it is. They will keep the same thing.
Zita, they have lost their relevance.
That's what I'm saying now. Is such groups are
nobody listen to them again.
Let me tell you what happened in 2020, in 2015. I watched very closely That's why sometimes when I say something, people will say, what's wrong with this woman? At the end of the day, it will happen. Because I look closely. In 2015, Jonathan went to Arojali. I can never forget that day. He went to Arojali with everything. Money, blah, blah,
Plenty of it.
blah.
Mm-hmm.
After all said and done, it got to Awujali's turn to speak. Awujali make a very fundamental comment. He did not endorse Buhari, neither did he endorse Jonathan. He said, in his cabinet, there are people who support different party. And he is like the father to them. So he will not stand here and say he's endorsing that people. That they should go and vote according to who they support. That is a dynasty. You see that thing and Afenifere, whatever you people call it, did in 2023. That man just killed that socio-cultural group and then died after 2 years. That's what he just did. You don't do such a thing. Is he telling me that the whole of people who registered in that or members of that group, all of them want Obi, or all of them want Atiku, or all of them want Tinubu, or all of them want Bakwanso? Of course, the answer is no. That's why you don't do such a thing in such group. You don't do it. But the part of the world I come from, they usually do it. If we see a group who say that Ohanes and Dibo, we endorse this person, we are this, that, you endorse, you make that thing useless, because you and I know that all the vote, let's assume that 17 people are members of Ohanes or members of Afenifere. You and I know that 17 people is not going to vote for that person you say you endorse. So why do that? But it is what it is. Is that all you people have today? And after Ayo Adebanjo?
No, I think if I remember very well, we're talking about
Why is the woman not bring up what the
today's
that
topic.
Congress Republican congressman said
Okay.
about
Yeah, about
funding of
Boko Haram and Obama's administration.
Obama bringing funding Boko Haram.
Yeah. I think I wouldn't have put my finger to it that
Why
Obama did
wouldn't
that.
you?
So they said he was funding Boko Haram through U.S. aid. And they mentioned the amount, not only Boko Haram, other
In Syria too.
yeah,
In Yemen.
other Afghanistan, Syria, and all the rest. But
The guy
Kulata,
destroyed the
yeah,
little world we ever had.
yeah. But Kulata,
That's
if
why I
I
love his
understand, Z, just give me one moment, please. If I understand what they are saying, actually, it's not like, correct me if I'm wrong, that pointedly they just funnel the money straight to Boko Haram. The U.S. aid will give it to an organization they know that is has religious bent or sympathy for a terrorist group, knowing full well that that money will end up funding that organization. I think that was what
They use the way the U.S. operates. I mean, let me not the way they operate allegedly. Let me not put myself in trouble.
Yeah.
They use NGOs to fund all these people, and a lot of times it's also a CIA operation, and it's meant to maintain. I don't know whether America allegedly anybody. I'm not saying anything for sure, and to maintain America's advantage or whatever interest. Let's just say interest, because that's a catch-all for everything. So the congressman blotted it out. He mentioned Boko Haram in name. He mentioned Al Qaeda. He mentioned all these people, and it was US aid money that's been used for that. Because we all know US aid is used to maintain American soft power around the world, and based on
And
that,
so
they could
far
also
has
use
many
the money.
colors.
He has many colors, so I'm not going to say more than that. But am I surprised? No. Is this one of the advantages Trump brings? Yes. Even though Trump has created mayhem in other places.
Where is this report coming from? This report you're giving, where is it coming from?
It's not a report, it's a congressman that said it in Congress.
Well, who is this congressman that said it? Is it a Democrat or a Republican?
He's a Republican.
And so the same way they talk about condoms given to Hamas, right?
I don't know.
The
About
condom
condoms
was
given to Hamas.
given to Mozambique.
I beg you.
But they
I
say
mean, let's stop
Hamas.
this. Let's stop this. Trump and his
You
allies.
see,
They don't. When they don't have any evidence of anything,
Rational
they
mind.
have evidence of it now. Which
Rational
I
one
mind.
beg
they
you.
don't
I
have?
beg you. I beg you.
No, rational mind. Rational mind. Don't downplay it. Let's just talk.
What
Let's
is
just talk
not
about it.
downplayed? I mean, am I
Do you
saying
know
that?
why?
It's okay now. You don't believe it. Can we speak about
No,
it?
No, don't tell me it's okay
don't
about
downplay it.
sister. I'm having.
No,
You people have been talking all the while. I've been listening. If I'm talking, it's because I want to interject.
I
Telling me it's
just came
okay.
in now. I just came in. I've not been
that's
talking.
fine.
But I
That's
heard
fine.
your
That's
voice. You've
fine.
been talking. You've been having a conversation with them, and you're telling me okay. I'm not arguing.
No, it's not shutting you down. No, rational
Okay,
mind.
go on,
Madam
please.
Sister is not shutting you down. It's just saying if you do not believe, let's talk about it. That's what it's saying. It's saying.
All right.
Yeah. So the thing is this.
No, you can talk about it. I'm not saying you shouldn't talk about it. I'm
Yeah,
saying don't
that's
shut
exactly what
the
I said.
conversation down. Okay?
Yeah,
We can talk. You talk your own. Others will talk their own. No problem. But don't shut it down.
Exactly. Oh yeah, rational mind. Go ahead.
It's just this Trump and his allies, and all this is billionaires friends that are trying to it's their own turn now to eat. I mean, to dip their hand into the cookie jar of America. I mean, the idiot called what's it called, the Tesla guy. I mean, he gets almost $3 million paid to him every day to his Doge. We're not talking about that. All the crap that this guy promised during the election. I mean, we're not seeing any of that. They were asking him, how is he going to bring the grocery price down? He was giving us the definition of groceries. The same way, the same crap he always talks. He always, you see, the point is this is just, at this point in time, I'm not saying that the Democrats are not, they are not corrupt, or they did not do anything shady. I mean, if they have all this evidence of all this, their corruption, bring the evidence. Let the whole world see. Don't be saying all these side things that they always talk. We give Hamas a condom. We give this one. We give Obama is this. I mean, bring the evidence if you have the evidence. Bring the evidence. You see, Trump is known to do all this, just like these Agbado people in Nigeria too, like Tinubu and their propaganda. Just like the same thing like them. I mean, if this guy, I tell you, if this guy has evidence, he would have nailed so many of them. Bring the evidence. I mean, I don't get it. This is the same guy who's Eric Adam, the what's it called, the New York mayor, that was caught in some kind of things that he was not supposed to be doing, collecting money, collecting some kind of kickback from what's it called, this Erdogan, what was this Turkey, and all those kind of things. I mean, he's lobbying for them somehow, and now they're prosecuting him. Trump and his Justice Department, they said they should drop the case against the guy, all because they want the guy to work for them. Come on, I mean, we're gradually sinking into what Nigeria is already sinking already. Some kind of a state capture. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. You have somebody, you gave him. I mean, why is this constitutional power in the person of what's it called? This guy.
Let me interject you.
Okay, go on,
now,
please.
I want you to look at it if there is a reason why America can want to cause the stabilization of the country. One, America long time predicted disintegration of Nigeria, or maybe civil war in Nigeria some years ago, around that particular time that Boko Haram would start, far before that time. And secondly, I want you to look at this one. When the British engineer opium war against China China economy. Yeah, no, they started with China. They brought China economy down because at that time, China was dominating 50% of the global economy. Fatai, do you want to your picture to show online before I bring you in? If you don't, just off your camera. So now, now the British, they went there to bring the economy down just for them to be able to do their things. You know who they use against them? They use their own people against them, although other countries joined them. Now, the same British people, they went to India and did everything to deindustrialize India. You know why they were doing that? For their own survival. Do you think America has a reason, given the fact that even when Jonathan wanted to have access to weapons, they refused to sell for him, even despite the fact that the country was really in damn need of weapon to fight. So don't you think, and do you really think the congressman will just talk for the sake of it? And you think that is not reckless? So what will you say? At least do you think there's a need?
You see,
Sorry, Rashomai, hold on, before you add to it. And also, I know a lot of it may look, coincidence, but you remember John Kerry. John Kerry came to Nigeria, right? And it's not by accident that David Axelrod also helped to run Buhari's campaign around that time. So, in my judgment or my opinion, there was definitely something with Obama's the party or Obama's presidency that wanted Buhari in at that point in time. And they did everything to frustrate Jonathan's fight against Boko Haram. So if you are piecing things together, you may be tempted to draw a line that something was all right. Like these guys were in,
No, I'll tell you,
there was
Kulata,
something.
you are missing the point. The moment Jonathan's government went against LGBTQ, he was done. That is the main offense Jonathan committed at the height.
That's why they were saying Boko Haram because of LGBTQ.
I mean, look, I'm not saying that, but I'm talking about the angst of that administration against Jonathan, because he was warned. He was warned, and he told them that it's out of his hand, it's in the hands of the National Assembly. And the National Assembly, we know the North has the majority, and that's a Muslim population.
Baba,
yeah.
Do you actually believe that? Because up to today, no Nigerian president has. Even Buhari will be the last person to buy LGBTQ. So if you say that Jonathan was thrown out of that seat because of Obama didn't like
Ola, I
him,
want to change my headphones. I beg, bring me back in.
No problem.
Obama didn't like Jonathan because of he was against LGBTQ. You should understand that if Jonathan is 50% against LGBTQ, Buhari himself is 100% against it. So all those ones, I think, actually was propaganda.
No, but the deed was done already. When the legislature has passed the bill, what do they have against Buhari? They don't have anything. They cannot reverse themselves. So the deed is done, but the man who perpetrated it, they made sure that they kick him out of power. Because at that moment, they were introducing that thing and forcing it down the throat of most African countries.
No. See, Baba.
Yeah.
Jonathan, I don't know how you people feel about Jonathan. But I will kick Jonathan's ass of every year he sits on anytime if I have the power. Somebody will ask me why. Jonathan, if I remember vividly, was the most learned president we ever had.
No, I think Yaradua has a PhD too.
If I remember, I never called him Dr. Yaradua anyway. Nobody told us that. I'm talking about Jonathan that was handsomely advertised as a doctorate degree holder, even when after
Later, he was the first, not even PhD, he was the first degree holder to rule
yes.
Nigeria. He was the first degree holder to rule Nigeria.
After
What of
Obasanjo
Yaradua? What of
finished,
Yaradua?
Yaradua doesn't have a degree.
Obasanjo
Eh?
now came back to tell us
A
that
lecturer?
he was still writing the dissertation when they called him a doctor. Anyway,
Yeah,
that's by the way.
Yaradua had a PhD. Yaradua had a PhD. He was a
I
lecturer.
wonder.
This is what we heard. Let me start with that. Then he was young and healthy, assumingly. A lecturer in the university, which they will assume that has a kind of will I call it, I wouldn't use the word leadership, but communication skill to humans. Because if you're a lecturer in the university, you'll be able to interact with different types of humans. Then one time, deputy governor, and that man goes to that seat. From the beginning, he was messing up. Not only that, Jonathan's lazy structure in English language is extremely wrong. His English is just as bad as mine. And if you are somebody like Obama, who openly said that if Nigeria can get their ass together, Africa will be calm, how would you feel about such a president? That we go to a war congress and drink himself to death. And the people with him will not manage it well, that every other president in that United Nations will know that the Nigerian president was drunk. And that was why. And then they sit down to make propaganda about gay. That's fine. If you believe that it's because he didn't accept gay, that was why he was kicked out. Well, he wasn't kicked out by Americans. He was kicked out by Nigerians. That's just the truth. Then back to what we were saying. You people can continue. You reach my turn, I will speak.
Irrational mind. Now your time we take.
I was the one who had the floor before I came in. I was just when Kulata interjected said something about what's it called?
No, sorry, no, it was interrogation that went out of hand. So.
You said what? Can you hear me?
I said,
we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. So when you said Kulata said that it was through US aid that they were forwarding money to all this Boko Haram. You see, the thing is this: with this Trump, with Trump and his in the rhetorics every time, there's no way you can really tell the truth because that guy, I just don't believe anything that guy said anymore. Even right from even when he started running from 2016, I mean, when we were starting to run, I've known that this guy is just some kind of a poser, some wannabe kind of populist, and he got it. But I mean, it's the same rhetorics. The guy is it's just because of Americans are just dying to have see some kind of changes in the system, and he played on that yearnings of the Americans. That was why he was able to get himself elected, and that's the same thing he did again the second time. I think Democrats did not get their acts together. I'm not saying that's even anything to go by. But my point is that with the Republicans, they're full of horse shit. I mean, like those guys are full of crap. They don't. You can't even hear them. I mean, this is the same idiots who believe in the constitutionality of the U.S. government. And you see somebody coming and unilaterally trying to change the old system through some kind of a dictatorial means. And people are not standing against him. I bet if you were to be one democratic president that's doing this, you will see that they will have been crying everywhere, all around the whole world. But their own person is doing it. You're not checkmating it. You're not telling me, look, we understand you want to bring changes. Why don't you do it in the right way? Do it through a constitutional means. Rather than using this executive order that so many courts now rescinding them and now they're now reverting them back. That's to tell you how unconstitutional what it's doing. Not even this dodge that it's doing. So you see, the point is that fine, you want to do something, these are your campaign promises you make to the people of the United States. Why don't you just go through the normal process? Rather than use this dictatorial means of wanting to achieve things. So my point is just that the Republicans are full of all shit. Those people, I mean, it's just, for me, I believe it's just, they're no longer, they're just a bunch of hypocrites, and that's what they are right from time. They are just like APC and Chidibu and these people. They are just a bunch of hypocrites. You know, they will cry foul when it's their own turn. But when they are
That's
there,
right.
they will just keep quiet. So for me,
That's
I just
right.
believe that, you said?
How you doing now?
They will. Oh, yeah, Patai, well, sorry. Boapa.
Fatai ti jẹ oúnjẹ Valentine you see the voice. Oh my goodness.
It's just one conversation just held me up. I just wanted to just 5 minutes in follow. But I think this just 1 second. This topic. I don't think you need to worry. This conversation about USAID. I don't think the conversation is not. I don't think they're saying that the US is funding the terrorist organizations. I think they are talking about that the way the money is being misused, that there is no accountability. So if the USAID is giving out money and there's no follow-up, so which means it's all crooked. So which means all this crookedness end up funding terrorist groups. So I don't think there is any conversation that the US is funding the terrorist groups. It's like on a roundabout, it ends up. It's the same conversation with Iran. If they lift sanctions on Iran, then they will say then Iran will give money to, I don't know, Hezbollah, Hamas. But it's not like US is giving money to Hezbollah, Hamas. So I don't think the conversation is that the US is funding Boko Haram. You know, it's like whatever money they are giving them, when it's not properly monitored, when it's not properly, that the US is just wasting money. And the money is supposed to be in the interest of America, but then it ends up in the end by whether people are collecting kickbacks or people are not giving money out properly, whatever is going on, it ends up working against the interest of America, which is like it ends up supporting the pockets of the people who are not in line with the American foreign policy direction. So I think that's what the conversation, to my knowledge, I think that's all the conversation about this USA idea about that they're not used in a way that they were designed to be used for. So I think I don't think they are. I can't imagine that.
I think you listen to what Kulata said. That was what I said. I mean, you're not here in America to know what Kulata said. Hold on. I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying the USAID. Hello?
Yeah. Mongbo, I did hear. Can you hear me? Because my voice is kind of.
We can hear you, Rational Mind. We can hear you.
Sorry, Ola. Ola, do you have the video from that congressman?
Yeah, I'm sorry for it. Fatai, Mama Dupsi Sela, you say hello to you.
Yummy, Dupsi baby.
That congressman what that congressman said was alluding that you said was used to fund those guys, but since it's political, so of course there's going to be some rhetoric there. But that's what he's claiming, and people in the north are now saying, "Well, we've told you." It's a mess right now in the north of Nigeria because they're now saying, "Christian country funding Boko Haram." We said we're not kiniko. But the congressman, whether it was bellicose rhetoric or whatever, he said it directly in the Congress. But as a party man, he's a Trump guy. So take it for whatever it is.
What I actually wanted to say is that you see this doge that everybody is jumping up, claiming is a crap and is a useless billionaire who is not elected and blah blah. It's actually very ridiculous that I'm hearing that, because the first person that actually started Doge in America, like openly, was Clinton. He was the president. I remember vividly when we were in this secondary school. He said he will never run a big government. He said the time for big government is gone. And I'm trying to remember the man's name. I will search for it. They did Doge. And Clinton ended up downsizing almost 4,000 federal workers. 4,000. He threw them out. He said he's going to do small government, small pocket government, not big pocket. Then came Obama. These are things they try to do. When they try to do it, it's either the other side is screaming or some of their people are screaming. Halfway they drop it. No government. Obama came. Obama too tried to do it. I will remember the name of the man he employed to do it. The man did not go to Congress. He wasn't elected. But Obama couldn't do it because of this kind of a thing that hearing. Now came Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't give a heck what you say. And he's doing it. So I don't even see reason why people are behaving as if it's a calamity. It is not. Right from both Democrats and Republican presidents have tried to shrink the government.
Zita, now, it's not about shrinking the government. Who is Elon? I mean, the way Elon Musk and Trump, they're going about it. It's not constitutional. Come on.
Okay,
I mean, let me give you an example. Hold on. Let me give you a quick example. Let me give you a quick example that affected me. On Saturday, NIH came out to say they're dropping the FNA, indirect cost negotiation rate, to 15%. These are the lifebloods of all the research schools in the country. You're talking about the like of big schools losing close to $200 million a year from the indirect cost they charge on research. You just don't drop it like this. These are negotiated rates for 5 years. That's insane.
Okay, maybe the problem you are having is that you were not there when Clinton did his own.
I was not in America, but I was aware of what was going on.
Now, so that's why you are saying it is unconstitutional. Maybe you have to go back and look at Clinton's own. This man never even do anything. No. This Donald Trump, he just barely 4 weeks in office. Go back and study Clinton's own. Then you come back, we discuss. Because he is the one that even went halfway before he could no longer stand the law case here, law case here, law case here, everywhere. And everybody was screaming because that's where they eat. Now, I'm talking about Research Institute. Why would you be researching with taxpayers' money? You know, when you put a lot of shenanigans into something, you make it worthless. I said it in the beginning of my conversation today. I said that Adebanjo made Afenifere hopeless. When you you have a good mission, you decided to add sand, every pot sheet everywhere. You make the thing useless. Trying to sponsor how to see how you can convert a rat to a gay and see a trans rat, how a trans
Zita,
rat.
don't poo-poo what you don't know. Look, research, when you do a research, hold on, when you do a research, there's a direct cost of the research, meaning yeah, in this case you don't. There's a direct cost for the research, but the universities have facilities, they have labs, they have all those things. Those are indirect cost. You negotiate those rates, especially with NIH, every 5 years. You just don't, if you're going to cut it, at least let it be in the next cycle. Or you can say maybe the next fiscal year. Not you tweet on Saturday, Monday, everybody 15%. The budget shortfall, what do you think is going to go to? School fees. Not everybody has endowment that can cover the shortfall. If you say, okay, net negotiation cycle, we're going to drop it gradually, or we drop it when your school comes back to negotiate, not just say, okay, on Monday.
That means you don't even understand. Excuse me. Maybe
and we're talking about, and you are now, hold on, quick. Wait, hold on, just hold on a second. You are now questioning, they're researching rats, they're researching. They research so many things because a lot of things that is researched by the government is not attractive to private sector. And a lot of government research, private sector piggybacks on it and commercializes it. So don't speak about what you don't know.
Okay. I think you are the one that doesn't know what you're saying. Because
this is my client, by the way.
Listen, let me tell you.
Let me shut up.
If they are your client, you are not listening to what is happening. Because if you listen carefully, they shut that thing down to look at it. The ones that are reasonable will still go on. That's just the simple truth.
That means you don't understand what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me finish. You that know
You don't understand what I'm saying. This is not shutting down research. This is dropping the indirect cost for research.
What I am telling you.
You're not selectively shutting down research.
They will look at it and it will still listen to what they are saying. It will still come up. Are we going to bet money on that?
It's already blocked in court for now. Thank God.
Whatever. But what I'm telling you, listen to what they are saying. It will come up. It's a situation that is chaotic. They have to look at it. You can't look at something without stopping the movement. You have to stop the movement, then look at it, and then open up the ones you want to open. What part of it is nobody not trying to understand? I don't get this, all this agitation. Is it because he's Donald Trump? Is it because he's Republican? Clinton did it. Obama did it. So how come it becomes so agitating and with this Trump derangement? I am not interested in discussing it this morning, honestly. Muna bring another topic, I beg.
Waiting 1 year now. You won't discuss that our military ship that were denied entrance.
Madam Zita. Madam Zita, how you doing now?
Fatai, how you doing?
Good morning, Madam Zita.
You'd enjoy you. These days, Eddie, call us for jollof rice, so we go come. Trust me, we go come. The kind busy way you did these days. It's not be work busy, wallahi. No be work busy with that. No be only work they take all that busy.
Madam, they enjoy you now.
No wahala. When the time reach, call us, we go come.
No wahala.
This language they use for married women.
They can switch off. They can switch your phone. You need your loud, maybe. They can switch it.
Okay.
Ola, you said which military man did what?
No, I said this language ways Fatai they use for married woman. Me, I know deal.
No, that the small that
today na Valentine. Na make you show me.
Valentine.
Yesterday was Valentine.
Madam Zita. This is a global platform. Your host.
The small daddy for house say make him calm down now. Wait till happen. I know nothing they share right now.
Which topic would I get again?
No, they said they deny your service ship a visa to enter Canada.
Actually, Madam, that was this topic about Dangote.
Okay.
There was, I think, I was a Fitch rating downgrade. The other time I was talking about Dangote, it was a messy conversation, So I just wanted to, so that I just waited on it just to say 1 or 2 minutes about it, say it's very difficult to talk about business people, There's nothing never happened for business now, you understand? But I think I think my own personally, the way I feel, my own personal comment about Dangote. Naturally, I'm not very hostile with people. Everybody is doing their thing, understand? It's just the circumstances of the conversation, So I think Dangote's problem is that he has all these latter days advisors, you know. And I remember back then when Dangote was doing these all the Dangote cement and all of that, and they will be accusing him of monopoly. And as a smart businessman, he will find a way to deny. Say, no, I'm not doing monopoly. Then all these sycophants gather around him and they start to advise him to be throwing his chest out that he wants monopoly of selling petrol. Or, you know. And I mean, you should just fire them. Anybody that advises like that, that is not actually the typical Dangote. Dangote will naturally find a way to say, no, I'm not doing monopoly. I don't want to do monopoly. You know, even if it's wink, wink, but at least he will try to say, I'm not doing it. But then you have all these people. One of them goes on. Even I was listening to one guy, they always bring him. You know, he tries to be tough guy, Dangote guy, saying on television. I think it was on Arise television or channels. Yeah. What was that thing he said? I was laughing. I almost fell from my chair. Throughput is the cost of storage in tank farm. I said Dangote don't see some tears. I don't think he's even a Dangote advisor. I think he's just looking for Dangote's favor. You know. Anyway, so I think if Dangote sell petrol at you know, you can't really tell somebody how they sell their price, but certainly they can sell very. I mean, my own personal comment is I don't believe that even if they sell 200, they will not lose. But it's not that I say they should sell 200, but I'm just saying they will not lose. But I'm not in their business. I sell the petrol price at a more affordable price to the consumers. I think they will sell more. You know, it's not only when you sell at a very high price that you make more money. You know, high price does not necessarily mean you make more money. So if Dangote is having liquidity problem, you know, maybe it's better to look at having more consumers. You know, there's no when Tinubu government came on, Wale Edu was on television one time, was claiming that 95% of Nigerians don't have 500,000 naira in their bank account. I mean, if you ask me, I don't think that is a kind of a population you want to be selling petrol to at very high price, at 1,000, 2,000, 1,300. You know, it's the big population. A lot of people that can buy at that price, they don't actually pay for this petrol. There was a time on Channels television that I don't know the name of this lady. It was about the time Buala was going to be employed into the Aso Rock.
Yeah, what's the job of that man, sir? Please, when you finish, explain.
That wake me up. Me, I don't know. He's talking for the government. That's his job. He's talking for the government. So so the channels lady was asking Buala, because so the AFCAST guy, I don't remember his name now, was just resigned. I just resigned at that time, and he was saying that look, that there is a petrol that is it the reason that Buala wants the job? Is it because of the good packages that come with the job? Like, for example, this is the lady's claim, or not me, I don't know personally, that this spokesperson job that this other guy was vacating, that he has an allowance, has a petrol allowance, something 1 point something million petrol allowance or something like that. So can you imagine? So all these rich people are getting petrol allowance. So these people don't pay for petrol. The people that pay for this petrol, they don't have the money. I'm not even sure that many of these government officials pay for the petrol, you know. So the people that pay for the petrol don't have the money. So I would say it's a better business way to find a way to sell at very cheap. Dangote doesn't need to look to NNPC. You know, NNPC is government money. You know, you need to look out for himself. You know, if he sets at a very affordable price to the people, increase the consumer base, I'm very sure in not no long time, he can find ways to with his liquidity, because the one big way to make money is to sell the petrol. If the petrol is not selling, how is he going to find money to be able to fix? So I just want to say, like, I don't really like the posture of my conversation about Dangote, because I don't hate nobody. I don't hate people who are in the field who are fighting, So, but I just maintain my position that if they sell petrol at a very good price in Nigeria, they will make more money than thinking whoever is advising them to be selling petrol at very high price. High price does not mean high profit. You could sell if you sell 1 million product, at 10 naira, it's better than selling 100 at 100 naira. That's just the way. But all these sycophants, but the sycophants that are just picking things from listening to YouTube, they go there, they find some sexy word to go and be advising people that are in themselves are committing their money, even whether legitimate way to get, maybe that they collect the money from government or they do magomago, everybody they do magomago from Nigeria, but at least they get their money one way or the other. And all these people are just around them giving them very terrible advice, very, very terrible advice. I don't know how you advise a businessman to go on television saying, I have 12 days of storage and everybody should stop. I mean, how would you advise a businessman to say, yeah, I want to be the only one selling? Like, telling to the government, no, I mean, whoever
with that one.
Then it's advice. It has to come from advice. Dangote before.
Is that what he said?
When these things they were saying it was monopoly with the petrol, that I was saying that they should stop. Everybody should stop importing. That they should come and be picking from him.
Did he say that on camera?
Yeah, we at After Rock. That they
were
expect
accusing him of it. They're accusing him of saying that.
No, they are not. No, you. Ooh, no, they
No,
are not saying that.
Zeta, it's not an accusation. He did say something like that. He did.
They're not accusing me. He was saying like this. I'm just making the point that Dangote, even before, when they really was advising him of being monopolistic, he would try to find a way to cleverly try to deny it. All of a sudden, he's trying to own up to that. He wants to be monopolistic. I mean, how can you? I mean, it's like anybody advise you like that, you just fire the person. So
is it not a witch? It's a witch now. Every businessman wishes to be a monopolist. So that doesn't mean it's gonna happen.
That's exactly. That shouldn't make the guy to go and be pushing the government to make him a monopoly. They were advising him to be going to the government to make him a monopoly.
Let me tell you. This is a course I did very well because I thought I would end up a businesswoman. Would I still do business? You see, when it comes to business, it's profit. They are brutal. Here, the other time, people were discussing how that man was giving $1 to 200 naira, $1 to 50 naira. Meanwhile, they are giving others $1 to 400 naira. He's a deal maker now. He has come for his own negotiation.
No, Madam, I'm not talking in condemnation. I'm not talking condemnation of him. I'm talking condemnation of his latter day. I want to call them latter days advisors. All these is advisors. Those are words I'm speaking condemnation
Oh,
of.
why are you saying it's his advisors? It's not his advisors. He wouldn't say what he does. Let me rephrase my statement. Whatever his advisors advise him, Dangote is a businessman. If he doesn't want it, he's not gonna say it. So it's his wish that every filling station in Nigeria lift fuel from his filling station. It's not gonna happen, yes, but that's the man's wish.
Right,
And if he can push to get it, that's business. I mean,
Madam, in the bottom line, we are not disagreeing. I'm saying, no, I know, but if you listen to these guys on television, you would know that these are advice. These are people. No, Madam, these people. You don't even judge Dangote, even Tinubu, even everybody. Or if you are in these top positions, you got all these people are presenting you a lot of things. They come with some sexy way to present things to you, and you sound convincing. And if you are a Dangote, you are in liquidity issues, and they are convincing you that you have to make sure nobody else is doing this. You have to go out. This is why this was around. From looking from outside, this would be the purpose of all that meeting at Aso Rock now. Because when he came out to address the press, it was what he was talking about, how they should be picking only from him and this and that and this. So I will assume he went to push in that direction. He went to push the government in that direction. So it's that Dangote's problem, biggest problem in these current circumstances are his advisors. His biggest problem is advisors. He doesn't need.
If I have a refinery like Dangote in Nigeria or in any country, I will still push for them to come and lift only from my own, because I have more than enough.
But Madam Peter, now business style now, not pushing, not outwardly pushing the government to make you monopoly.
Yeah, I will push outwardly. I'll push the government.
No, but even Google doesn't push government. If Google, even Mark Zuckerberg will go to the Congress and say, no, we are doing no, but there's no serious business person that outwardly push that, kill everybody, leave me alone to be doing it. Stop everybody, leave me alone to be. It doesn't really make a lot of business, whatever.
Okay.
But I wish him good luck. I wish him good luck.
Ola, is Ola there? Ola.
Adeo.
Your As Fatai, he's the brother that was denied visa in Canada, waiting in talks say make they deny him visa.
Don't mind Fatai. Fatai is just a conspirator. I just
he just came out and said they denied him visa. He didn't tell you people why they denied him visa.
Fatai, why did they deny your brother visa? Canada,
I will not even worry if they deny average Nigerian visa. We could have a discussion. Already concern me than denying the rulers visa. That's not my problem.
But do we really know the details of what happened?
I don't think they denied him. I think they said they denied some of the people, his entourage.
Exactly, that's what I want to say. In fact, a batch of them are already even in Canada now.
Wait. What's the truth? Did they deny? Maybe they said they denied the Oga. That's what the newspapers are carrying.
They said, I think sometime last year they said that the Duke of Success or something like that came to Nigeria, and they were celebrating some maybe dead soldiers or something like that. I don't know what they are saying. So they were invited to Canada for celebration or something like that. So they filed visas for a lot of people. So they've released one batch. Those batches have gotten their own visa and they're already in Canada. It's the second batch that they denied that visa, or maybe their own didn't come on time until when the program was held. So I don't even know why Nigeria just.
So why was our NSA? What's his name again? Where was he?
This thing now.
do you mean by
No, I
political?
heard
They
say the
want
chief of
enter
defense
political
staff.
with
I
Canada.
heard that the chief of defense
Some
staff
of
was the
them are there
Bissau.
from what he said, and
Simba, you
I
know, get
was
time. The chief of defense staff, we here say they no give her visa.
Maybe they denied the chief of defense staff, but some other people have given them among these.
yeah, they gave some junior people. Is that chief of
people got
defense staff? Because
exactly.
why will NSA be reacting if they didn't deny someone big?
You know, you have a guy who is not competent.
Security reasons.
You see, Ribadu is not competent in any way. I don't know why Tinubu. Well, am I even surprised?
Here we go again.
When even himself is not even competent. So what are we talking about? So I mean, Ribadu. I mean, that guy. I mean, you see, these are just clowns, just governing that country. I mean, this is. I don't know if you guys heard about the story about what's it called? This guy.
Ribadu high service now. I
hate. Let me say I hate him. I just detest that guy in every way. But let's just leave that. But my point is this: is that did you hear about the this Binance guy that was released? The Kankan one that the guy was just opening about Ribadu and the crap and
Do you believe that? Do you believe him?
Do I believe him? Why won't I believe him? Why won't I believe him?
Oh.
I have no reason not to believe
is
him.
that Ribadu was trying to collect campaign money from him? When is Ribadu going to run for office?
No, well, you see that here you go again. You see, Kulata, Nigerians politicians, they don't have a time where they don't steal money. They gather money. Your Tinubu that is there today, all the years as he has been doing Baba Saleh of Lagos.
Our Tinubu, not my Tinubu. Our Tinubu, correct yourself.
It's okay. Your Tinubu, whatever it is, it's your president. I mean, all the money that he uses, the money he used to buy the presidency that he's there to now, today. Where did he get all that money from? Is it from all that money they pay him that he got it? I mean, don't give me all that crap. So these politicians, they save for the future. So if he can get millions of dollars, he can convert it back into Naira. He can bank that one for his governorship for Adamawa State. I mean, we know people.
So you believe the Binance guy without no proof?
I believe.
Lamba.
There's nothing I can believe about Tinubu's government because there's so much lies about them that even when they're even talking the truth, I can't even believe that anymore. It's true, Miss Madam Zita.
We don't enter Tinubu. It's not Tinubu we are talking about now.
You know my own talk now. Not where I go talk when you go concern Tinubu there because now be their head.
Tinubu is the president of the world.
Rational mind. Rational mind. You know, one thing I don't even like to talk about, like Tinubu government. If you want to talk about like the people in the government, like people like one man. And you see now, before you say one thing now only this guy, but Jabi Amila. Me, I'm not talking about Jabi Amila, you know. But there's a lot of people around Tinubu now that are just
they are grossly incompetent. I mean, it tells you that the person, the man himself, who is the head, is an incompetent person. When you're having a buffoons around you, bunch of buffoons, like you said,
not necessarily.
Tell me one person among them. Is it you people are talking about the electricity issue?
What is
okay, rational mind. How is Ribadu incompetent? How?
Goodness. Oh, Tinubu gang. I mean, what does that even mean? Tinubu gang.
No. Wait. Tell me, how is Ribadu incompetent?
I just gave you an example now. Tinubu gang. We'll crush them. Tinubu go. You don't know Tinubu. You're messing with the wrong person. What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
So does
that mind, but that's not incompetence now. It's high service, yes, but not incompetence.
It's a sycophant. It's just
a sycophancy doesn't mean you are stupid.
A clown of a person. I mean, what does that even mean? This is the same idiot that we saw on camera. It was Dobale. He was portraying for some NSA or some other people. I mean, low cadre CIA officers. Please help us. I mean, like this is Fulani style of Dobale. I mean, like which kind of buffon I do you go for that NSA? I mean,
okay, but
if you want to talk about an NSA, this guy that was there before, I respect that guy.
His past record is the man is competent. His past record, even up to yesterday.
You see, when I say somebody is incompetent, don't get me wrong in the sense that I mean, in this very current role that he's acting in, is grossly incompetent for that role.
I'm saying even up to yesterday, it's
wait,
perfectly
rational mind. Hold on, let me ask you a quick question. Are we going to acknowledge that we've made some security improvement, albeit small, but we've made some improvement? No, I'm not laughing. You say I'm not even laughing.
On that Tinubu with all this their propaganda that they shut down all
No, no, hold on. Bello Torji in the northwest. Bello Torji in the northwest is running. North Central is the noise has gone down.
He's running. No, that's the bottom. He's running.
Now again, land. In southern Kaduna, things are cooled off. Benue, things are cooling off too. Relatively is better than Buhari. At least we can say that. Not like that is a great standard, but let's just acknowledge step in the right direction. Can you please?
Okay, now let me address that what you just said. You see, I said a thing. I said something a while ago that even when these people are doing what is right, or we haven't seen it, we're seeing something. For me, I don't see that there's anything because I don't know what is true to them. I don't know what is lies. What is their propaganda? You see, under this guy, there were so many killings. Even the Nigerian army officers that were killed, never reported. You never see them. Okay, Tinubu declaring what's the Nigerian flag flying half mast. No, you never hear it. You never hear NTA reported 5 Nigerian police were killed by Lakurawa. I mean, by some Fulani whatever. They were ambushed. You never hear it. We'll be hearing leaks of videos here and there of these people being killed. So how do you expect us not to not believe that really these people are having these gains that you're talking about? When none of these media are reporting all these killings anymore. So are you telling me that suddenly now everything just transformed when this guy left? Send me that BS. I mean, like, come on, this dude. They don't. You see, and I've told you, not as if I hate this. I hate them as a person. I hate what they do. I hate what they stand for. I detest everything about their policies and everything and their lies. Even when they're telling the truth, I don't even believe their truth anymore. That's what I'm saying. How many times have you seen any media house report anything? Say people were Nigeria police and Nigeria army. Even when okay, I give an example. Case in point. When they said Akurawa kill or was there, what was that? Was it Kebbi State? When they decimated the Nigerian army. This guy that usually wear there, this is their military guy, this is their spokesperson. Marwa, what is his name? That guy. That wearing sunglasses inside dark room. I mean, just to tell you kind of people these people are. He was denying it until the people were not bringing images, and later I was like, yeah, we heard that some of our people were ambushed. I mean, how many deniers have these people denied? This same idiot, this same spokesperson for the Nigerian army. When this guy was Toridi Lagbaja was said to have died, he denied it. And then it came to light that this guy was dead. So you see, these people, I mean, Kulata, when I come here, I speak the way I speak. Not because I just want to hate these people or I hate their whatever, what they stand for. It's just because there are so many lies has eclipsed anything that one can even say is truth anymore. Even when they even say, I can't believe it anymore. I'll take anything they say with a pinch of salt. So that's my point. I just hope my answer answers your question. So there you are.
Is that why they should deny the army ship? Is that why
this one they pay you well? Why this one they pay you well? I think they deny army chief visa. Why they pay you well now?
No, I just want to know. You know, if I have my way,
is the average Nigerian Ola, these people. So when you remember, if you remember this case of Ekweremadu, so when it was going to take this guy, when he was going to send this guy to take this guy to England, Ekweremadu wrote a letter. The embassy people they know say this guy is not related to Ekweremadu. Okay, so when they are giving him sentence, the judge is giving out the whole history of this guy, how the guy is selling on the streets in a computer village, is a poor guy. Yeah, but your embassy people knew that the guy is a poor guy. Just because Ekweremadu writes a letter, they know the mission. So I don't care about all these people there, you know. they know now them know it's not their problem. If the fight is for the treatment of Nigerians, okay, but the treatment of them up, it doesn't. I wouldn't even spend my. I
No, Fatai, the thing
wouldn't
is
even
this.
spend my
If
sweat
I had
thinking
my
about.
way, if I had my way, Buhari will not be traveling outside Nigeria. Some of these leaders, they will not leave Nigeria. They will stay put there, even whether they need health care or whatever. If I had my way, they won't get visa to anywhere. But we know it's impossible. So, but the thing is, how do you feel? Do you feel other countries should follow suit, or you think it's an embarrassment for our country? So if it is
Ola,
embarrassment, who is
Ola,
go ahead, go ahead.
there is no I mean, I didn't see it as an embarrassment. I even see it as a good development for our country. Do you know what? Do you know what? Let me tell you, when you know, in a situation whereby you needed just maybe him or probably two other people that are supposed to represent Nigeria, and just because you are going to spend government money, they will go and bring
I don't pass 1 million people. They don't pass 1 million
yes,
people.
they will go and bring their relative. In fact, they will also use that platform to help some of them to japa. So if Canadian embassy now detected that and now denied them visa, why are we making it? It's not even supposed to be in the news.
But
It's not supposed to be
we
something
know
that we have to be discussing.
we know countries don't joke with the military people when you have veterans. We know they don't joke with all
But
those
but
people
but but
that
Simba, it's quite embarrassing that if it's true that they denied what you call his position again, chief, is this chief defense, whatever.
I know they say chief
If
of
they
defense staff.
chief of defense staff, that's quite embarrassing. Like I can
It's
understand
embarrassing.
some low
But
level person. That's embarrassing.
but the way he was saying it, did they really mention him? They didn't single him out as being denied now.
They
That's
deny
all
him.
what's going on
BBC
in the
carry am.
internet though.
You don't understand what I'm
BBC carry
saying.
am.
That's the thing we're saying. They said some people were denied among their group that was supposed to go.
They deny
So,
himself.
but we were not sure. Hold on, we're not sure if he was part of those people that was denied or not. But they
I
said some
said
people already had the visa.
BBC said they deny him. And even Ribadu was even looking at it.
Ola, if you look at this thing very, very well, it will be bad management. You understand? So the army chief of staff, I'm very sure he has a lot of PAs. So if they can't manage the process of securing his visa in time, why is it that now where you want to travel now, you need visa? Their schedule is not ahead of time. These people can have multiple visas to different. So it's their bad management. So I don't really
With his
think.
office, I don't understand this.
Is it
Does he
no?
really need
So
visa to go
you
to? Does
won't
he
go
really need
Canada
visa to
today.
enter Canada?
You won't go
As
Canada today.
chief
You
of
can't
our
go embassy
defense staff.
today because he be army chief of staff. No be Nigeria now. No be Nigeria. She be na Nigeria now. People they enter anyhow. I tell you, a lot of people
But is the guy not supposed to be using diplomatic visa?
Whatever it is now, it's their management. It's their management problem now. That one is not a national issue. It's their management problem. You can't say because you are chief of staff, you want to go to Canada today. Although they didn't say that, so let me not say. I'm just assuming. So because I'm chief of staff, want to go to Canada today. I can't pack 1 million visa. I can't give them. So I give these people. We are going to Canada today.
But
What
if
happen
if
now?
you see the way he even presented
What
it,
happen?
that a batch has been given. Which batch? Why are you going in batches? How many people are? What are they going to do there? For God's sake!
Simba, make buy lórí kìíní yẹn. Because some people they just slot their name. They put their name on it.
And then people know seafood chop for town. They pack 1 million people.
I think what happened was that they wanted to use that platform to move a lot of people to
out.
Nah, no be today they do them now. Asking by Abba. Shemina, because they denied them. No be today they know they travel. See, all these military people sometimes they used to travel for conference, they used to travel for training, to get exposed to some international standards and what they are doing there. So the thing is this, Do they normally travel? Yes. But this arrangement is what we don't know. So we can't say what they want to go, what they are coming to do in Canada is important.
Like, if you look at the way the army himself presented that narrative, you will see his tone is different from Ribadu's response tone. His tone is not so much of say, well, they know his tone. It was not a hostile tone. It's Ribadu that made it so hostile.
It was cool
That
about
guy
it.
is full of
It
shit.
was Ribadu that was angry. His own tone was so calm.
I'm sure the army himself, maybe he understands, say maybe that is on bad management or whatever it is, and he to back or whatever happened it is. But when you see the tone, his tone is not so much like can you imagine? Can you imagine they didn't give me visa? So it wasn't like that. It was the value that was like that.
You see, guys, this situation, let's not lie, many people that they jackpot through all this big entourage thing. So when there's some official engagement, there's a lot of angers on that attached. It's just the Nigerian thing. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad. But I mean, they should, given the fact that the guy is high up there, it's a bit of an diplomatic embarrassment.
No.
They could have.
Fulata. If they have been doing it and they now detected that there are some people that are not supposed to even be in that entourage that they included and they deny them,
then they should deny those people. No, there's nothing wrong in that. Nigeria doesn't own Canada. I mean, Canada doesn't own us.
So why
anything.
are they now making it to look as if I think those people, the CDA, I mean the Chief of Defense Staff and the Badu, they are now making it like a national.
Well, that is why can someone confirm? Because I'm not sure. It's Twitter that I've been reading, so I don't know what I say on Twitter, whether it's right or wrong. Did they deny the CDS?
Hold on, let me say something.
Yes, BBC said they denied the CDS.
Okay, let me say.
Said they denied him.
Then Canada messed up denying the CDS. That's all.
Hola. You see, we said this Fulani guy called Bubadu. That guy is something else. It's just some kind of the greatest sycophant I've never seen on that Tinubu. Is one of them. I mean, my point is that not even him that should be talking. What is Tuga doing? The other Fulani guy. The Tuga, the what's it called? The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Actually, you are right. It's a foreign.
It is the Minister of Foreign Affairs that should be writing up that ambassador. Come and give Nigeria explanation as to why.
Where is the correlation? Rational mind. When one of the parliamentarians was a minister, stood and condemned Donald Trump, it wasn't Canada's foreign minister. Same thing. When the Danish parliamentarian stood up and condemned Donald Trump for his incursion in Iceland. So why must ours be different? He's the national security advisor. Don't you think so?
No, no.
You're right. But we're just saying more appropriately. This is more appropriately the foreign minister. It's not that you are wrong, Baba. More appropriately, the foreign minister.
The foreign minister should be the one. NSA will
two guys in Ethiopia anyway.
It doesn't mean. Where is Bianca? Where is Bianca? Isn't Bianca not the fire?
Rational mind. Let me tell you, rational mind. I say I agree with Baba. I heard this story. Some confirm. I didn't read it, but my guy told me that during Obasanjo period, Canada denied our people visa too. They say Obasanjo summoned the ambassador himself. That he just carry for say, what did I just hear? That you deny my people visa. They said that was resolved that issue that immediately they send people to collect those passports. They just grant that visa immediately. Obasanjo called. So I think maybe when that thing happened, maybe they should have just found a way to the presidency. If that's what I heard that I was true. You understand?
You see, this is what we do. You see, we Nigerians, we're full of shit. I mean, excuse my English.
No. See, that is a national embarrassment.
We're full of this. We don't know what we do in that country. That is why people treat us the way they treat us. When it comes to an international diplomacy like this, it's a diplomatic issue. it should be handled by the Foreign Affairs or the deputy minister of Foreign Affairs, which is Bianca. If the other guy is not at home, are you telling me both of them they travel? Okay, if both of them travel, what about the the PAMSEC of the Nigerian Foreign Affairs? It could summon the ambassador or the consular officer, come and explain to us what happened. So, and that should be something they should have done. You see, one would say Tinubu just gathered some clowns just to be promoting some idiocy among Nigeria, just to make Tinubu look good. And am I surprised? Because even the idiot himself, he's looking for validation everywhere. And I mean,
okay, I withdraw my question. Calm down. I withdraw my question. Focus under Ale. Go under Ale. I beg. Nami Kosam. Small.
The point I'm trying to say is that it's a diplomatic thing. It should be the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the deputy or the PAMSEC, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that should be writing up the Canadian ambassador to come and to summon him to come and explain.
But Republic like to do this to make sure they got their visa. See, there's one thing to
understand. Let's not say. I'm not saying he should not have his own input, but you don't make comments like that. You meet with your other colleague, which is your Minister of Foreign Affairs, or his deputy, or whoever he appoints to summon that ambassador to come and explain. That's how it's done. That's how you do things. Don't just go and block things on national daily. Say, they deny our chief of defense staff, because this guy is an idiot. And this is full and idiocy. Go on.
Rational man. Baba talks to make you leave Tinubu alone. Baba,
it's because he gathers the phone. He
okay, rational man.
That kerosene si gbogbo ina. Now work for you.
Rational mind. But the question I want to ask is this: when are they going to stop all this useless thing that they used to do, using government opportunity to take their family member to their political affiliate?
Doctor in Saudi Arabia. If you have opportunity,
now.
Okay, it's okay now. Okay, Simba. Okay, but I take it back. So I mean, the point is this: if they give you that slot, if I have that slot, they come out for me slot, make anybody wants America, show people money load. I mean, if I'm a minister, and I have that kind of thing, I would do the same thing. And don't get me wrong, I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying that. The Nigerian factor will always come in play. That's what I'm saying.
Truth be told, the Canadian, they made an error. Even if they want to support, okay, King Charles is the head of state of Canada, and there's this problem of Prince Harry. They were never happy at we giving them Prince and the wife red carpet treatment in Nigeria. They were not happy. They said it, and I think that is at play here because they don't want that couple to gain a kind of to be treated like royalty abroad with this Invictus game. And our CDS, is it CDS, that's Chief of Defense Staff here, CDS, yes, openly said that they are friends. He invited him for the Invictus game in Nigeria. I think they won Ghana. I don't know whether this. Yes, sir.
Baba, come on, I go rude, but man, a deep goal. I didn't even think it to that angle. But you're bringing something something that may be important that nobody was thinking about.
Yeah, this is what is at play here. The CDS is just a victim. You get my point. He's a victim.
But in a sane country, what sane country would roll a red carpet for a prince that is not having an official role in the House of Windsor. Even though he's a royalty. But what country in their sane mind will roll a red carpet for somebody who does not have an official role in the British
I
monarch?
agree with you. We're not thinking far ahead of the implication. Of the implication, you understand, but also rational mind in defense of it. When it comes to issue of the military, there is that doctrine of esprit de corps. You get my point? That doctrine is like seamlessly, it's a thread that's streamed through all armies of different nationalities. That is why a major in British Army will courtesy a major general of Gambian Army, knowing full well that when it comes to competence, the British sergeant is even better, more educated than even the Gambian general. So it is that courtesy, I think the royalty should have allowed it, but they made their displeasure known when they came to Nigeria. But like when they were calling Ifoma, what they called the wife, the princess, and I mean going all around the country.
That's the reason. I just
no,
think
that's it. That's it. I'm telling you for a fact. That is it.
Well, maybe it could be, but I don't want to believe that's the reason because it's.
If you remember, the chief of staff said the forward people have gone. That is the handicapped military sportsmen have gone ahead. So he wants to follow and that is where they blocked them. But Canada was wrong.
What's it called? Canada, I think it's a Commonwealth thing. I think they're going for a Commonwealth. Charles is the head of the Commonwealth, whatever. I don't know how they say it, but this is a Commonwealth.
He's the head of Commonwealth.
So Canada, I don't know what influence that the British monarch could have on. I know he
is the president of Canada. Canada is not a republic yet. It's an independent nation, but not a republic.
Well, I know they have the British monarch kind of. I think they have a queen there too. It's some kind of queen, right, in Canada.
No, the British queen, the one that died, was the head. Now Prince took over. Charles is the head of the Canadian government.
But whatever it is, but I don't want to believe that's the reason because that's.
It is the Invictus game they are going to do. Harry was there. Even Idris Elba was there in Canada. Harry, Meghan, all of them, they were there waiting for this Chris CDS because it's on personal level because the contingent of the Nigerian contingent had gone ahead to participate. You know, it's this handicap game of military veterans. And Harry is using it to gain prominence.
Forget the whole thing. Let's forget the whole crap. I mean, it's just Nigeria has bigger problem than all this. You see, that's one thing about it.
Baba, what is the chief of defense staff going to do in victory?
I'm surprised. I mean, already.
You know, Nigeria, how we like to party. Let me just put it that way. We like to party with every opportunity. You understand? Or Prince Harry, he wants to have the opportunity to rub shoulder with royalty again and everything. But all in all, it's just 2-3 days he will be back. If you are chief of defense staff too, you want to use all your opportunity now because tomorrow they may remove you like Jiga.
But somebody was saying to us, I said, just imagine a chief of NSA saying, "Go to hell" to a country. Or to their representative.
I like them.
No. You see, this is what we're saying.
I like them. Let them know. Our head not correct.
Even though you feel like saying certain things. I mean, as a representative of a government, you don't have to be uttering such word. It's beneath that office that you be. You see, am I surprised because APC they are all talks. They are all just.
Did you listen to what that Danish I said? He used the F word for Trump. He used the F word for Trump.
I had him. But that one is a representative of the people, but not somebody in the government. Like he's in the government. He's just
Trump, number one citizen of the world.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Bawo. Happy
Fine,
weekend,
sir.
though.
Happy weekend, sir. Rational man, how you doing now?
Astongo, yeah,
Hey, that song, it's living rent free in my head. That is a very good song for Nigeria. Rational man, the first day you got denied from American embassy, did you pray for them or you cursed them throughout the time you got home? That is the way it feels when you get denied.
No. Can you deny me?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you get denied,
Rational man, Agbado,
if you get denied, would you be praying for them or you be cursing them?
No, get that alone. I'm not a government official. I'm not. If they deny me, that's on a personal level. This one is official. I mean, it's going in.
Man, are you Trump la wayi? Kugba all those gentlemen again.
But Adewale, can we give them credit for outing it themselves? Imagine if Sahara reporters had been the one to carry this thing.
Baba. God bless you. God bless
you. So it's good they took the wind out of the sail of those radicals.
Sherry.
But
Tunumbu Gogo ni
Rational man. In all seriousness.
So
Rational man, the day they go deny Tinubu visa. The day they go deny Tinubu visa,
only deny visa. It can be denied visa. It can. But because only it can be denied visa.
Withdraw credential.
And only deny it.
And then Tinubu must hold on. Tinubu go send the ambassador packet. Go withdraw credentials.
No,
usually what
the
they do
thing
is they will ask him not to come.
They will ask him not to come.
They will just say don't come, or the prime minister will be away during this period for so and so. So we will tell you the appropriate time. They have diplomats they use for that kind of thing. They do it politely.
Rational might go up.
Baba. But that man did not actually say he himself was denied, though. He said the second contingent was the one denied. He himself didn't say he was denied, though.
Brother, if I believe say this thing are poor management in the application. I wouldn't think it's that deep. I think they believe say the way we know the Nigerian thing is visa on demand. If they are planned it very well, even though if there is issue, they go discuss them now. They will diplomatically, they will fix it down. They will fix it.
We will do it back to them. We will do it back to them.
Fatai, I have two people. Somebody was in Canada. What they apply since I think 2023. What they apply.
You know the funniest thing, rational mind. You know the funniest thing. A family member of mine who works in the Nigeria Air Force actually was given visa for training in America for just 2 weeks, and he will be coming to America next week. So you can imagine ordinary Air Force officer being given a visa in official capacity, but the CDS and his crew are not being given. So there's something to eat for them to have been denied that visa. But for him to have even voiced it out in that kind of gathering, say something about about what is going on beneath that curtain. And NSA chief also saying they should go to her. I mean, that is, to me, it's just like saying, hey, we will do this to you. You can't do anything. And then Nigeria must retaliate to.
But Ribadu is not the one to be saying that. It's the
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Bianca is the Minister of State of Foreign Affairs. Bianca is the Minister of State. Bianca portfolio is not even. Bianca portfolio is not about. It's not about North America. I think
Okay,
Bianca portfolio is about Africa, West
Kasongo,
African or something like that.
Kasongo, I want to change this thing. Now it's good that you have Americans now here now. Tomatoes are cheaper in Canada now, and
Amara tomato man.
is going to
Amara tomato in Canada very very
I
cheap.
want to have 25%
We are coming for to buy egg too. Yesterday, Martin, you went to buy egg yesterday, and they were telling my nephew that you can only buy 2 crates. One, he went to one store and said you can only buy one. You can imagine.
It's 2 crates in sterling and $26 we bought.
Hey.
$26.
$26. Food crate and image.
Wait. We are buying a crate of egg.
Medium ni BJ's. But crate here is the 30-30.
26 per one, Abi.
Hey, Modaro.
26 Nimura. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, then here.
$26 per one crate of 30.
No, the 2 crates.
Like one, $11.
It's still expensive. It's still expensive there. Sorry to interject. At $12 for one crate. Here, it's not up to
$13.
Crate of 30.
So,
but I think there's some disease or something. Isn't that the case?
Flu.
It's your policy there in America now.
I want to make America.
Canada gbele wọn tó pọ̀ gan pàápàá kàn máa ra níbi $50 per crate.
Even tomato we used to buy for $25. It's like my wife bought it for $15 like a few days ago. So, and the thing was coming from Mexico. So it's good. Maybe when I put tariff there, it's even good. Maybe
I bet continue to put tariff there. At least America is
maybe American tariff maybe probably is going to solve our food inflation in Canada. It's good. Please continue.
Do you know that Canada just signed a long-time contract of exporting their crude oil to China, which is very good news for you guys in Canada. They're going to make more money than before without no wahala.
And they'll get payment on time.
Yes.
Honestly, if Trump carries out this tariff stuff, if it's not all bluster, he could suffer.
The economy. No, one thing I see about Trump is this: that man is like a Buhari. Let me just use a Buhari.
Today now.
Wait now. Has limited knowledge of what
Buhari is not guy man. That guy is a guy man.
But you know the latest about a few hours ago, he told Egypt if they are not going to take the Palestinian, that $5 billion aid every year, he will take it elsewhere. And that was why he invited the king of Jordan, just to show them. You can see how diplomacy works. Because I was wondering, why could Jordan be there? So the Jordan man left yesterday, and today was telling Egypt now that if you don't take it, but why do you think the Palestinians will leave their land? It's not going to happen.
Because the Jordan man did not accept that they should take away the Palestinians from the Gaza Strip. He did not accept. He said it. He said he's only going to take 2,000 sick children that have blah, blah, blah to Jordan to treat them. He did not accept that they should be removed from their land. I beg you, I don't even know what is really going on. I want Trump Daddy to come and explain to us.
Baba, I can't wait for next year. I can't wait for next year November. Baba, I can't wait for next year November.
Baba,
for the midterm election.
I cannot wait.
Hey, Larry, Bawo, happy weekend.
No trouble, yes, sir.
I know Larry will want to call me. I can't wait. I can't wait for this.
Wait, Larry, wait. Do you think the Palestinians will leave Gaza?
Baba, see, once we have the bottom line is this.
Larry kò tó sọ̀rọ̀ náà kọ́kọ́ lọ rẹyin fún gbogbo wa kọ́kọ́ lọ rẹyin.
Yes, lọ rẹyin wa 2 crates for everybody.
No, Baba, anywa, kosi kidi. At the end of the day,
where did you hide it?
no. At the
Okay,
end of the
okay.
day, everybody will be all right.
Okay.
Larry.
No. At the
Ebi
end of the
power, ebi
day,
power.
maybe kankan ò pa anybody. At the end of the day, everybody will be all right. See,
Rational minder.
kò sí. Yes. Yes. At the end of the day, everybody will be all right. See, the bottom line is this issue of Israel and Palestine. There has to be a compromise one way or the other. We can say whatsoever we want to say. This is something that has been for years. And the two sides are not ready to shift. We can say whatsoever we want to say, oh, yeah. Because the bottom line is, at the point they were talking about two states, they said no, right? And people keep dying every day. So somebody had to be in the middle for them to have that discussion. Israel is not ready to shift. Palestine is not ready to shift. And people keep dying every day. This
So
is not
why
a war.
not, Larry, why not Israel providing some land for this Palestinian in Israel so that they can
Why
live in
not?
Israel?
You are just saying, wait.
They proposed
Remy,
two-state now solution,
Remy,
and they rejected it.
Remy, you are just saying why not? And what I'm telling you is this: you have two sides that are fighting, and nobody's ready to compromise. And people keep dying every day, and everybody keep playing. Wait, let me finish. Everybody keep playing lip service to it. Oh, okay, this will work. This will not work. You need somebody to come in the middle and let us have the final. Let us have the final negotiation, right? So, I think I like the strategy of Trump. At the end of the day, Trump is not ready to force anybody or force Palestine to go to Jordan, because one of the problem of that side, right, is not just Israel. It's the neighbors, the Arab neighbors. It's the Arab neighbors. When you are fighting a war and you have your friends telling you, don't negotiate, keep fighting, and you keep losing your own children, right? Why those people that are pushing you to keep fighting are not even ready to lose theirs?
So in order not to let me short conversation. So Larry, do you think if you are a Palestine, this is your land, and they are not trying to tell you that they are going to remove you from Israel or war?
No, not remove Remy. Uproot. Use the word uproot.
Totally. You are not going to come back to that land, though. And it's your ancestral
Well,
land.
that was the question I wanted to ask too.
Wait, let me tell you something.
No, listen, they are going to take you to Togo finally, or take you to wherever they like.
You can say whatever you want.
Not going to come back. The position, let me finish, you come. Just 1 second, you come. The position the guy is coming into mediating is already one-sided, and that is not a good mediator. If you are going to mediate, you are not going to be on one side.
It's not one-sided.
Unless you are being economical with the truth.
No, I'm not being economical. This same strategy you are saying is the same. Wait. This same strategy you're saying, this is what people have been doing for years. Do you think it's just yesterday?
No, Larry, just a moment, just 1 second. How the Palestinians were in a refugee camp when they were planning against King Hussein of Jordan. So it's not the same thing. This is their land in Gaza.
Baba,
they've been squeezed.
Baba.
Carry on, Larry, please.
Baba.
Yes,
so one sentence because
no, it's Larry Olomatoro. Time low.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
No, continue.
That suggestion is not it's not anything new. It's not interesting. It's something that happened before. So it's not that it's a new.
What happened before? Tell us.
The Palestinians, they've been given this kind of offer before. Some of them relocated to America, some of them relocated to South America.
Even Egypt took some, and the rest went to as refugees to in
they
Jordan.
regretted it. 1940 something or whatever it is. So it's not like it's a new Trump just floated it. I don't think it's not anything. Anyway, I don't want to talk about these Arab countries. But anyway, she come about Daro.
Happy weekend.
For me,
right.
everything, if you understand everything Trump has been saying, Trump needs negotiation. Israel is not ready to oblige. Israel is ready to continue, because the bottom line is sometimes, right, we blame Israel. I've seen a lot of people, oh, Israel is this, Israel is that. But we don't even look into what the Palestinians still do. Because sometimes they just start another problem without being provoked. Right? So the bottom line is they need to, at this point, right, the Arab neighbors also need to be ready to sit down and find a final solution to this thing. Because these are two people that have been fighting and people keep dying every day. People keep dying every day. And you can't say, oh, yeah, if you really love, if all those countries, Turkey, Jordan, all of them, if they really love Palestine, they are supposed to help them to find final solution to this thing. Not this issue of, hey, don't worry, no gree, no gree. Continue to the fight. You they continue to the fight, you they lose your own people. Jordan, no one lose their own people. Turkey, no one lose their own people. So the two sides, right? You keep from here, I keep from here, you keep from here, I keep from here. So at the end of the day, we'll
so
keep
what
saying
happened to the two-state solution that they just
the
divide?
two-state solution. You are the one promoting the two-state solution, but one side said no.
Who said no?
Israel is not even ready.
So why do you not think Palestine will also agree to what you are
That
proposing?
is what I'm saying.
So it's the same thing. So
wait, bros, forget about all
in
this.
your analysis.
All right, forget about all those things. This one no agree. This one no agree. Somebody they have to agree at this point. At this point, Trump is not even ready for this. That everybody sit down. Let us agree on final solution. You are saying, oh, why would this one agree? Why would this one not agree? Would that stop people from dying every day?
I don't think this one will set with it.
Leave this one. At least it's a step, right? In a
See,
direction.
Larry, look at the map again. We talk as if Gaza is an isolated case. Don't forget the Palestinians are on two sides of the flank. There is West Bank. West Bank is still controlled by the hardcore PLO. You understand? So the other flank is what we call Gaza. In the middle is still Israel. Somehow. So if Israel can move where they are to Gaza and let the Gazans move to that thing so that the West Bank Palestinian and the Gazans can be one. But then they are going to leave a lot of property because that place has been developed.
Okay.
Oversized.
So now, Baba, you brought a suggestion, and Israel is telling you no.
Stalemate.
So Israel is telling you no, and the moment each of them keeps saying no, people die more.
So you uproot me from my heritage.
Baba, see, as far as me I'm concerned, right? The two of them still need to compromise. But for them to compromise, you need somebody that is ready to be ruthless and tell these guys stop, and tell all their neighbors that are pushing them to keep fighting.
So Larry, sorry to interject. So you are trying to say America will put their boots on ground, send American soldiers there?
No, the vice president already said they are not going to put boot on the ground.
No, they are not putting foot on. They are
So
not.
how are they not going to enforce it?
If they burn them well, let them put boot. You will see. They will see the wrath of the Arab.
But how do you develop the place?
You know the thing
in real estate.
Yes,
Turn it into a paradise.
Yeah. They want to build a golf club there.
You think they will fold their hands? Do we remember the temperament of these people at all?
Baba, this one is what they want to do. Larry, listen, what they want to do is they want to use Israeli forces. No, but Fatai ló gbọ́ ló sọ̀rọ̀, èmi kọ́ mo sọ̀rọ̀. No, mo sọ pé mo fẹ́ lọ sùn. Mo sọ pé ó dàárọ̀ fún mo sọ pé ó dàárọ̀ sí bàtà nǹkan
ó
nìyẹn.
rò pé mo sọ pé ó mú un lọ sùn ló ṣe ni ó dàárọ̀.
Sorry, I
No.
want to ask a sarcastic question. These you people in America, why do you people eat a lot every time? Rational mind is eating something. No?
No, dinner
Baba
mo jẹ.
Jale
Mo
go
ti
for
jẹ. Mama da lóhùn.
You be
Mama da
eating
lóhùn.
like broilers. Eh?
So let me just say this real quick. So my point is this: is that
Sorry, rational man. I'm on fashion. I'm on fashion. We don't have time. We eat on the go.
I'm not eat on. No, that's the life of an American. So the thing I'm trying to say is this: they're going to use the Israeli forces to clean up the whole place, to mop up the whole place, and that is what's going to anger. You see, what Trump is playing with fire, because mind you, if Trump go ahead with what he's trying to do, I foresee China annexing Taiwan. And on the be babala America if they eventually invade what's it called Taiwan, because right now I think China has built one of the most. They said their own Pentagon is almost 10 times the U.S. Pentagon, and they are building real massive war armaments. Which even though if they want to really invade Taiwan now, maybe can just resort to some kind of destruction, but they will invade Taiwan. So if Trump goes ahead with this thing he's trying to do, I foresee China eventually invading, because that will give them a license to invade Taiwan and take over. So let's just leave that. But my point is that they said they're going to use Israeli forces to clean up and move all those Palestinians out of that place. But you see, some people have often said this, even on this platform, we said it many years, like 2 years ago. I think Ajaleko was here when we were talking about it. Now there's a grand plot. They said there's that area that the Palestine. They said maybe they said there's a huge gas reserve there or something, some kind of there's some kind of resources there that they want to move all those people out there so that they can really tap into those resources. But we shall see. But my point is that Trump is playing with fire. I don't see Trump being fair here in this case, because every time you see Netanyahu here, he's always here. How can you be a good referee when you already lean towards one person? You're not leaning to the others. So I don't see this as being a way forward, because the way Trump is going about it, I mean, everything about him is just, he sees everything as business. We're going to make that place some resource center, and everybody will have a place there. I mean, what kind of, and you move people that are original inhabitants of that place, whose homeland is that place.
Okay.
I mean, and then you're allowing the Jewish state to exist when the Palestinians are all wiped out of the world map. How
You
does that even
see,
make sense?
rational mind. I think Trump should go back into history. Our people you want doubt.
Baba.
They don't care
Baba.
about the sanctity of life.
Baba.
You should go and ask Reagan.
Baba, let me ask you one thing. Is there any solution, right, that you are suggesting that has not really been used before?
There are actually no solution, because they've missed several opportunities right from the time of what's the man now, the PLO man, Yasser Arafat. You get my point, that it looked even to me then that maybe these people are just doomed to be damned. You get my point? But
Baba,
yes.
Do you know the former Israeli Prime Minister Aaron Sharaf, or what's that guy's name? That one that is open to that peace deal initially is their former Prime Minister. I forgot his name.
Isaac Rabin.
No, not Isaac. The
that
short
guy
one who was a commando.
They fight that guy.
Okay.
Rabin.
Yeah, is it Rabin?
Yeah.
So what I just want to let you know that anybody that is interested in that real peace in that different section where that Palestinians, they always end up being continue, Baba.
Yeah, the thing is, look, the way they are structured now, all I will just tell Israel, they should just continue to build the wall. Because this two-state thing, Israel said over their dead body. And the Palestinians, every other time, they shift the goalposts. So the fault is on both sides. And
That
at
is
times,
exactly
the
what I want
simple
to hear
thing
from you.
in me, in my tiredness, will just say, these are people that are doomed to be damned. If I have to go to the biblical history and what the Bible said about what is going to happen in that region, because I don't see any reason why people are begging you to stop making trouble. And both sides, if one side agree, the other side will shift post. If the one that shifted post turn back again, the other one will move. That's how, right from the time of Clinton, side by side, Clinton was solving that problem with that of United Kingdom and Irish Republican Army. And they solved that one in Europe, but the Palestinian one failed to the frustration of Bill Clinton. So it's dead back, this thing. So I don't even understand them at all. But the only thing I just know is that these people, they are Ishmaelites. And we know what God said about Ishmaelites.
Rational mind, I want to tell you that no matter what happened, go and write it down. China will never, I repeat, never invade any of their sub-region like Taiwan or whatever. They're not going to do that. They will never do that. Because that is their state policy. One of their state policy is not to go to any war against any country. But
so what's all this military exercise that they're doing by China's South Sea?
You see China, eh? Oh, China is giving this.
China no, I know what is going to do. They will protect their South China Sea because of the American involvement with the Philippines and the rest. Because that's why
it's not just they're protecting it. They are doing military drill to invade. That is why. Hold on. Okay. If really there was any intention of invading Taiwan, why is Taiwan getting war armament from the United States?
No, now.
Why they shoot? Okay, go on.
Let me tell you something. That one that has been. Let me tell you a little bit of history about Taiwan. Taiwan are the former Kuomintang, the people that ruled China during the Civil War. And at that time, they also have the World War II. So those people that rule China, they are those ones that they cut away most of their money and then relocated to Taiwan, an island. And because they have a lot of money, they were able to settle down quickly, and they were able to do a lot of investment in cheap industry and the rest. And that is why America is protecting them. And of course, you know that China would like to take some of their leaders back to China for prosecution, but they were unable to do it because of the protection they have from the British and the American that time. And today, they always have their drill because America have their own station all around the South China Sea. What do you call it? There's a small American territory there beside Japan and China. I forgot the name. I forgot. If I remember, I will let you know. And they also have their own base with the Philippines. The America also flex their muzzle. All those China is trying to do is that, look, we also have this military might. You cannot just come out and reload us. So at the end of the day, their policy is not to go to any war. And I repeat again, they will never invade Taiwan. You can write it down. I can even bet with you on it. I can bet my money with you on that one. So all those ones that you are seeing is just trying to show that we are also have this.
Hold on. You see. Sometimes I understand what you're saying, but then I don't know. Maybe there's any basis to what you just said.
You might not understand because you don't know how to say.
No, for the fact that I'm not living in China does not mean I don't know geopolitics.
No, this is not about living in China. This is
so let me say.
I don't want to talk about that. Or you can continue. I don't want to.
So what I want to say is this: when the Hong Kong people were protesting, what happened when the Lamb was the lady? What's her name? Something Lamb. I know her name was Lamb. What happened when she could not put them down? When she could not put the insurrection down within Hong Kong? I think that was during the COVID time. What thing happened? They moved police from mainland China into Hong Kong. Is that what they did?
Yeah, because now Hong Kong is now.
So was that some kind of invasion?
No.
Listen,
Hong Kong was colonized by the British.
We know that story. We know that story. But my point,
Hong Kong now is part of China now. Do you understand?
And then you say they don't invade their territory, and they brought in police and military guys from.
It's just like Nigerian sending troops
rational
or
mind.
whatever. So you
It's okay. We can conjecture and do all these things, but I tell you, if Trump make that false move,
propaganda, this Chinese propaganda, oh, we are doing this, we are doing that. Everything is just basically propaganda. Oh, China is trying to blah, blah, blah. These military drills that you're talking about, China have been doing it for that. They will do military drill, they will do this, they will do that. Nobody is fighting you. You are just the one trying to showcase that you've improved. China is just like, when you are somewhere, when you feel that you need to always try to prove a point, and it's just unnecessary points. That's exactly what's happening to China. I need to prove a point so that they will know that, I've arrived. Oh, China is building this. China is trying to do. China cannot even afford to go to any war with anybody. They can't even afford to go to any war with anybody. If they like, let them do whatsoever they want to do. They cannot afford to. Do you think it's easy for them to say, oh, let's go to war? Go to war with who? They cannot afford. Everybody can start, you can see now, I'm building this. It's a lie. Try anything and see. So for me, I don't even disturb myself with all this Chinese propaganda. Oh, we are building this, we are building. It's just mere propaganda. Who is going to, for what? Okay, the last 2 weeks, everybody is talking about DeepSeek. Oh, DeepSeek came. Oh, NVIDIA is. At the end of the day, I was with some friends and we're discussing. We looked at the whole model. It's floppy model.
Wait, Larry. It's about MAD, mutual assured destruction. Anybody that has atomic nuclear arsenal, even if ordinary 10 warheads is involved, it can do a lot of damage to mankind. And all of them are equally. Those who have 3,000, those who have 2,800, and those who have a few hundred, all of them are the same thing. So I don't think anybody is above any. One nuclear warhead alone can mess up a country.
Well, so for me, they can, if you watch China very well, they have propaganda. Propaganda is a government policy. Propaganda is a government policy in China. They push a lot of propaganda. Oh, this, and that. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. If you like, they'll say you are building that you can destroy. Who can you destroy? You can only shout. You can only. Who can you destroy? Who can China destroy? Who? So the only thing they can do.
It's a mistake. It's a mistake. What you're saying. Trying to.
It's not a mistake.
Hold on. Let me just make this point. What's the English word I'm looking for? To belittle China when it comes
Nobody is belittling. See, no, I'm not belittling.
Or you doubt what they're capable of doing.
No, see, rational mind. Let me tell you something. Nobody is saying China. Nobody is belittling China. But what I'm telling you is if we keep falling for that propaganda that probably China will wake up tomorrow and start a fight, right? Nobody, no country, even the US, cannot afford to start any fight. Because if you start any world fight or anything and you think you are all out, that you have arrived, it's a lie. It's a lie. So everybody now can always say, oh, I want to do this. Everybody is just trying, even the one Russia.
Larry, why are you saying that? You guys are in America. They will put you into the war front now. Why are you there? At least if they go to war with any country, you guys can.
We now part of it we go defend the country, but make people where they defend us, make them they continue for. we dey where we dey. We dey where we dey. When you reach me, before you reach me, then make I know say no, what don't collapse. Before you reach me, that's what I keep telling every time. Okay, we do. No, at least we pray for our veteran. We pray for our all our guy for here. Maybe they fight, they go. But before you reach me, the whole world swear say I go. Before you reach me, then make I know say make everybody they go.
War don't end, have you?
War don't end though. So, but what I'm trying to say is this: you can see, okay, see when that rocket man, that time was shouting, the rocket man. He was just pushing propaganda. Oh, I'm building. Where's the rocket man now? Because it's always easy for you to say, oh, we are building this, we are testing this, we want to. No, you are just building. Who can you fight? Who can you fight? Fine, I understand. It's a policy for them to, okay, so that people, they will know that we can't be toyed with. Yes, I understand. For your neighbors, not even the US, for their neighbors to always know that they are powerful. Yes, I understand. But if you feel like, oh, probably they can just afford to start a war and probably, which war? Which war? They can't start any war. Not even the US can afford to just say, yes, I want to start any war now. Because even those days, the US will do anyhow. But, oh, let's go to... You guys cannot even afford to do anyhow now. Because no mumu for anywhere. Now, countries that you think in those days that they will be afraid, they are not even afraid now. Nobody even ever thought Ukraine can stand up to Russia. Now it's happening. It's happening because if you ask Putin today, Putin will probably think, oh, is it not Ukraine? We'll just shakara them, they will go and sit down. But that shakara is not even working because this Ukraine and Russia war has even exposed Russia the more. Because there's this belief that, oh, Russia, when the whole thing started, people were like, Russia will just finish Ukraine in like 1 week. And now this is going on. Even Russia, people are now beginning to doubt their military jagaban that they are. And that's exactly what's going to happen everywhere. If you think, oh, you are that powerful country, oh, I can just go and just crush this. Crush what? You can't just crush anybody. So everybody should just maintain their own steez, showcase who you are, and let's look for any other alternative way to fight. But if you think it's all about pushing out your military arsenal, let's show Nigeria as Nigeria is. Those days, people used to fear Nigeria, this. If Nigeria and Niger do anything now, there will be casualty everywhere. So everybody should just maintain their steez. If you're a big country, maintain your steez. Continue enjoying your big country. But if you think you can, I'm building, every day I'm building the next, war what? War what? So for me, I believe Trump is trying to negotiate. And some of those things are even working. I don't even expect all of them to work. But I can tell you that some of them are
working. Which one is working? Which one is working? Tell us which one is working.
Okay, is everybody not coming back to the table?
Who are the people coming back to the table?
Is Mexico not coming back to the table? Yes.
Coming back to the table.
Yes.
Ola, are you still there? Maybe you can help us dig. There's this one of your satirical guy in Canada there that impersonated Trump. You started a war, trade war, and then you got some kind of concession that it's the same thing that he has been asking them to do before. Even when Biden was there, they've been trying to man their border so that fentanyl or whatever fentanyl or whatever doesn't sneak through them. And that was what they said they were going to do. They said, okay, we're going to man our border. So no, I'm talking about the trade war that recently happened. That the Republicans and even the man in the White House there is claiming victory. That yes, we had a victory. Even some Foxhole was like saying that what kind of victory is this? This is not a victory. I mean, like you postponing it for 1 month. I mean, so you're making it sound like maybe you did something extraordinary. You started a trade war
leave it
that
now.
you never even got any
We
concession.
are not saying it's extraordinary.
So
we are not saying it's extraordinary. Everybody's on the table now. We are negotiating at least 1 month. Let us see what we can come up with in 1 month so that there will be a mutual agreement and everybody will be fine. Everybody will be fine.
Are you sure that they are negotiating the table? Well, I didn't hear anything about that.
Now. They are negotiating
we'll see,
now.
We'll see.
So do you just think they just say 1 month and they are negotiating? Every side is negotiating. At the end of the day, they'll come out with a mutual agreement and everybody will be fine. Everybody will be fine. Canada is talking. Mexico is talking. So at the end of the day, everybody will be fine. I won't feel cheated. You won't feel cheated.
Larry, quick question. Larry, quick question for you. So the agreement that Canada signed with China, providing them a long-term contract by supplying China crude oil. Do you think after the 1 month moratorium and then you guys have your negotiation with Canada, do you think Canada will cancel that deal for you?
No, we don't even care.
Okay. Don't care. Okay.
Yeah. We do not care. We do not care.
You do not care about what?
China, Canada signing an agreement with China to supply them.
Why would you be care? Why are you not care? Why would you be care?
Even care? If China, let me tell you something. You see, we used to believe, US is kind of like interested in whatsoever Canada does. Canada can do whatsoever they want to do. Sign agreement, even if they like, go and sign agreement with anybody. Sell your crude. We don't even care. Those days when they started all this, even when they started all this, they are green rubbish. Green. Oh, Biden was like, now we want to drill.
Why you say without? Hold on. Do you buy gas today at all?
Yes, I do.
Do you buy gas? Okay, so how much do you buy gas in your area?
Rational mind. How much
I mean, you say we don't care, like as if we don't really care.
See,
and then we energy, the cost of energy now is just, a few minutes ago, we're talking about eggs here and everything here. And then you're telling us we don't care.
See,
I mean, why won't we care?
Wait, let me tell you something.
When our trade partners are taking trade that they should bring into the United States, they're taking it somewhere else. And they don't have the capacity to give us those energy that they are already selling now to some other. That's a problem to the United States. And hold on, before you continue, when Biden was there, because even when Biden had to put an embargo or whatever, stop to this oil drilling and everything, even the ones that were drilling, they went into bank. I mean, I have some stocks that I bought. They've declared bankruptcy. Oil companies that I bought here in America here, they already declared bankruptcy. So a lot of the oil riggers, oil rigs in Texas and elsewhere, they're all declaring bankruptcy. And you still want them to drill, baby. What are they drilling? When they can't even, who's going to give them? What company is going to give them that money to go and start drilling again? When even the ones that five, you said?
What are you saying now?
So what I'm saying is this. We need cheap oil. If Canada can give us that cheap oil to bring down the cost of
drill, we want to drill more. And
you want to drill more. So who's going to finance it? That's the question I'm asking you.
We have so many ourselves.
No, you don't. Nobody's ready to finance it.
So the shale oil that you wanted to
so many oil companies they declare bankruptcy already.
Because as at that time, government was not ready to support them, and we are ready to support them to drill more.
Okay, all right. We'll be here. We'll see it. We'll see how it pans out.
We'll be here. We are ready to support them to drill more.
Larry, does it cost more to drill and explore the shale oil or the normal natural oil that is found in Canada? Which one is more cheaper?
No, I
to
don't. I
produce?
don't. I don't know which one is cheaper.
I will
But
tell you the answer.
Fracking is more expensive.
Fracking, the shale is more expensive than the drilling with the natural. That's why a lot of countries are not doing the fracking. So the natural crude oil is less cheaper than doing the
So
fracking.
why don't we go to Canada and let them help us, other than just continue to pump money into what is not necessarily, necessary at this moment? And it's even environmental. What do you call it? So it's not environmental friendly in a way, because environment, you are destroying the land, you are destroying the land. So to me,
Sorry, China has the largest shale deposit. That shale, deposit in the world. Are probably one of the that's why they are not doing it, because it will affect the environment a lot, and that's why they continue to import crude from all around the world. There was a time I was talking to one Chinese that, aren't you buying Nigerian oil? They said they do. I said, why not Nigeria selling direct to you? They said no. The international community will not allow that. So they are buying from like Shell from UK. Those are the ones, the agreement is just not good for that country, for that Nigeria. So we have to have a middleman, because they are the one exploring our oil on our behalf. So they are the one also selling them to all this country, not from directly from
Nigeria,
Nigeria.
we know they even sell again.
Oh my God, I was
We no
just
one
like,
sell again. Make the little way we sell, make we use more for house.
at least we have reached our quota of our.
Make we do more for house. If I don't even care if they want to be selling to Dangote, let them sell to Dangote. We should do more at home.
Larry, let me ask you a question. Do you believe? Are you telling me you believe this guy? This is your guy that is in White House. You believe all this is populist
No.
policies?
See, rational mind.
I'm listening. No.
I may not believe all the policies, right? But what I know that will happen, it's at the end of the day, we will have a better bargain. That's what I just believe. I believe that.
But okay. Before you go too far, but you understand something about the U.S. politics, that
Yes.
Trump is not going to be there forever.
Yes, it doesn't even need to be there forever.
Yeah, but
right?
hold on. All this executive order that is signing, you can only sign an executive order. Somebody can, just the way he undid what Biden did, and he undid it. I mean, Biden also undid what he himself did. So what's his guarantee that? So he comes back there. I mean, he lives there. Another person gets in there and undo all this crap that he's doing. So how far-reaching is it going to be?
No,
and then, mind you, all this hiring, all these federal workers that they are just laying off. When they get there, another person start massively recruiting people back. So you see, it's just to me. I see it as an exercise in futility.
Let's not deceive ourselves. Right? Another person comes and start recruiting. At what cost? At what cost? Everybody, even
is that a rhetorical question?
No. See, it's not even just in Nigeria that we talk about people in government. What do? The same thing happened here in the US. I have friends that work in government here, and most times I'm like, now 5G, these people they do. They don't do anything now. So what's the whole essence of keeping a lot of people that are not doing anything? If you can pay them out, pay them off, and let them go and get something doing.
So that's my question, Larry. So when you pay them off, is it more economical to pay them off, or to at least streamline them little by little and let them?
How do you want to streamline them?
That's the point. That's the point we're saying, Larry.
No.
That's what we're saying.
They are not. See, let us not deceive ourselves. The same thing is even
just outside 10,000, just like that.
See, bros.
Yeah, I agree with you, our friend from. Yeah, I agree with you. You see, you need to understand what these guys are doing. They do not have a replacement.
The same thing is even happening in Nigeria now with CBN, right? And people are deliberately receiving that money. That CBN thing, I was hearing, not until recently. I have a friend. He's been in CBN for, I think Kayode has been in CBN for like 16 years now. And he just called me last week and he was like, yeah, that is coming to the US that he wants to relocate. I was like, Kayode, why are you relocating? He said CBN brought an offer to pay them off, and he looked at the offer and he felt that it's good for him, and he took it. And a lot of them took that offer because a lot of them were there doing the same thing, redundant in CBN, and they saw a better offer. And these are young, they are still young, that there are lots of things that they can do. So, and the same thing is even happening here. It's not like he's forcing anybody that, oh, I'm forcing you, you must go. No.
No, initially he was trying to force people, until the
All those
the
things,
judge.
now, all those things is CNN thing. Which one is forcing?
Oh, come on now.
No,
So, if it was not forced,
he's not
why
forcing
were hold on? You see,
he's
this
not
is
forcing anybody.
You keep saying it's a CNN thing, it's a liberal news thing. So why was it? Why was it taken to the courts?
No,
Why?
no.
Hold on. You answer the question. Why were so many FBI agents were asked to FBI and CIA agents asked to resign? Their name were being asked to. I mean, those people who were part of the case against Trump and some other case against some people that were part of the January 6th, whatever. Why were they asking for their names so that they can ask them to leave? Why were you forcing people to leave? You see, let's not do this. It's a CNN thing. It's not a CNN thing.
Did you hear something from the government telling you that they are asking for their name? Is it not the same thing that they will tell you in CNN and, oh, they are doing this, they are witch hunting?
Let's not do this CNN thing. It's
yeah,
not a CNN
that's
thing.
exactly normal
because
propaganda.
there is a court ruling.
They are doing that, and you pick that. And
there is a court ruling stopping him from doing that.
People will always challenge any policy. That's America. People will always challenge any policy. It's not a new thing. The fact that you challenge a policy does not really mean that
Okay.
policy.
Let me ask a question. It's like it begin to strike me like maybe you join the bandwagon of this MAGA people.
No,
now, let me ask you a question.
I'm not joining.
Let me ask you this question.
I'm being realistic. I don't want to talk about propaganda again. I want to years ago. Somebody will just bring one propaganda and everybody will run with it. No, I'm not ready for those propaganda again. Trump, I'm not saying Trump is perfect, right? But at this point, I know that it's not going to be the same thing. Things are going to move from where it used to be. So I don't even support recruiting, putting everybody in government when they are not even doing anything. Let people, if you don't need to keep 10 people to be doing 2 people's work now, let 2 people do 2 people's work. And let's take this thing out of our head. Oh, government, you can do, you don't even work. What do they do? What do they do? Is it not flex that all of them are flexing there? They will come. Normal.
Apparently, you know the federal job for you to understand how federal job works.
No, I have friends that do federal.
Okay, so let me tell you, somebody who was once a federal worker. And I'm still in government. I still work, but I don't work for federal anymore. And I will tell you how it works. The point is that federal work is there's a way. There's something about it that you cannot, especially when it's unionized. When it's unionized, it's very difficult for you to control people within there. And so everybody seems to be like an island of themselves. Now, if this person, one of the reasons why they have people doing, maybe 3 people doing one person's job, because they know that the one person going by the federal, going by the structure of the federal work, if one person call in sick or file some kind of grievance, he doesn't want to come to work, the other person can take that job.
Okay.
But now, when you don't have that person now, that one person doing it, and he file for grievance, against his supervisor or his superior, and nobody to do that job, and what's going to happen to it? That's why they have to have backup.
No. How they doing it in private sector?
That is not a good argument.
Hold on. I'm just giving an example. There's so many. You see, that's what I'm saying. You're not in a federal. Okay, I'll give you another example. We have in most. Okay, if you're going through a federal hiring process.
Okay.
If you, Larry, if you are a veteran, and me, I'm just an ordinary civilian. I've never served in the U.S. military or any U.S. military service. They will give you more preference than me.
No, because why they will give you more preference? Like, okay, let me.
Hold on. I'm not even done with that. Now, most of these people that comes in, I gave you an example of they always file grievance, they always miss job, they don't want to come to work. What, because it's a hiring process. It's a law in the federal service that veterans should be given more preference. And these veterans, they come in. It's one of the reasons why I quit federal job. They come in with baggages. Some of them psychological, some of them they have problems. And they will just for some reason you say, oh, I'm not working. They go sometimes they will be at work. They don't want to work. You cannot fire them. You cannot fire them. Because hold on. You cannot fire them because they have a very strong union. They will just claim, oh, insanity. They will claim this, I'm not feeling fine today. I mean, and then who's going to do the job? Okay. So that's why you need to understand the complexity around the federal service. So if you're saying that you don't want to hire people anymore, you want to work just few people. Yeah. Mind you, some of the people that are working within the system, a lot of them they have problems. When I mean problems, issue themselves. And
if they have issues, rational mind. If they have issues, they should deal with their issue. They don't. It's not compulsory that
it doesn't work that way. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't
rational mind.
It's not compulsory.
The greatest mistake is to think that government works like a regular business. This is not.
They don't
You
understand
cannot run government like you run private business. It
it's a
doesn't
very
work
unique
that
thing.
way.
It's a unique.
Bureaucracy is there for one thing, to protect and to ensure that there's a fair play. All this dismantling is going to boomerang. It's going to boomerang.
See, if you really want to get value, right? If you really want to get value, I don't even believe in, let's keep 10 people to be doing 2 people because we feel that it's a way of compensating people. Government work is a way of compensating them. Oh, because you are a veteran, let's look for a way to compensate you. Then we'll give you government work. If you like, you don't come to work. If you like, you don't do this. If you like, you don't do that. That is, for me, right? It's not even a good argument.
Larry, that Trump claim is not true, that people don't work. That is not true.
People don't work. All my friends here that work, that are government worker, I know them.
It's not true. It's not true.
It's not true.
It's not true.
Hello?
It's not true.
They don't.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I just want to be sure I'm on the platform.
You see, Larry, if you don't work government job,
sorry, I've worked government job. You understand? I don't know, not in US, but even in Canada here, I'm working government job currently. You see, if you compare government job to private sector, the government job people are a bit laid back actually. You see somebody just doing one particular thing. At times they don't come early. At times they decide to take time off. Not like private sector. You understand? In private sector, you could see one person doing what normally 2-3 people would do in government job. So it is easy for one person to cover for another person. So the way we organize ourselves in my corporation here, because all of us are running in my team, for example, we're all from private sector. So we organize ourselves in such a way that everybody knows what everybody is doing and people can just go and leave. Somebody is not coming to another person is covering and stuff like that. It's not as if you can't say people should go. If the system is not running efficiently, must you continue to leave it that way? Let people go. Let's refine the whole process. Let's even pay few people more. Keep 2 people there and pay them more, motivate them, and they will do the job than you keep several people there just because you want to keep people there because it's this, it's that. No, things are not done that way. If you want to run
those people that you retain, Patoski, those people that you retain will so burn out. And when they burn out, guess what will
happen? Understand. They don't understand.
Okay,
this people don't understand. They don't understand the government.
It's not like we don't understand.
In private sector.
It's not like we don't understand.
Burning out in private
you cannot run government like you run the private sector.
Salary is not just dictated by one person. Salary is something that is being worked out. That is based on certain.
Government is not about profit. It's not about profit.
It's not about profit.
It's not about profit. It's about
government
service.
job, the government people are even getting more pay than private sector.
Well, it's
Where?
possible they do
No,
that. It's possible.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
there are
in
some jobs
Canada,
in the government
no,
that
they
is
are,
It's
well
possible.
paid,
they are
but
not
even
though.
your salary in government
they are
is
more well,
legislated
they are
upon.
well,
So
they are well
it's not
paid
like somebody just wake
than
up today and
private
say,
sector.
"Oh,
So
we are going
what
to
does that have to
increase
do?
your
What does that have
salary
to do with
100%."
Patoski, I don't know
Hmm?
how it works in Canada, but in the US here,
The
if you
government
need
people are
money,
more
don't
paid
go.
here than private sector.
No, in the
In
US here,
Canada,
if you
in,
need
it
money,
depends on the government job. It depends on the government job.
if you need money,
here,
don't even go to government job.
here,
Yeah, it depends.
government
Like I said, it
jobs.
depends. It depends on the
I told
government
you
job.
that
But
the
Because
people in my
government,
unit, all of us came from private sector.
no, no, probably Canada is better for government people, but here,
Government jobs are more
no,
paid.
Lema,
Better.
you can't be saying
For
that.
the first time,
Look, there are some.
here, are you telling me? For the first time in my career, I'm getting paid for overtime. I've never collected overtime. They'll say you are a senior person, and I put in more time in private
Because
sector.
you see, the thing about government job here is
But
that
here, I get paid overtime.
most government jobs they won't pay you overtime. They won't pay you overtime. They don't even pay because it's all about budgeting. It's what they call budgeting.
A government job, no, they budget
The
overtime now. They budget for overtime.
it's very rare. It's very rare. It's very rare, and it depends on the kind of government job you're doing. Maybe if you're doing, maybe say you're working with the U.S. Coast Guard or you're working with CBP or whatever, you might do
Yeah, now
overtime.
so
It's
there will be
possible.
overtime now.
Hold on. No, like I said, it's not all government job that they allow overtime because everything is budgeting. They budget everybody's salary, how much everybody's going to pay. But they will make allowances for in the case of
Overtime
so
now.
and
You are
so.
talking to a budget person now. We
Yeah,
also budget for overtime.
let's forget we're talking to a budget person. But what I'm just trying to say here is this: that you cannot run government like you're running a private something. You see,
Why?
these two idiots.
Why?
These two idiots we're talking about. Hold on.
No, why
You
can't you
cannot
run
do
it?
that.
keep
Why?
let's stop the
Can I
I
answer the
can
question?
explain to you.
We are going to run it. You
cannot run. You cannot run
Why?
government
Who,
Tell us why you
work
cannot
like
run it.
you're
actually,
running
mind, we will
private. You
see
cannot
how
do
it
that.
will end up.
It doesn't
We
work
will
that
see how
way.
it will end up.
wait and see. Keep watching your
No, wait.
CNN.
No,
Okay,
we
well,
want
here,
to see
After
why
your
you
what
cannot
the
run
You
it.
propaganda,
know,
we will run it. We'll make it more
Larry,
efficient.
it's about
Larry.
service. It's not about profits. It's not for
So
profits.
Tell us
These
why
two
you
idiots, they
cannot
just
run
want to
it
run
now.
this thing.
No,
No, government
wait
is not
now. You have
Twitter.
not just answer our question one now. Why
If it
cannot
Government
was
you
to
is
run
not
be
it
like
like
Twitter.
that,
private sector?
Trump wouldn't
What?
have hired people based on the
Wale, let him
political
answer now.
appointment.
Let him answer us. Let him tell us why you cannot run it like private sector.
Okay.
Why?
No, because
Government
it's
is
a
not Twitter.
pension now.
Can
Government
I
job
say something? Can I,
government job is where you go and
Ẹ
collect
jẹ́
your
kó
pension.
sọ̀rọ̀
You work,
now.
you don't
Come
work.
argument.
Government is not Twitter. It's not Trump hotel or whatever crap they call them because they are businesses. But my point is that it's about service to the community, to where you are posted to go and serve. I've given you. You see, there's so many things I cannot begin to tell you. If you're not within the system, you might not understand. If you're not within the system, because you see, government job is so unique in the sense that you need people. I'm not saying we should over bloat the people, number of employees, but sometimes it can be a necessity so that you can have them as a backup sometimes. But then I know if you want to do it right, maybe you look at it very well, rather than just give them a mass
You
layoff
have
like that.
still not answered why you cannot run it like
Hold on now, hold on. Like I
You are only
said,
telling me how you can
I've
do it better.
already
Why?
given you one. Hold on now. I've already given you one example previously. Maybe you were
Why?
not here when I was saying.
Tell us why now. Why you cannot run it?
Patoski.
Let him answer
Government is
now.
not set up. No, I
Let
can
him
help him.
answer.
Okay.
Wale, no, wait.
Let him
Now
answer the
you will
question. Let
give
him answer
your
the
reason.
question.
Except you are telling me he's not competent to answer. Tell me why.
He's competent, but you are putting him in the center, and I don't want that.
No,
And I want
Olome
to keep him my own. I
That you
also
cannot run
agree
it like
with him
private
that
sector.
we can't run government like a
You
business.
will come and tell us your own rational mind. Why?
Tell me where that has happened
What
before.
I'm saying is, I gave you an example of
But the
the people.
government is not a public. I mean, it's not a profit-oriented
Ẹ jẹ́ kó
system.
sọ̀rọ̀ now. Ẹ jẹ́ kó sọ reason why.
Okay.
For any one reason, I'll repeat myself. I've said it before that here in America, the bulk of people that they put into government jobs, a lot of them are veterans. I want to talk about veterans. You know the kind of people I'm talking about. There are people that has a lot of issues. I tell you, I've walked around so many of them in different federal government jobs that I've held in this country. They come in with issues, and they have very good, strong labor union. Some of them, they will be in the office with you like this. And they will do nothing. And the job needs to be done. And you feel like, oh, this job is lagging, and we need to do something about it. And you cannot challenge them. If you dare even challenge them, they will go and they'll be, you grieve them, or you send them to, they send it to the union. The union will still have their back. So for that reason, they understand. Let me give you an example of one of those government. Because my wife works on one of them, the U.S. Postal Service. Oh my goodness, it's one of. Trump tried to do something about it when he put the new postmaster general they have in the U.S. Postal Service. The idiot went there thinking that he could revamp the whole thing. But look at it. The union had the back of the postal workers. You cannot just come here and say you want to fire anybody anyhow. They only got rid of it. Hold on. They were only able to.
That's
hold on now.
Propaganda. Nobody is firing anybody.
It was. That was why he sent. What was the reason he sent the joy? What was the reason he sent the joy there?
All this CNN propaganda.
Oh, come on. I mean, if I don't have somebody walking there, if I don't have somebody walking there, can you tell me all these things?
That is CNN.
Can I comment real quick?
Don't use this CNN propaganda.
Can I comment real quick?
Nobody's doing propaganda. I'm not doing CNN.
Because all of them are
because I have somebody walking there.
So the people walking, all of them are veterans.
The majority, so I will tell you that almost 60%. Hold on, 60-70% of people working in the federal job.
Majority of people working in
before you
are veterans.
Before you guys put rational mind in the middle, let me keep in this. Let me keep in this. You see, when we talk about government workers, it's not just one department. There are so many departments. And they are actually, the majority of them are under executive part arm of the government. We have the judiciary. We also have legislation. So executive employ more people than the judiciary. Hold on. Let's take for example. Well, every business or every private business, the bottom line is about money, how you maximize your profit. Give me one example, like U.S. Marshal, okay? The Federal Police or Capitol Police Department. When you put these people, are you saying that they are working for money? No, they are being paid by the taxpayer. Now, what applies? You see, they are going to bring in their. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to differentiate why you can't run government like business.
Nobody is saying
cannot
run
manage
government
them
like private sector. Why is it that we talk about value for money in government?
It's a different. Okay, let me answer you.
Government doesn't just see. Government doesn't spend money the way. I live in a conservative state, and every little penny is budgeted for. So, in terms of how much is being allocated or being spent in every of the agencies, in whether at the state level or federal government, it's been scrutinized. So, in a way, I'm not saying there's no wastage in some area, but it's been cut and it's been minimized to the barest minimum. Now, those who are in the workforce, hold on now. Those who are in the workforce, the government is very big, and it's big in a way that it employs a lot of people from different backgrounds. And there's a way how do you do this evaluation at the end to see how you do? Those who are in the federal workforce, they will tell you, look, the job may be laid back, but at least they are doing their job at least to the bare minimum. No, not bare minimum. At least to the 100%.
You're talking to people. You're talking about people. I mean, I'm talking about Trump and this guy, this Musk guy. I never even have anything that.
You can't run government like the way you run private.
You don't run government like that. That's what we're saying.
Because
let me give you an example. If you go to
we have political appointees.
Sorry, we're adults here. Let's even look at it as individual. we are the ones that wants to take a decision. Why can't we run it like private sector? Hey,
That's what I'm saying.
Because
If
there's
you're
a
not in
political
the system,
influence in every decision being taken in government job. The person who is heading the agency is a government, is a political appointee. It's about his
so
own
that's the
pocket.
reason why.
Look,
That's the reason
of
why you cannot run
course,
it like
you
private.
have to look at the political implication of every position being filled up. That is why government can't be run as a private business.
Sorry, Larry.
Clever, sir.
Theory, hold on. Take it one by one, learn. You see, the time we have given you guys to make this argument, you have not made any argument why we cannot run it.
Yeah, but let's hear from
Why
your
we
own
cannot run
angle.
it efficiently like private sector. That's the argument. I think we are missing the point. We are saying that you can run it almost as efficiently as you will run private sector. We are not saying you will run it as a profit making. No. You can make
There's
it
nothing,
efficient.
Mr. Patosky. As a
Wait
matter of fact, when you
now.
have a stringent policies
About
being
ní pé kẹ́
implemented,
sọ̀rọ̀. Mi gan mo ní pé kán jẹ́ kẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀.
I just
So let us
see
also.
me.
So let us make a. We are saying that you can improve turnaround time. You can make it run properly. You can make it transparent. You can make it. That's what we are saying. We are not saying you can make it to make profit.
So,
No.
which of the agencies is not running a transparent
Wait
program?
now. Wait. And you can make it to provide what we call value for money. That's the criteria for measuring non-profit. Value for money. Okay.
Maybe you don't know, Patosky, in America, in this continent. Okay.
Argument ló máa ń ṣe bó ṣe ń ṣe yìí.
I'm trying to counter what you are putting forward.
You are not
That even at the local level, the transparent, you can see everything.
Continue to tell me reason why. So that
Have you ever put an application? Have you ever put an application into a government office and it's been delayed beyond what the policy says? And there's always an avenue.
I've experienced that. I've
There's
experienced that.
always an avenue to grief that if there's any issue about that.
Finish your point.
You're talking about transparency.
Patosky, before you go, Patosky, before you go.
Yesterday, there's some county here. In fact, in terms of providing documentation, and I'll tell you this, they need people. This thing you guys are saying, a small local government. Hold on now, a small local government. I contacted. Okay, one second. I contacted a local government level, like a county here, just yesterday, and needed a document from them, but because they don't have the manpower, they don't have enough people. Okay. Those people who are working in that office, they have a backlog of documents that they have not even scanned. They have not. In fact, this woman promised that he's going to get it to me next week, but something that I needed yesterday. So you can imagine in an office that is being run by 5 people, and yet they have a backlog. So if government is running that way, people working in that office will burn out. That's why you can't run government like that. So we employ more people that can help them out, that can give them hand. But even though they're not being paid like they should have been paid in the private sector, so you can't run it like a business. You can't do that.
Okay, let me say this, Patosky, before you go too far. Let me just chip this, then you can just pack everything together. Go to usajob.gov or go to any US federal job here. You will see thousands of government federal jobs that are being advertised. I'll give you an example. CBP, Customer and Border Protection, or US Coast Guards. Go and see how many people that are needed. Forestry, US Forestry. Go and look at the people that they're looking for. Come and work. So are you telling me that, okay, with the few people that already have personnel they have, should that not suffice for them to be able to man the border or man the forestry or man the coast? No, but they keep hiring. So you need to, that tells you that there's always a need for people to fill up that. You just give an example now that in some office, I can give you an example of my own office where I work. This is my own office here. Behind me is the mayor's office. Now, we just had some position opened. We have a deputy finance guy, but now the main lady there, which is the boss, she wants to retire. They now have to do an internal job opening for everybody.
Placement.
So my point is this. But why can't they move that guy But if they move that guy, who's going to fill that guy's place? Rather, they have to throw it open. So my point is this: you see, you can't run. I understand the need for this efficiency and all these things, but you see, the federal. Another reason I want you to look at it is this way: that everything is unionized. You cannot force somebody else to go and be doing another person's job. If you cross, like in a U.S. Postal Service,
rational mind.
no,
Let me just say this. When you guys
cross
land,
crafts.
you give us time to also put our
Yeah,
own
we allow you. I will allow you. I won't interject you. Yeah, I won't allow you. I won't interject you. I promise you that. But I just want to make this point. You cannot cross crafts. Like if you're a mailman or a mail woman, you cannot just suddenly go into inside the inside post office and say you want to be doing sorting mail. You want to be sorting mails. If you do that, they can fine you because everybody's craft is because somebody did not come to work or doesn't want to work today. He said he's having a headache, and then they now bring somebody who is a mail delivery man to come and be working inside. No, he will never do that. That's a violation. They can fine you. So you need to understand the beast of the government working that working environment for government for government workers. It's everybody has their own role cut out for them, and you cannot cross crafts. You cannot cross into another person's position. That position has to be advertised. So that's you need to understand that. And then these people are just coming with no knowledge of anything, how government works. They just want to use their private idea. It doesn't make sense. Go on, please.
Wait now.
Go on. Go on, boy.
Will you people allow me to talk now? If
you
interject now, I will leave the platform for you guys. Sorry to say that, but I will actually leave. The point is this: we are not saying that you have to run it to make profits. First of all, understand that. We are not saying that to make it efficient, you must always let people go. There are instances where you will hire more people. There are instances where you will streamline people. And I'm not talking about Trump now. I'm talking about if I am hired to say do some reorganization in government job. There are places where you need more people, just like the place where Adewale talk, the one that you spoke about. But I'm sure there are places where you need fewer people than you currently have. In the private sector, they will look at that and readjust things. But in government, they will just leave it like that and continue to increase.
That is not true. That is not true.
Wait now.
We've seen offices collapse. We've seen department collapse to one or two. So to say that it won't happen in government, not true.
Hold on.
I don't like this. I'm saying that there are places where you need people. There are some places where you have too many people. If it's a private sector, they will organize things. But if it's government job, the place where you have many people, they will keep them. The place where you have fewer people, they will now start looking for more people. And until the whole place is bloated. We are saying that if there's a need to make alignment, it should be allowed to do so. The reason that, because they are veteran, because there is not enough reason to continue to make that happen. And then in the government system, you can't fire people because it's unionized, but you can incentivize people by say, okay, take an exit package of this much. Somebody looks at it and says, okay, I'm going to get maybe a gratuity of $100,000 in 10 years, but they are ready to give me $70,000 in now, $7,000 now, and $100,000 in next 10 years. $7,000 present value of money is better. I can do that and still do something else with my life. They'll take the exit package. So nobody is forcing anybody. That's how private sector run. They incentivize, they give exit package, they do all those things to make sure that, okay, let's reorganize ourselves. Then when you say, oh, somebody said the role is cast, so you cannot move. That is what we are trying to change. We want to make sure that roles are not necessarily cast in stone like that. If you are doing this role, maybe you have this job description, 10 job description. We have 2 other descriptions I want to add to your job. We can do job reevaluation and say, okay, we have hired you 10 description based on, and that we
can I interject you? Can I interject you?
Wait first. Now you have hired 10 description, and because of that, we'll place you on level 10 for maybe $50 per hour. Now that you're adding 2 description to it, why can't we increase your pay to 55? because now we have reevaluated your job and we get an approval for it. You take those 2 job descriptions and you add it to your job and you continue to progress like that. So we can make those changes. It doesn't have to be
That
like
is what.
that.
Hold on. Let me interject at this point. You see, here you're going again. That is what they should have done, and it's not even as easy as you're saying it in a federal setting.
I'm not looking at Trump. I'm saying why
I'm not.
we can
Hold on
run
now.
it
Hold on
like
now. Hold on. I'm not
private.
even saying Trump now. I'm not saying Trump. Anybody that comes there and say wants to downsize the workforce of a federal job, it's not as easy as you're saying, because almost every federal job they have union, and those union they have policies that guides every
Will you not say
union. I
if
mean,
they give us a
every.
package, they should not take it?
No, hold on. I'm not saying if the federal judge says, the federal judge just said in one of his rulings, he said if they offer anybody and anybody feel like they want to take it, they can go ahead and take it, but nobody should be forced to resign. So that's the ruling that I heard that the federal judge says.
Okay,
that
Rashama,
people
when
can
you
take.
are
But
finished, I want to.
let me just say this. Let me say. So, Pato, saying that they should restructure the whole thing, that is what whoever, either Trump, anybody that wants to downsize the workforce. First of all, you go and tweak that aspect.
Restructure does not
That is
necessarily mean
that.
downsizing.
You say what?
Restructure
You say
does
what?
not only mean downsizing.
Either restructure any language, any lingo you use to describe it. My point is just that either you want to restructure, you want to downsize, or whatever, you want to cut down the number of workforce, because that's what we had that they are trying to do, trying to cut down the number of workforce and probably make it efficient in the way they think they can do it. So the first thing they should have done is tweak that aspect. That's those things that are governing, that are standing as hindrance in being able to like allow people to do two persons job. Because I tell you, in the federal job, there are guidelines, and these guidelines are strictly adhered to by the different unions that make up that federal job. You cannot cross craft. If you do it, you can grieve your supervisor. If I'm a mailman and you are suddenly ask me to go and be sorting mail inside the postal service, I can grieve. I can sue the postal service for that, and they will pay millions of dollars for that, for letting me do that. Because sometimes you not disobey your supervisor, you can say, okay, I'll go and do it. Then you can now go and sue them. When they get sued, hold on. When they get sued, they will never try it again. That is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not as easy as you're saying it. So what they should have done, or whoever is, go and tweak that law. Say, now, we want to reorganize everything. And that is if even the union allow you to do that.
So if that's how they run government job in US, then there's nothing fantastic about. That means there's nothing fantastic
there you go.
about.
Then you don't know what federal job is.
Rashama, when you are
You
done,
don't
I
know what
want
the
to
record.
talk.
Yeah, go on, please.
That means there's nothing
I'm done.
fantastic about US. They don't
Hey,
have good
Larry,
system. They
if
don't
you
have good
don't mind, real
structure.
quick.
They don't. That crap.
Larry, if you don't mind, real quick. You know, I will have even support Trump in this his quest for dismantling government for efficiency
Take
purpose.
Trump out of
But
it.
the fact that the guy does not even like regulation, he despises regulation than anything.
Take Trump
And
out of it. Let's talk about government structure now.
look, even to
Because
get employment in the federal job, to get employment in the federal job, it's like passing through
That's what you are
the
bringing
middle
in.
of the needle. It's like passing through the
If
needle.
it is
To get a
Biden, if it
job.
is Biden that said it now, you won't take this position.
Because
Because you are
Biden won't
blinded
do
by
that. See, I
Democrat
remember
policies.
very well.
Leave
Larry
that
too
one.
will remember in 2008 when the housing sector collapsed. You know, there are a lot of regulations then that were not inactive. When Obama came, he made it more stringent for people to even get loan. Remember, the financial institutions were giving loan to people who does not even have any means to pay back. People were being begged to come and buy houses. In fact, all those houses that are being given, what do you call it? The government, the one that is repossessed and owned by government. People were just so at the end of the day, there was no stringent, bureaucracy or regulations. Regulation is there to protect the interests of the public. Okay. And that is what government should be all about. It's not about the bottom line. See, to get employment in a federal job, my brother, it's like you will pass through the middle of the needle, easier to get a federal job. I'm telling you, do you know what it takes for you to be employed in the entire America? So
that
you
why
can't
they
fake,
is that why they
you
cannot
can't fake it.
restructure it?
It can be restructured, but not dismantled. Now he's coming in and saying,
Nobody wants
this
to
particular
dismantle it now.
percentage, I have to go. I don't believe in that. I believe it's ulterior motive. If you really wanted to structure, the system has a way of sifting out those who are not productive. And I tell you, I work for government as well, and I know what it takes. We do evaluation. You cannot hide. You cannot fake it. Yes, the job is relaxed, but it doesn't take rocket science, because majority of the government job, apart from those who work in the field, are more or less about working, doing bureaucracy paperwork and pushing stuff and making sure things are done properly. Because at the end of the day, it's still all about taxpayers' money. So to say, oh, you have it to run like business, it's not about bottom line.
The
It's not.
idiot called Elon Musk himself. He get paid $3 million every day. $3 million every day just for his Doge.
Mastermind,
What are we
let me
talking
talk
about?
now. You've been
Okay,
talking. Let me
go on,
talk.
please.
Let me talk. You see, all the arguments that you've been putting out, I can tell you that they are not solid arguments.
At all.
Because you are just trying to look for bringing some excuses that are not really, really solid. The last thing you said taxpayers' money. And that is why we need value for money. The fact that it's taxpayers' money, that is the reason why government needs to be more efficient. Because you can't say, because they are veteran and this, they are veteran, and I pay more tax. I pay tax more. And because they are veterans, then I need to keep paying and not really getting the best service that I need. Because what is happening in most of these government agencies, basically, you have a single job that probably 2 people can do, and you have 10 people there. And you said, probably because it's been stated that this is my role, this is that. No, we are not saying, okay, fine. In private sector, if you have 2 people will do 2 people's job. Fine. We are saying, okay, fine, because it's government, because you are not being paid the same rate at which the private sectors are paid. I have 4 people to do 2 people's job. Yeah, it's still all right. But I don't want 10 people to be doing 2 people's job. And saying because, it's government, so it's more relaxed. So no, it's not like that. Because the moment you are there, I don't even like a government that is not even ready to make these people more efficient. Because
okay, Larry, because I've been hearing Adewale talk about the government mediocrity, the lazy workers in government, the good for nothing workers. But Adewale will defend it to the end of the world.
Let me give you an example of the one that is even close to us. Nigeria, American embassy in Nigeria. They are doing one rubbish now. They are doing migration. They are migrating their database and everything to another portal called Avits. And I can tell you that it's a rubbish work.
Just like Obamacare website.
It's a rubbish work. I was on call with them this morning and I blasted all of them. Because what is basically happened, simple, there are some things that are simple, right? It's not really rocket science. I was trying to help somebody to book an appointment. And all because they said, visa fees paid $180, we've paid. And we've been on those things from November, right? A problem from their own website from November till now. And the customer service will keep telling you, they've escalated it to support. Support is not, they don't have direct access to support. You just have to wait. And I ask a question. If this is how you people work, and I keep paying tax, and if I default in my tax, there will be problem. And at the end of the day, you that you're supposed to be doing your work, you're not even doing your work. And we come here and say, because it's government. No, it's not government. Because that money, they are being paid. I need value for that money. So if Trump is, and besides, Trump is not even coming to say, I want to start. No. Let us first get people, because those extra 8-9 people that are not doing anything, right? Let us pay them off. Then let's now come back and look at their roles. If there's a way we can reorganize their roles.
How can you say what you're saying, Larry?
Okay, let me chime in.
No, don't say anything. Don't say anything. No. Let me have this conversation with Larry. Hold on, please. Let me have this conversation. You're sacking 9 people. And then you're letting one person.
You are paying them. You're not sacking.
Well, fine. You're sacking your whatever you call it. Sacking, pay them off, and then you're leaving one person behind. So what happens to what happens to the job? The job is going to stop.
No, you just give an example of it. Not literally if I 9 out of 10.
No, that's what they're doing. That's what they are doing already.
That's not what they are doing. That's not making any sense.
Okay, how many of you guys have worked for government here?
Wait now.
Well, can we talk? Larry,
I'm asking though. Because if you have worked for government before, you won't be saying all this.
Okay, imagine.
Well, you guys barely work, so there's nothing as working for government. You don't work.
Well, please, Daddy, go and sleep, man. You've never worked for government. You don't know what it is.
Mr. Adewale, even what they are asking them, 8 months.
Sentiment.
I know.
They are going to be paid. I think they are going to be paid for 8 months, right?
Severance.
8 good months.
What I'm objected to is the fact that they are being seen as unproductive set of people.
Yes,
and I'm telling you guys that is a misconception. It is.
The question,
Here's the deal, Larry. Okay, government could as well do this instead of laying people off. You see, for every government agency, they have to follow the guideline. You cannot operate in an environment where you have to use you can use your initiatives, but you have to follow the policies of government being set up. Now, in some cases, in some cases, why are you setting him up? In some cases, I wouldn't say that some of these policies are not deficient, but it can be straightened in a way that it can be put together that could help make people more productive. Other than saying, people have to go. People are working. People are sweating. Those people that are go about distributing your mail, those people distributing your mail every day in the sun, in the cold weather and all that, what are they doing? They're just chilling and kedlacking.
Okay, can I come in, please? We're not see. It's easy to pick on the mailman or the mail women as an example, but
worker is worker. It doesn't matter.
No, in DC, for example, some government workers are objecting to them coming back to work. You know why? Because many of them moved out of the city. Okay, for convenience, for savings, right? Okay, fine. But now they're told to come back to work. Many of them listen to their complaint, Larry. I think you know that their complaint is like, well, who's going to take care of my kids? Who's going to do this and that? Well, if you were working,
you know the funniest thing, there was a research here in Texas that actually shed more light on remote working. It actually helped work-life balance. So maybe let me let you learn.
See, look at that garbage. Like you listen. Even the private sector, we know people that work remotely. Actually, no, private sector, right? It's more deliverables. You know, in fact, in the private sector, they work more hours. Some people work more than a share of hours. Some people need to go back to the office because then, they can manage their work-life balance actually better. Being at home, that they have to produce all the time. So in the private sector, it's more challenging sometimes for the remote workers. But for the lazy government workers, we know they clock at 5 o'clock. They don't work no damn 1 minute out of
Please, Daddy, those people you call lazy, are they able to meet up with their daily tasks? Are they able to perform it?
Because they spend your time working.
What daily task
the task given to them, were they able to complete it on a daily basis? What are you guys talking about? I work remotely sometimes, and I know it's even more tedious for me to work remotely than go being in office.
Let's separate state or county workers from federal workers. Let's make that distinction. Do you work for the federal government?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's almost set up the same way.
No, it don't. It matters.
Even the federal one is even more stringent than the state.
No, it's not. No, not on. See, perhaps in the past, but not under Biden's administration. They were lazy, good for nothing, freeloaders. That's what they were. Or yes, under Biden's administration.
Hold on. You see how you people sometimes you talk as an hypocrite sometimes.
Yeah.
When Biden was there, who was there before Biden? So Biden, so the 4 years that Biden was there.
See,
no.
Let me talk. I didn't hear you talk. Number one, you don't have any facts when you talk anyways.
You will continue. You will continue. You will continue now. Let me just say something. You continue. 4 years that Biden was there, he hired many. Okay, let me give you an example. Dejoie, this guy that is the Postmaster General of United States Postal Service. It was Trump appointee. When this guy got there, they wanted to fire him, but the Congress says you cannot do that because there are guidelines. You cannot do that. He left him. He leave him alone. Now, why am I saying this? Is that sometimes you people come here, you just want to talk crap, forgetting that these same people that are there in a federal job, some of them were hired during when Trump was there. And you people did not, when Trump was there, he did not talk about firing anybody. But suddenly now I realize I was. You see, you people just you fall for this book, this
well, see, that's what I'm saying.
That Trump is selling to all of you.
Okay,
you people just don't. I don't know. You people are just so mindless when you follow this man.
Okay,
you don't think. You don't even think.
Let me talk, please. We
okay,
heard
go on,
you.
Please, go on.
And what I'm going to say is, of course, it's not news. Larry and other people know about it. See, Trump's first term, the notion that he didn't think that this federal employees or the workers are bloated and they are inefficient is not true. That's why, in his first term, they resisted him in so many ways. But in his first term, that's when they tried to implement what they call the Schedule F. Schedule F. And the Schedule F was supposed to go in effect essentially in his second term if he had won. The Schedule F was supposed to help trim and get rid of this some of the government workers that were non-productive. Okay, he knew that from the onset. So the notion that Trump was there in the first term and he didn't do nothing is not true. In fact, they resisted him. But this time around, it's a different ball game. Do you know how many
federal workers that were hired when Trump was there? Do you know how many federal workers were hired?
It didn't matter. They could have hired 10 million.
It matters.
It matters.
Guess what? It matters.
No.
It matters.
Did they approve of it?
You people are so full of
rational mind. Please give me.
Did Trump approve
give
of
me
it?
a minute. I want to put it in the background. So I post the link. Anybody that want to join can still come and join. Because I can fall asleep at any time. So let me put the link here. If you want to join the background, please come and join. Thank you everyone for your time. I think we've shared learning the section together. Thank you. Happy Valentine wherever you are, and see you later. Thank you. We are continuing.
See,
yeah, I mean,
let me talk, please. The notion that